to Dungeon Zone! Woo!
Welcome
to
Dungeon Zone! Woo! Lodi.
Lodi. Wait,
Lodi?
where's CB?
Where's Evan?
I don't know. I guess we'll fill in for now.
I guess we...
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome, everybody. I think I was brought here by... Well, it would have been 3, but... So, how's everybody doing today? Welcome to Dungeon Zone, the show that really just keeps on showing every single person in the community, going all out across the entire directory of Twitch, YouTube, and Billy.
It is, and guys, we are so happy to be back. I mean, we had Desert Perpetual where we were here back earlier in the summer. We had the epic Desert Perpetual as well. And now for the very first time in Dungeon Zone history, here we are back at Bungie again, hosting the first Dungeon Zone here from Bungie, and we're super grateful.
Yes, we are. And how do I even explain what we got going on here? Not only am I joined by Lodi, and not only am I myself Lodi, which is a whole scenario maybe we need to explain into the next story.
Might
That's
need
why
life
there's
for
2
that.
Lodis. However, look at the set behind us. It looks fantastic. We are at the cantina right now, having all sorts of drinks and fun trinkets and guns and coins and cards and gloves and everything you can think of. So welcome in, everybody, and hopefully you get nice and comfy today, because today is going to be a really fun show.
It is, and I mean, speaking of that, I mean, we have the most, I would say, loaded pre-show that we've ever had. We have a lot of different interviews where you're going to hear from tons of different people from Bungie, not just that, other people throughout the community as well. There's just a lot of things that we have in store for you guys during this pre-show, on top of us being Lodi, which is a little bit unexpected, but, you know, we're running with it. And so with that being said, guys, we just want to say thank you to you all for being here. Thank you for supporting us through all of the different zone events that we've had, whether they've been dungeon zones, raid zones, epic raid zones, zombie zones, different tournaments, whatever it's been. Thank you guys for sticking with us. Thank you again for Bungie for helping to make this happen too, and helping us to build this set and to be able to keep iterating on our different events and really just getting to bring the show that you're going to be seeing today.
And it's crazy to think about for CB and Evan. For Lodi's, it's not crazy to think about. This is our first show entirely here. But for CB and Evan to have gone from in their rooms, in their offices, to all the way here and getting this opportunity, is I'm sure that they are incredibly grateful. I mean, I know these Lodi's are incredibly grateful as it is. So thank you again, everybody in the community across the board, for giving us a platform and letting us kind of do a fun show, and hopefully we go all out for you guys today.
Right, and the big thing about that is too, with you guys continuing to support us and with us being able to continue to iterate on every single different event, we have a lot of new things about this event that aren't going to be like the dungeon zones and raid zones of the past. There's some really big tweaks we've made. What are some of those things?
Well, I can tell you one thing that is one of the largest tweaks that I think has ever happened to a zone event entirely. And that is ad-free!
And so, guys, as Lodi just mentioned, my better Lodi just said, we are completely ad-free for the entirety of this show. We want to make sure that we are bringing for you guys uninterrupted action from the beginning of Dungeon Zone all the way until you see the world's first winners crowned. We don't want you to be interrupted at all. We don't want you guys to have to, you know, hit pause and then have to rewind and then check in and try to figure out where your place was or worry about missing anything. Every single second of Dungeon Zone from the beginning until the end, you guys are going to be able to watch uninterrupted.
Ad-free.
Ad-free.
It feels good to say. And guys, we want to make sure that there's not that moment where Twitch randomly plays an ad right as the final boss is being slayed, or YouTube is playing an ad right as the final boss is being slayed. We want to make sure that you guys are in the action as best we can across the entire board. So again, we want to say a big thank you to everybody for being a part of this, and a big thank you to everybody who will continue to be a part of this.
Yeah, so thank you guys so much. We really do appreciate it. We have a lot of different things in the pre-show that we're going to be showing you all as things continue to go on. There's also some other features that you guys are going to be seeing throughout the entirety of the show as well that we're really excited for as well. Different features that are going to kind of keep you guys in the action better. Things like instant replays, things like being able to see the splits of how long different encounters take, all different types of things. There's going to be a lot of things you guys are going to be able to kind of see the improvements on as the show goes on. As Lodi was mentioning earlier too, we're continuing with our reach on the Billy side as well. A bunch of amazing people on the Billy side that we're going to be tracking, one of those names being ZCP, just to spoil it early, but there is going to be a lot of different racers we're going to be tracking from all across the globe, and we're really, really excited.
And it's really cool to see that as dungeons and raid zones have evolved, we're seeing more and more just entire world representation. Every single country has a spotlight, and we've done our best to make sure that we have representation across the entire world.
For real. And I mean, couldn't have said it better myself, Lodi. And honestly, before we do move on, guys, I just want to check in on you guys. How are we all feeling in chat? Is everybody feeling good this morning?
Are we feeling
Hope
good?
you guys are feeling good. We appreciate you guys being here. I just want to say thank you guys for being here so early in the morning too. I mean, at least here on the Pacific side, it's 6 a.m. I don't know what time it is for y'all, but seriously, thank you guys for being here so early. I do really appreciate you guys, seriously.
Thank you. Yeah, again, a huge thank you to everybody for being a part of this, and especially, yes, being up early in the morning. It is early here in the Bungie studio, and I hope that you had some nice rest, that you're ready to go today. And if you're racing today, I especially hope that you are nice and ready and locked in, prepared, all those sorts of things, all the remedies that you could think of. What are some remedies that you do, Lodi, before you get ready for a dungeon?
The first thing I would say is I would contact the 9. Like sometimes I might check in with 4,
Okay.
sometimes with 2. Certain members that you guys don't even know anything about yet. You know, I check in with them, and usually that's where I would kick things off. And usually from there, I usually get pretty good insight on what to do.
Okay. Well, Lodi, for me, 6 tried to contact me, and then I heard there was some crazy stuff going down. I was like, I gotta back off of this one. I can't be near 6 right now. I would have talked to 3, but you know. So yeah, 4 did hit me up as well. 4 and I are good pals. We go and play cards every once in a while. Go Fish is our favorite one. So.
But yeah, guys, with that being said, definitely let us know throughout the entirety of the show, too, if you guys are participating in the dungeon, how your progress does end up going, as we're super excited not only to cover all the different racers that you're going to see today, but also to hear about your guys' progress, too, and to be able to have information flow throughout the day so you guys can see certain things be completed and how to do certain things as well. Just happy that you guys are here, so definitely keep us posted on all of your progress as we continue to go through this show. And guys, I mean, like I said, we have a lot to showcase in the pre-show today, and we're very, very excited for the main race.
Yeah, guys, like, again, one more thank you, everybody. Can we get some claps all around across every single chat if you can for the set? Thank you to Bungie, thank you to Lucasfilms for bringing us on, and everybody in the community. We hope that you guys are feeling good. Lodi, what do we have in store today?
Well, Lodi, I think that we have a really special interview to kick the pre-show off. Who are we going to be hearing from, Lodi?
Well, I heard that Evan and CB sat down. I felt the presence that Evan and CB actually sat down with Tom Farnsworth from Bungie to talk about Renegades. So, do we want to let everybody go ahead and watch that?
Yeah, I think let's hear what he had to say, and then let's check in after.
All right, we'll see you there.
So today we are really, really excited because we have a really special segment for Dungeon Zone. We have these amazing moments that you guys see with these dungeon races every time we do these shows. But one thing that we think could make things even better would be hearing from somebody who helps to make these special moments that we get to watch. So today we have Tom. And Tom, before we kick off on a few questions, do you want to tell us who you are and what you do?
Sure thing. Thanks for the intro there, CB, and also great to be with you, Evan. I'm Tom Farnsworth, the creative lead for Renegades, so I helped to kind of set the vision for the project. I didn't do any of the work, though. The team took the kind of the problems and goals I gave them, and they did all the awesome hard work you've been able to enjoy in Renegades. And I've been here at Bungie for like 13 or 14 years. Started as a world designer and kind of worked my way up to like now leading game releases like Renegades and a bunch of stuff before, which we might talk about in a little bit.
Well, I'm excited to talk to you about a lot of things, Tom, because, you know, even though obviously today is about Renegades, it's about Equilibrium, it's about the dungeon race as a whole, I still want to pick your brain and ask you some questions. And the first one I have for you is, what was your personal favorite thing that you have worked on in the Destiny franchise?
There's a lot of things I worked on over the past 13 or so years. I think there's a few that I can boil it down to. I think my personal favorite in terms of like the things that I worked on, like with my hands, it's like anymore I'm like my tools are like PowerPoint and like spreadsheets and you know, playing the game and giving feedback. Like, so I used to actually build things like the team. And the thing I'm probably the most proud of is Homecoming from the launch of Destiny 2, which was the introductory mission to Destiny 2, where like the tower gets destroyed by the Cabal. And there's some things in there I like. There's some things that the community probably reviles. Like I also helped create the Cabal drop pod, and you can call my name in vain every time you get crushed by one. But it was fun to be able to take Zavala, Korra, and Cade, and then put them in the world in front of you, and create those like moments to really introduce the hunters and the warlocks and titans to as they were in Destiny 2 to our players. It was a huge blast, and I got to work with so many talented people on the team. It was crazy.
So it was you who also brought in the friendly Cabal drop pod in Renegades then?
Inadvertently, yes. It is something of... It wasn't my idea. There were some other people on the team who were like, oh, what if we gave you a drop pod? And I was like, okay. I'm not going to say no to that. And like, maybe this is a redemption arc in my career where now you can be like me and crush your foes instead of crushing guardians, or maybe actually you can crush guardians with it too. So it works out if you get lucky with an invader. Yeah, so it's kind of come full circle there on drop pods.
Your version of the YouTuber apology.
That's really funny. Well, it sounds like you've had your hands on a well array of like different parts of the game, and I guess to maybe dial it in to a little bit more like maybe raids and dungeons, as that's kind of what we're going to be seeing here today in the race. Do you have a favorite mechanic that you maybe had your hands on, or something that you helped with working on with either a raid or a dungeon that you really resonates with you, maybe a favorite one that you were a part of?
So the only there's two dungeons I got to help with indirectly. Shattered Throne was kind of the creative lead for, and we had a design lead on it. He actually did all the work. But yeah, Shattered Throne was fun. Like my favorite part of that was putting the bow, the exotic bow, Wishender. We remember we had the bow was in the statue.
Yes,
and we call it in the studio. In the studio, we call it the bow in the stone, like instead of the sword in the stone. And because we wanted to have that journey within the dungeon that you go on where you find it, you're like, what is this? And then you had like find all the secrets, and then you go to do that other like thing on Tangled Shore where you fought all the Taken, and then come back and then do more secrets, and then get this ultra powerful bow that had this awesome lore behind it. I've always liked to hide secrets in secrets. Like the dungeon was a secret within Dreamy City, and that bow was an even deeper one. And it always feels like it's a gift to players when we can do that.
Yeah, funny enough, that introduction of how we found that dungeon is my favorite way we've ever launched into a dungeon, like so portal cool. Randomly spawning, and so next thing you know, you're in the dungeon on a cursed week, and just all of that. The secret wise, you guys nailed that. So it's really cool to hear.
Well, it was so much fun working on Dreamy City too. I learned a lot that release.
And I mean, I gotta say, like, from somebody that covers so many community stories, the community hunt for Shattered Throne and seeing question mark, like, there's no better feeling as a player than just seeing question marks as you're interacting with something, or you see an enemy with, like, question marks have some power in games, and especially in Destiny. Speaking of question marks, I have another question, because obviously we talked about some of the most fun or favorite mechanics, but there are some times where those are also really difficult to make, obviously. What was the most technically challenging thing that you've worked on in Destiny?
So invasions in Renegades was one of the hardest things that I think one of the hardest problems I've ever put in front of the team, and they definitely rose to the challenge. We had engineers on the team, like dealing with matchmaking, all the crazy back end stuff of like having these players running their own job in the Lawless Frontier, and then being able to have like another player just come in and like wreck their day. It was so hard to pull that off. And then our designer on it, they just did an incredible job, setting up all those invasions across all the different maps, across all the different versions of the mode, right? You can be doing smuggling, sabotage, or bounty hunts, and then all the renegade abilities on top of it. It's like a whole separate like PvEvP sandbox there. It took dozens of people to get just the technical foundations of the activity, the netcode and matchmaking, the sandbox, the balance, the play testing. It was a lot of work, and I'm really happy where it has landed. I know we've still got a few issues here and there to fix, and there's going to be some balance work we're going to be looking at. but I'm glad players are going into Invasion and being like, oh, I'm a PvE player, but this is totally worth my time. I'm gonna get paid, or like, I'm not usually into PvP, but I can just go crazy with my giant, my giant walker, and I don't have to rely on my gun skill. I can just kind of stomp on guardians and have fun.
And that's actually cool to hear, like the difficulties on like the technical side that you guys run into, but to kind of shift it and now let's flip it on its head and talk about the difficulty that you now inflict on players. And now this can be with raids and dungeons, this can be with campaigns in general. How do you guys determine like where the difficulty should be that we're facing now? It's cool to hear about the difficulty you all face, but now when it comes to that we're facing, where do you guys set that and how does that go?
I don't work on the raid team, but I'm a internal observer. I'm a big fan of their work. I'm like the sicko in the window who's like, yes, more. And like they've got it really dialed in, right? I think one thing that's been really interesting about the raids is just like over time the progression, right? You can like look at like Vault of Glass as like baby's first raid, and at the time it was a big deal, like to have a shooter and like have these like any coordination and team play and mechanics in that space. And now we have like the Desert Perpetual, which is just like this giant marathon, and like it all goes back to like when we're building a campaign, like we're building it for two audiences: people that want to just play the story and people that want to be challenged and like and feel like like what they're doing in the narrative matters and really has stakes. With the raid, you're taking that as high as we can. We're like, well, now you need to have the best gear, you need to be coordinated with a team, you need to be communicating, you need to like on the fly be like juggling these mechanics, and it's just like we're just stacking all these different plates on you that you have to spin in those activities. And I think you can kind of see like we've got a very kind of distinct hierarchy of activities in Destiny, and raids are obviously at the top. And I think that the keys to success of difficulty in the raid are like, you need thumb skill, you need to have the coordination of the team and communication, and then you need to have the ability to solve those puzzles on the fly. And like that, it's gonna be cool to see in the dungeon race here too, what these smaller teams are gonna do. Because for the dungeons, it's very much like the target was like what's one highly skilled player or one very well coordinated team can handle. So it kind of sits right in the middle of like this giant range of difficulty we have in the game.
Speaking of dungeon, and speaking of just, I guess, things that people are going to be using in the dungeon, we mentioned bows, we mentioned the solos, we mentioned all these different weapons. Is there any conversations that go on about what kind of weapons that you guys have in mind when you go into an expansion like Renegades, or any expansion for that matter? Is it things the community is constantly asking for? Is it something internally that you're like, ooh, that would be really fun to put in this thing? Like, what goes on with the weapons in terms of that?
I think it can come from a lot of different places in the team. So there's definitely times where the product demands a certain weapon. Like Renegades, like we had to have a Praxic blade, and we had to have blasters, and the team took those as problems, and like I think did a pretty good job solving them, especially with those two spaces, right? You can do a ton with the Praxic blade. I'm watching all these broken builds, and I'm seeing also like the blasters that have like there's that origin perk that you may or may not have got yet on the SMG. It's pretty good. I would definitely recommend that one. But generally, like if you look at like Splicer is another season I worked on, right? Splicer was all about like going into the Vex network and dealing with Coria that you find out later. And we went to the weapons team and we're like, okay, here's the narrative, here's the setting, here's the aesthetic. Like, what do you want to do in this space? Like, you want to build an auto rifle that everyone's going to remember for years, or you want to build, something that fits into that space that's special. And then I think, the weapons team is incredible, and they are really setting a lot of their own destiny going forwards with weapons. They always surprise me, and like there's so many things even in Renegades that we didn't ask for the heat mechanic. That was just something that came from the team to try to like innovate and push things forward. So they're always going to like try to like understand what the narrative and the game asks for, and then what they can do to kind of like build something new and exciting for all of you to chase.
That's really, really cool. And I guess to like now bring it all together and for the race that we're going to be seeing today, is there a favorite dungeon race or raid race, or even like this could even be any of the work that you've developed that then you've got to see on full display on maybe a day one that really stands out to you? It can be just a moment that's really your favorite from a community standpoint. So it could be your favorite raid race. It could be maybe something you worked on that you got to see everybody experience.
I think for raids, like I definitely was like from home, I'm spoiled because I get to like jump in the team chat or go to the studio and watch in the theater, and like watching Desert Perpetual was like a new experience just because like the team was just locked in, like just like everyone else, like it was like we're
Perpetual
we
treadmill.
were
Yeah.
we
We'll
were
never
in there
forget
with the
it.
perpetual raid. Like it wasn't, we were locked in with it. And that was a lot of fun. I remember like passing out like at like 1 a.m. and waking up and like, no, it's still going. And so that was its own experience. And I hadn't seen them go that far. And in the past, I remember like sitting down for like seeing orcs die in the studio was crazy. Like just floating off into the space towards Saturn. And for my own work, I had an opportunity when I worked on the Homecoming for the Destiny 2 reveal, and I was in the audience in LA in the theater watching Luke present and walk on stage and then introduce Homecoming, and while everyone in the audience was cheering. So that was like a total like bucket list check mark for my career. Don't need to like, I don't think I'll top this again in my life. So like I definitely am really thankful for the opportunities here, and like it's great working with the super talented people here at Bungie. Like, and I'm excited to see what's going to happen today's or this week's dungeon race. And also like I know all the secrets. I've had a chance to play it. I won't spoil anything, but it's gonna be fun.
Hey, it's gonna be fun. You heard that, right, guys? That's spoilers. All right. Okay. Well, thank you so much, Tom. We really appreciate your time today. And anything else that you wanted to add today?
No, I just want to thank you both, CB and Evan. I've followed you both online, and I'm watching. I'm out there right now. Like I know some of us are in the chat. Like if you see Allison around or others, like we're listening. Keep the feedback coming. And I'll see you online. I'll be trying to invade you all the next few weeks, whether I succeed or not. But yeah, thank you so much for having me, and I'm looking forward to a good race.
Likewise. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you so much for taking the time, and we're looking forward to seeing the race.
And right there, that was Tom Farnsworth from Bungie, working on Renegades, talking about some secrets, like how he built the Cabal drop pod.
Which I may have died to a few times.
Might have taken me out.
But seriously, thank you to him for taking the time to come on for the pre-show and to add insight on some of the things he's worked on all the way since the beginning of Destiny 2. It's really cool to hear about his history and everything that he's worked on. So we really appreciate you. Thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah, thank you, Tom, again. And everybody, we hope if you're just now joining us that it's not too early in the morning for you, that you're feeling good, you're feeling nice, you're feeling dapper. I know these Lodi's are feeling nice and dapper right now, so.
I mean, every single time it's either, Dungeon Day, Raid Day, Epic Raid Day, whatever it is, these are like the Destiny Christmas moments, right? We got almost, 2.5 hours before the race goes live, and I mean, I'm so excited. So thank you guys for joining us on this pre-show.
Absolutely. And CB, wait, where is CB?
I still haven't seen CB.
Wait, I got like a weird vision for a second.
I haven't seen him. I was wondering if he was going to be here. It is his and Evan's show, but I haven't seen either of them yet. So
I got like a message from 4 that said that CB and Evan might be on their way at some point, but
keep me posted.
it must have filled my brain. But Lodi, I do, speaking of the dungeon, just want to kind of pick your brain and maybe figure out some secrets, some features, some twists, some turns, some surprises along the way. And I want to know how you're feeling about the dungeon and what do you think it'll feature?
I mean, that's really the interesting question. And we are going to open this up to you all as well, because this is very similar to how the conversation, if you were here for the raid zone when it came to Desert Perpetual, I was asking, well, now that we're in the Fate Saga, what do raids look like when it comes to a new saga of Destiny? And so Desert Perpetual in a lot of ways did break the mold of what we originally were expecting when it came to raids. And I think that's why, in terms of the race, especially people are always going to look at that race very fondly. With that being said, what does a dungeon look like when it comes to the Fate Saga now? Like, what does that look like? Is it going to be different? Are we going to get kind of the same maybe template of what we kind of gotten slightly accustomed to in the past, or maybe we might get a curveball thrown, something like, think about Warlord's Ruin, where the second you walk in, there's already a boss waiting for you almost.
Right.
Like, what does a Fate Saga dungeon look like? What do you guys want to see?
Yeah,
from the dungeon?
I guess what CB would always say, what would break the mold?
That's a good question.
What would break the
change?
mold?
What would shift dungeons to make them in a way that you'd be like, wow, like, I mean, I wasn't like, I would love to hear from everybody and see what.
Yeah, everybody across every single chat, what would break the mold for you? What do you think the dungeon will feature that will really say, hey, look, this is a Fate Saga dungeon. Equilibrium is coming out swinging. And, you know, Equilibrium is, at the end of the day, a balance of light and dark.
Right.
So what does that look like? Which is, it feels like very Destiny already in the name. So good name choice, at least. No bosses, says Mitch. No bosses.
Just all puzzles, no bosses. That would definitely.
Verity 3.0, which I don't know where Verity 2.0 even came
when
in.
did we get to
When
it?
did Verity 2 come out? Tanics, all right, we love to see some Tanics.
I'm seeing Light Guardian versus Dark Guardian craziness. That could be something crazy.
Now Lodi, that would be very cool, Lodi. That would be very, very cool. I want to see something mysterious, like Metroid. You're walking along, you have to find your way, and then bam, a boss fight.
Take this dungeon to Chicago via time travel.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, go to Chicago. Darth Vidar is what I see there. Being serious, maybe something like Dual Destiny. Okay, yeah, Dual Destiny did have a lot of light-dark balance. That I remember the clocks in Dual Destiny especially.
Right, I'm seeing a humanoid boss with quick time events that would go hard. I mean, I do definitely think, I mean, obviously, a lot of the campaign with Renegades, we were kind of chasing after Dredge and Bale, and I think it does now have a lot of people really wanting to fight some sort of dark guardian or dark humanoid, like that was said, or maybe, like, who knows?
Lodi?
Who knows? Lodi?
Are we going to be fighting Lodi in the dungeon? Do you think it's possible?
I mean, we are Lodi, so we can't. If
But
it
like,
was to be the
but
case, we
I'm the
wouldn't
real
do it.
Lodi, and I don't know who you
No,
are.
I'm the real Lodi.
No, I'm the real Lodi.
I'm the real Lodi.
Okay, Lodi, I see you. I personally think from watching the trailer, there was a decent amount of, I at least saw sparrows used. I don't know if it was the intro or if it's something that's going to be in the dungeon itself, but it felt like maybe something sparrow was where
There
my
was
head
another message too that did say SRL within the dungeon. I mean, all of these are really cool theories. I'm curious to see what it looks like. I mean, it's going to be interesting. Another thing too, guys, that we wanted to check in with you guys on, as you guys know, or maybe you didn't know, but we'll let you know. I mean, Sundered obviously was the longest race, to ever happen for a dungeon. And so in terms of today, how long do you think the first dungeon in the Fate Saga is going to take? I mean, Desert Perpetual, the first raid of the Fate Saga was over 15 hours. I don't think anybody expected that. I know we didn't.
No,
Lodi.
we did not.
We did not, Lodi. We did not
Well,
expect that.
Lodi, we definitely did not, but we're happy that it ended up working out and that Koragos is gone, because that would have been a big problem for us, Lodi. I can say this also, on top of how long we think the world's first will take, who do you think will win? That's another one, right? Because it's like, it's kind of a two-parter, right? Like, I'm seeing a lot of 5,
6, 5, 7.
6, 7.
Another 5. 6 hours, 23 minutes.
I'm seeing 67 minutes.
10 hours tops.
10 hours. I think we can start with the range based on the history of contests, right?
Okay.
We can kind of start with a good range here. And in my opinion, based off of the range, because obviously let's talk about Vesper's Host for a moment, our first contest clear. Vesper's Host took 4 hours and 22 minutes.
Yep.
So if we go there and then we go to Sundered, and Sundered was a puzzly dungeon, if you remember it correctly, Lodi. Sundered was 5 hours and 17 minutes.
Yes.
So do we think we're going over or under that?
I mean, the big thing is, if you look in the direction that we're trending, it would make you think that maybe, I mean, the first one was in the range of 4 hours and some change, and the second one was 5 hours and some change. So maybe 6 hours and some change might make sense. But if I was to give you a range, though, and I mean, I'm seeing a lot of answers in chat, my range would probably be somewhere between, I would say, probably like, and this is too big of a range, but I would say 4 to 8 hours would be the range of what I'd be like, okay, I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
I would love to get surprised and see the first 8 hour plus dungeon, though. I'm not gonna lie.
That would be
that would be crazy.
And I think that would set a precedent that dungeons are even stronger than we even thought in terms of the length of time.
Right, and I mean, just to talk about the length just for one more second before we do shift gears, I mean, some of these dungeons that, once again, I keep expecting, since we're on Dungeon Zone, that Evan would be here, but you're still not here. But with that being said, like, some of these dungeons, have been longer than raids. I mean, when you think about it, I mean, there's raids like Scourge of the Pass, Wrath of the Machine, I mean, Eater of Worlds, Root of Nightmares. That these dungeons have gone longer than. So it is crazy to think how long some of these dungeons have gone, and just the bar that I would say contest dungeons really have set. Because I think when we went into it, when we go back to thinking about the very first contest dungeon zone that we did, I don't think anybody was really expecting the difficulty to be on the level that Vesper's host was, and it really set the bar for what contest dungeons would be.
Oh, I fully agree. And I think we go back, and when we were talking to Indebted, who ended up claiming that world's first, we constantly were hearing from teams that they loved the difficulty of Corrupted Puppeteer. They loved every part of that encounter because it wasn't mechanically complex, but what it was an execution encounter. And I think if that's something that can break the mold of today, I would love to see that. All execution encounters, no matter what, you have to be fully locked in on your damage.
Well, Lodi, we've talked a lot about some of the history of some of those times on how long certain dungeons took and whatnot.
Yes.
I think it's time to maybe test the community's knowledge and see how much everybody in chat knows about dungeons. Like, how much do you all know about
A little bit of trivia time, Lodi. I like where your head is at.
Just like to see, just, you know, how much everybody in chat is watching. How much do they know about dungeons?
Lodi, since we're both Lodi, I actually thought of the same thing. So I don't know if you're an imposter, Lodi, or if we're sharing a consciousness on this, but I also thought to ask the community some questions.
Well, Lodi, would you like to kick us off?
I would love to kick us off, Lodi, with my very first question. And yeah, so here we go. Which dungeon features the exotic weapon, Buried Bloodline? Is it 1, Spire of the Watcher? Is it 2, Grasp of Avarice? Is it 3, Warlord's Ruin? Or is it 4, Ghosts of the Deep?
I see Lodi.
You tell me, and you can vote with 1, 2, 3, or 4. 1, 2, 3, or 4, everybody.
Lodi, I see you're taking mercy on them on this first one. This is a warm-up. I mean, it is only still at least here Pacific time. It's 6:33 a.m. So we're just trying to warm up everybody's brain here. Like, this should be one where I'd be very disappointed here if we didn't see the correct answer in this first one.
I gotta agree. I'm seeing a lot of the correct answer, Lodi. I think we can probably just show them, everybody. It was 3. Warlord's Ruin. There it is, with Warlord's Ruin in the background, Buried Bloodline sitting there. An exotic weapon that was a random drop, but had a very long catalyst quest. Very, very long.
Lodi, I feel like you definitely took mercy on them in this first one, and I'm also gonna once again kind of warm your guys' brains up. These first 2 questions, just to make sure you guys are awake, you know, rub the sleep out of your eyes, you know, and then we'll really get into some of these questions. But my Lodi here on my left brought up a dungeon exotic and Buried Bloodline. So let's talk about dungeon exotics for a second, because there's been so many different ones, whether it's from the beginning, from Wishender, now all the way, you know, here we are. And I mean, we're about to get a new one today, which is insane, right? I mean, we've had so many dungeon exotics over the course of the years of the dungeons, like, history. And so with that being said, can you tell me the one dungeon that didn't have a dungeon exotic associated with it?
Lodi, unfortunately,
Not a quest, not a random drop, nothing.
Unfortunately for you, Lodi, I do share a consciousness with you, so I do understand exactly what you're saying, and I do know the answer.
What does everybody else know?
I cannot answer this, but I will let everybody else say their answer. So, Lodi, one more time, what was the question?
The question is, as we've mentioned, there are a ton of dungeon exotics throughout the history of Destiny 2, but was there ever a dungeon, and I'll let you know there was, which one did not have an exotic associated with it? And I think I'm seeing the right answers from most people.
I'm seeing.
So let's go ahead and get on the screen. It's Prophecy.
Prophecy! Let's see it.
Very, very nice. I would say that these 2 first ones, we definitely kind of took mercy on everybody. We wanted to just have everybody kind of just warm up, just get you guys warm, and then we'll kind of dig into a little bit, I would say, more difficult questions as we kind of dive through. But good job, guys. As you guys know, or maybe if you didn't know, Prophecy did come out in Season of Arrivals, and when it did, there was no dungeon exotic associated with it. And maybe before my other Lodi asks the next question, let me know what exotic you would have liked to see in Prophecy. I think Ruinous Effigy could have been cool. I think Witherhort could have been cool. I think there would have been a ton of exotics that really could have fit that theme for Prophecy. With that being said, no dungeon exotic for Prophecy.
No dungeon exotic for Prophecy, Lodi, and it always stumps me to think about that Ruinous Effigy did get used as a catalyst hunt through Prophecy. Prophecy was kind of another place where you could shoot the eyes and get your catalyst. So it was really cool that Ruinous was at least involved in the dungeon, but it was not the dungeon drop, which would definitely trick up some people. So I have another question, Lodi.
Okay,
And my
Lodi.
question also has to do with some secrets like Prophecy in general. And actually, Prophecy is one of the options that I had on mine. And my question is, which dungeon was a secret to even unlock? Is it 1, Pit of Heresy? Is it 2, Shattered Throne? Is it 3, Prophecy? Or is it 4, Vesper's Host? Which one? And remember, type in the numbers and see your answers. All right. Well, Lodi, my questions did not get harder. Lodi, this Lodi is not making these questions hard enough, clearly. We have too many people that know that the answer was number 2, Shattered Throne. And look at that portal. Shattered Throne was unlocked on Curse Week after Last Wish was cleared. And it was a giant secret portal. And if you paid attention, we just talked to Tom about the question marks, and that excitement that comes with that. So if you're paying attention to the interview, congratulations, you already knew the answer from that. It is Shattered Throne, and what a feeling this was.
Right, still in my opinion, the coolest way in the history of all dungeons that a dungeon was ever introduced. And I think that it really added to the evolving world feel of the Dreaming City to just be able to randomly stumble upon a portal on a certain week that then takes you into a different area that leads you into a dungeon. What a really cool just way of introducing us to dungeons in general.
To a whole new activity that we had never seen before in Destiny. Isn't that amazing?
It is, and with that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and get you guys ready with my next question. So we've talked a little bit about dungeon exotics. We've talked a little bit about how they've been introduced, but now let's get back to the topic at hand of today, which you guys are here for the dungeon race. And so let's talk about dungeon races for a quick second here. And I'm curious on if you guys are gonna be able to get this. With that being said, and keep in mind, I wanna preface this, pre-contest eras. This means no Vesper's Host, and this means no Sundered Doctrine, and obviously no Equilibrium, because that hasn't happened yet. But that being said, what was the longest dungeon race pre-contest era? Was it 1, Warlord's Ruin, 2, Pit of Heresy, 3, Ghost of the Deep, or 4, Grasp of Avarice? That is the question. The longest dungeon race pre-contest era.
Pre-contest, the
Seeing
longest.
some 3s with Ghost of the Deep. I'm seeing a lot of 3s.
Lot of 3s.
Overwhelming 3.
An
overwhelming 3. But
well,
unfortunately, just like the fate of what happened to 3, everybody else is completely dead if their lives were on the line to answer this question, because the answer is Pit of Heresy. Pit of Heresy at 1 hour and 5 minutes.
Look, we're supposed to save those jokes for once the stream is over and we're just in the
Holy
canteen.
cow, but it is interesting how many people don't realize that Pit of Heresy was actually the longest dungeon race of the pre-contest era. Guys, Ghost of the Deep was considerably shorter. Not just shorter, it was considerably shorter at 40 minutes and 55 seconds, and it was completed by Bagels, Substancer, and Ham. But as I mentioned, guys, Pit of Heresy was completed in 1 hour and 5 minutes by B. Jarder, AC, and Granger.
Those are some names I haven't heard in a while, Lodi. Those are some names, though, some gamers.
Yeah.
All right, Lodi, speaking of gamers, my next question, I'm going to be honest. I think, Lodi, you
I got the stump though. I'm feeling good right now. I'm feeling good right now. I'm feeling pretty good.
I can't guarantee a stump on this next question, but what I can guarantee is that a world's first did happen at some point in the very first dungeon that was contest, Vesper's Host. And I want to ask everybody across all the communities, who were the first contest, world's first dungeon winners? Is it 1, Elysium? Is it 2, Mario, Luigi, and Biggs? Is it 3, Team Nuts? Or is it 4, Team Indebted? Who ended up winning the first ever world's first contest dungeon? I am seeing a lot of...
I'm seeing some wrong answers. It's very split here.
Lodi?
Your chat is very...
Lodi?
I'm seeing a lot of right answers on my side. I'm seeing a lot of wrong answers.
You might be. Wait, you're getting a lot of right answers on the YouTube
That's what I
side.
said. I'm gonna your side
on the Twitch side.
Not looking great. It is not looking great.
It's pretty split. It seems like
it's pretty
everybody
split.
heard us though, Lodi, and now they're changing their answers. They're erasing their answers and trying to scribble it down. Okay, well, the answer for everybody was Team Indebted. Look at that. Pine, Tides, and Special Hero. And the reason why I kept the second one up there is you see just the difference in World's First and World's Second. And that was because Corrupted Puppeteer, as we mentioned before, was an execution encounter. And we have something special for this clip in particular.
We
Logan.
do.
We are going to actually show the world's first clear. So let's go ahead and show that right now.
First contest dungeon clear.
Let's see it.
This was the first one to ever happen from Team Indebted here. And as Lodi mentioned here, it was so insane how amazing they executed on this day. I remember this dungeon zone that we did. And the disparity was insane. I mean, they performed so well on this day.
It was absolutely insane. And I remember teams getting here and the health, it was like, how are they going to even do the damage? Was the big, you remember this?
I do.
It was a, how are they even going to do the damage here? And what do you know? Clan Indebted pulled it off for the very first World's First contest. Lodi, I'm feeling pretty good about stumping. It felt like I stumped.
Side.
Twitch side.
You two held it
I did
down. You two held it down. It was for spam. Four is very much alive.
Four is very alive.
But with that being said, let's keep on the topic of dungeon races because I like where this is going so far. We talked about the longest dungeon race pre-contest era. We talked about the first champions for the very first contest race ever. And so now I'm really excited for this next question because the way that we asked the last one, now we're going to flip it on its head. So this time what I want to ask is what was the fastest dungeon race ever? Was it A, Shattered Throne? Was it B, or two, sorry guys, was it 1, Shattered Throne? Was it 2, Prophecy? Was it 3, Spire the Watcher? Or was it 4, Duality?
Ooh, that's a great
One more time, 1, Shattered Throne, 2, Prophecy, 3, Spire the Watcher, 4, Duality.
And for Lodi, for the potential Lodis at home, ask that question again one more time.
One more time, what was the fastest dungeon race ever? On the YouTube side, seeing a lot of 2s. And we see it on the Twitch side, seeing some 2s, some 1s, some 3s, and some 4s. I'm gonna be honest, everything is being spammed on the Twitch side.
The question was Lodis out there.
A lot of 2s on the YouTube side.
The fastest dungeon race
And
ever.
so it does seem like the overwhelming majority, at least on the YouTube side, are saying Prophecy. I'm seeing, like I said, very split on Twitch. The answer is 3.
3.
Spire of the Watcher.
Three.
So 3's alive
Three
again.
is alive.
Three's
Welcome
alive
back,
again.
3.
So believe it or not, guys, so just to give you guys some more dungeon race history, because it seems like I know a lot of people really know their raid racing history, but it does seem like not a lot of people seem to know their dungeon racing history. And so with that being said, Spire of the Watcher was actually the only sub 40-minute dungeon ever. And that was from T-Storm, Rexos, and Nuo. They smoked that dungeon, and it was the only one ever to be completed in under 40 minutes.
Which is an insane accomplishment, Lodi.
Yeah, just so people know too, Lodi, just so people know, Prophecy, which a lot of people were spamming, that took 59 minutes and 51 seconds, and that was Sweat, Clyde, and Sneak. So they also destroyed that dungeon thing. I remember that was a really fast race because that was a really tough one on day one. But they completed that in 59 minutes, if you guys are curious. Spire of the Watcher, 39 minutes, 25 seconds.
And now Spire of the Watcher has become definitely a big speedrun dungeon as a whole. It's definitely favorable in the speedrun side of things. Speaking of Spire of the Watcher, Lodi, I had another question relating to Spire of the Watcher.
Okay.
And that is less so focused on the time of a world's first and more so focused on the time that you spend with a beloved character in the Destiny franchise. So my question for everybody at home is, which character guides your journey through Spire of the Watcher? Is it 1, Eris Morn? Is it 2, the Drifter, also known as Regin Hope? Is it 3, Savathun, also known as, is it 4, Osiris?
I feel like I could hear the voice in my head right now.
I feel like the voices the voices are singing to me right now with this one.
I feel like I can hear
And
the
I
voice.
feel like overwhelmingly everybody is also hearing the voices because it is for Osiris.
Oh, wow.
The Vex
And
Network.
I feel like that one, I can just hear
the
it.
Vex Network is coming back together. The Vex have invaded me, Guardian.
And with that being said, let's go to my next question. So we've talked a little about now characters that have narrated some of our quests. We've talked about dungeon races. We've talked about dungeon exotics. We've talked about how dungeons have been introduced. But let's talk about a little bit about one of the dungeon exotic quests. And so that one being Xenophage, guys. So take your brains back all the way to speaking of Pit of Heresy, because we brought it up earlier, so that's why I wanted to go back to it. But with that being said, the final step of Xenophage, he did have to fight a boss, and it was a wizard. And so I wanted to ask you guys the name of this wizard. And so all 4 of these options are actually going to be actual wizards. So none of these names are made up. But here we go. This is going to test your guys' knowledge. We'll see. Was it 1, Volmar? Was it 2, Varrock? Was it 3, Vurok? Or was it 4, Vosher?
Lodi. This is Lodi. I am seeing question marks, Lodi. Lodi, this is the stump of all stumps,
Here
Lodi.
we go again. Was it 1, Volmar? Was it 2, Varrock? Was it 3, Vurok? Or was it 4, Vosher?
And you know what's funny, Lodi? I don't even blame them for being stumped. Because wizards' names not only are hard, but if you've done the Xenophage quest, then you know you only fight this wizard one time.
One more time, and we're gonna move on. Was it 1, Volmar, 2, Varrock with an E, V-E-R-O-K? Was it 3, Varrock, V-U-R-O-K? Or 4, Vosher? So I'm seeing a fair amount of the answer, but honestly, it's a lot up in the air. There's some people saying the right answer. Some people are saying question
It's like
marks.
we're hitting
Let's
keys
go ahead and get
on
in.
the board.
It's 1, Volmar.
Volmar.
the Tempted.
Volmar
And so,
the Tempted.
Just so that you guys know the others, Vosher was the daughter of Crota. Varrock with a U is actually the end mission of the Dark Beyond mission. And then Vurok with an E was actually the Maid of Alakul. So all of these are legitimate wizards, and I made sure to find 4 that all of their names started with a V.
That's mean, Lodi.
It was
very
Lodi.
mean, Lodi. Well, Lodi, my question is actually about somebody who's not here right now, and that is Evan F's co-host, cbgray. When he's not here right now, so I figured this is actually going to stump us as well. If we could channel them right now, we might know the answer, but even then, I don't know if I want to do that, Lodi.
Right, let's see, Lodi.
My next question, Lodi, and everybody in the community across every single chat, make sure that you're entering in your answers here with a 1, 2, 3, or 4. What is cbgray's favorite dungeon of all time? Is it 1, Shattered Throne? Is it 2, Shattered Throne? Is it 3, Shattered Throne 2? Or is it 4, Shattered Throne? Which one?
If I had to guess, Lodi, I would guess Shattered Throne 2.
You think Shattered Throne 2?
I think so, if I had to guess.
If
I had to guess.
Lodi, I'm really sad to say this. I'm seeing a lot of wrong answers in chat right now.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm seeing
seeing some
I'm seeing everybody hitting their keyboard as fast as they can on this one. I'm seeing all of the above. Well, the answer, Lodi, and everybody at home, was 2, Shattered Throne, and that is cbgray's reaction to being in Shattered Throne.
Where is that CV guy?
Maybe stuck in server traffic? I'm not sure
Maybe
where
he's
he is.
playing Shattered Throne.
Maybe,
With
yeah.
that being said, guys, we have one final fun question to wrap things up. This one, not a multiple choice, just once again, just want to wrap up and test your guys' knowledge. Bonus question for the end, and then we're going to move on to our next segment because we got another segment that you guys are really going to like after this. With that being said, one final question here, guys. What was a boss in a Destiny 2 dungeon? Because we haven't really talked about any outside of the Xenophage boss, but I want to talk about some of the bosses that you actually will know now because clearly you didn't know Volmar. But with that being said, What boss in a Destiny 2 dungeon was first seen in Destiny 1?
Ooh.
In the Destiny 1 game. That's a Destiny 2 dungeon boss.
A Destiny 2 dungeon boss that was in Destiny 1?
Yeah. Let me see.
A dungeon boss
Last question.
in Destiny 2
Last
that was
question.
a boss in Destiny 1.
Yeah, something that you just saw him in Destiny 1.
You saw him in Destiny 1.
Saw him in Destiny 1. In the Destiny 1 game.
I'm seeing a lot of right answers in the Twitch chat.
I am seeing a lot of right answers on the Twitch chat. I am not seeing much on the YouTube side, I'm not going to lie. So this is one that I think it did. So I'm seeing at least the correct dungeon from a few. I'm not seeing the right name. But with that being said, Q Ecthor, the final answer. So believe it or not, we saw this man in two places. One of those being in the Taken King trailer, and the other, if you guys remember the sword quest, you actually could only take down his shield using swords before you could kill him on the step with the sword quest for anybody that's a Destiny 1 OG. And so that is the final answer.
Ekthar. Look at that sword too. That is a custom detailed
I'm still
sword.
fresh off that from the D1 journey. But with that being said, guys, that does conclude our trivia for the day. Make sure to commit some of this to history because next dungeon race will definitely be trying to trip you guys up again. Like we said, I mean, Evan and I, we love dungeons. We love being able to do this show. And there's a lot of really rich and cool dungeon history that we want you guys to be able to either learn or remember, to be able to, you know, go back and like, oh yeah, I do remember that. Like,
Yeah.
And so that's the purpose of this. So we do hope you had fun. But with that being said, speaking of things that, you know, we want you to be able to remember and that we wanted to test you on, one of the things that we kind of left out was the narrative and the lore side. And that's because, Lodi, we might have somebody from the narrative side that we really want you guys to hear from. What do we have in store, Lodi?
Lodi, first of all, Lodi, that was a great speech that you just gave.
Thank you.
Secondly, Lodi, I want to say we just sat down, actually, Evan and CB sat down for an interview with Allison Lures, the narrative director of Destiny 2, and asked some questions that you might be curious about. So Lodi, and so everybody in all the chats, let's go and take it down to Evan and CB and Allison.
All right, so we are super excited to have this really special segment here on Dungeon Zone. Before we dive into it, though, do you want to tell us who you are, even though we know a lot of people know you?
That's
and
okay.
Just tell us what you do.
My name is Allison Lures. I am the D2 narrative director. So my job is to help work with the team that creates all of the characters and stories and long-running sagas that we get to enjoy at Destiny 2.
Okay, so with that, let's just go ahead and dive right in. And so we know that today the dungeon is happening. And so the first thing we really want to just talk about is just talking about how the narrative gets formed when it comes to things like dungeons and other activities. Like, what's the process of intertwining those?
Yeah, so what's really special about narrative is it's our job to interconnect with other disciplines as much as possible. We could go off into a room and just write the most beautiful story that you've ever experienced and then say, yay, I made it, it's done. But we need so many other disciplines in order to tell the stories that we want to tell. So what we do is we usually begin brainstorming with other creators inside of design and art and audio and all of our other disciplines really early on. Development for a dungeon even begins like before we start talking about what the actual like campaign is going to look like.
Okay.
So all of these things are kind of brainstormed at the very beginning as like, okay, what's our destination? What's the broad idea for this release? Like, what are the themes that we really want to build with? And from there, we start to figure out collectively what the destination is, like where we're going to go, what it's going to feel like, what are the themes that we're interested in. And from there, we assign a narrative designer to each activity, as well as to each dungeon or raid that we're going to be doing. And so that representative will pair up with their partner over on design and work really closely to create something in tandem so that we're creating a play experience that is also telling you a story at the same time. And the active play should tell you the story. What you are doing informs what the story is and what you should be feeling. So yeah, it's a very collaborative experience.
And going off of that, you said like play obviously wants to tell you the story. It's one of my favorite things in Dungeons and Raids is kind of that experience, that environment that's kind of always telling you there is that piece of lore that you want to look for. There's some voice lines that you want to go after. And I feel like Dungeons do something that and raids do something that is very different from a main narrative where it's like you're not in the cutscenes, you're living the cutscene.
Yes,
you are a part of that moment. So what really
makes that decision? Like, what makes that distinction? Why in Dungeons and Raids is that kind of the driving force?
Yeah, what you're describing is emergent narrative. So we have the kind of normal narrative that folks would think about when you have a story that is being told to you. There's characters who are talking and there's cinematics happening. Emergent narrative is special to games as a medium because it is the act of creating the story through play. Like the story that you and your friends tell each other about, holy shit, you wouldn't believe this one time I did this one thing and I died so epically, it was amazing. That's emergent narrative. That story that you're creating together through the act of play. What makes Raids and Dungeons really special is that they're built for this, like to emphasize that kind of storytelling. There's going to be some narrative framing so that there's like a creative conceit for here's why we're here, here's why we're doing what we're doing. But what makes it matter is the story that you create through the act of play. And yeah, it's really a special complement to the experience that you're going to get playing a campaign.
Right. And so the cool thing about that too that I really love is, I mean, and I do think the narrative, it complements Dungeons and Raids and activities so well. Let's add Star Wars to it now.
Absolutely, yeah.
What was it like now, like having this additional layer? Like, did you guys have a lot of fun with adding that on top of the already, like, I know we already said Dungeons and Raids and activities add a complement on narrative. Yeah. Now we're adding this additional layer. Did you guys have fun with that?
Oh my gosh, yes. It was like gasoline, right? Like getting a creative injection of something as potent as Star Wars. Of course, we're going to take it and run with it. As soon as we knew about this collaboration, and we found out about this collaboration around the same time that we were creating the Fate Saga overall. So we knew that this was going to be a part of the experience. We knew that we didn't want it to be like a bottle episode to the side. We didn't want it to be just like a one and done and okay, we can move past that and get back to the real story. No, we wanted this to be the actual experience. And so when we started that early brainstorming process, because everybody who works here knows Star Wars, it was really easy to get lots of ideas for what this could possibly be. And in choosing the setting for the dungeon, something that was prioritized is what is something that will be like absolutely, like unquestionably Star Wars. And choosing the theme that allowed us to kind of like put that on display and celebrate it was one of the priorities. And that was the same throughout all of our design for the campaign, for the dungeon. Finding these situations and verbs and ideas within Star Wars that are unquestionably from that world that we could bring into ours.
Well, I know we just talked a lot about Star Wars, but
Let's keep
I have
going.
more of a specific question for you.
Yeah.
When it comes to dungeons, what is a story in a dungeon that's connected to you the most that we've had so far?
My first dungeon that I got to work on was when we get to find orcs. And yeah, I started off with it was Ghost of the Deep, right?
Yes, the deep.
That came out I think like 3 months after I started working at Bungie.
Oh, wow.
So it was like one of my freshest experiences. I remember getting to run it with the rest of the team, and I remember how much tension went into all of the collectibles that you find in there. What I love about that dungeon is it really is like beginning from a really powerful story moment, like a real gut punch of like seeing that corpse at the bottom of the ocean, like
Right.
it's insane. And it decides to build a like play experience around that. I think those are the most potent gaming experiences that I've ever had, when what I am doing reinforces the emotional experience of what I'm seeing and experiencing.
Right, and I do remember with that dungeon specifically too, the collectibles added so much narrative when you grabbed each one with Zebu. You guys did a really good job with it.
You hear Zebu's voice, and like this day, the energy that was going into that.
We had so much fun casting her. Oh my gosh.
No, she did amazing.
Yes.
And so I think to piggyback off of that,
Yeah.
it's really easy to just see the end result of a lot of narrative and see like, you know, the amazing like end state that it ends up in.
Thank you.
But let's talk about the challenges of getting to that end point.
Yeah.
Like, what are some of the challenges that the viewers and gamers don't think about when it comes to forming the narrative? Like, we see the end piece, but talk us through the challenges of getting there.
Yeah, I think we can talk about the thing that makes gaming unique as a medium, which is we are not a medium that is run typically by auteurs. Like, there is not a single vision holder who decides what every part of the experience is going to look like.
Right.
Usually, it is a bunch of different groups of disciplines or individuals who are guiding this together and kind of collectively building something at the same time. And so narrative, like I said, we could go off into a room and write a phenomenal script about Zavala riding Star Horse and high but somebody has to actually build that.
Right.
And so it doesn't work if we're not working with what other people need to do. So sometimes narrative gets to drive the car, and sometimes we sit in the passenger seat, and sometimes we're in the the backseat, like just making sure everyone knows what's reality and what's happening around us. And when everything goes right, you'll never tell because it's all just one cohesive experience.
Well, speaking of Zavala on the Star Wars,
It's canon.
with absolutely, yeah, we are going to be expecting definitely expecting that. I wanted to know, is there any like fun stories, fun Easter eggs that maybe you've slipped in to Renegades?
So many. There's one I super duper can't talk about that you're just going to have to find on your own. There are a couple of lore tabs that are going to throw forward to stuff that happens in the future. There are a lot of conversations that just make me smile that are peppered throughout that if you're paying attention, you're going to have a great time. Yeah, everything else you're just going to have to find for yourself.
There you go. I mean, you heard it first, so get to look at. Well, Allison, with like Renegades and with Star Wars in general, we were so excited to talk to you before the dungeon obviously kicks off because I think the narrative is just so important when it comes to this story, especially with just the crazy world that Star Wars is.
Yeah.
So we appreciate you taking the time and talking to us with just everything that you guys do. We really do appreciate it, and we're super excited to see the dungeon.
Thank you, Allison.
Thank you. I just like you guys the best. I love getting to hang out with you guys. So it's an absolute pleasure.
Well, guys, we'll see you when the dungeon kicks off. See you guys soon.
And we'll see Zavala on the Star Wars.
Yes.
I'm on it. I promise.
So thank you again, Allison, for taking the time, for sitting down with us and just bringing all the insight that you always bring when it comes to the narrative side. We really appreciate it. And guys, I hope you enjoyed that segment. I always love getting to hear from her.
Yeah, thank you again, Allison, again, for just taking the time, sitting down with us, answering our goofy questions.
Yeah, with CB and Evan. Lodi?
Sorry, Lodi.
Where are they? Still waiting for them to come. Still haven't gotten there
Lodi,
yet.
I've channeled them, and I think Lodi that... Sorry, I had to go back to the eye for a second. Lodi, I'm pretty sure they're stuck in server traffic still. They're on their way.
Well, while they're stuck in traffic, let's take a little bit of time to talk about some of the things you all are going to be able to get throughout the course of the day today, guys, because we really do appreciate you guys hanging here. It does mean the world to us. And we want to talk about some of the things that you all will be getting for hanging out, some of the things that the racers can get potentially if they end up winning, for completing the dungeon in general. Let's just get into it and talk about some of those things, starting off with the drop emblem that you guys are going to be able to get for hanging out here, being the Paranoia Pink. And so, Lodi, how are you going to get this?
Lodi, you will get this for watching Evan F's channel for 1 hour. And also on the cbgray channel, you will get this as a giveaway code.
Yes, so these will continue to be dropping through just to people that are just hanging out and chatting. So there's no requirements or anything like that. People just hanging out are going to be getting codes. Things are going to be super chill. And on top of this too, we are going to be giving some Renegades codes as well. So you just hanging out, just be chatting, and those will kind of just drop through the entirety of the day. But with that being said, I think we also have an emblem for clearing the contest dungeon as well.
Lodi. And let's go ahead and see that emblem, the contest emblem. Look at that. This is called Dredgen's Descent.
That thing is a looker. What do you guys think of that? So this is going to be what you get for completing the contest dungeon within the 48 hours.
That looks absolutely tremendous, Lodi, and I'm very, very excited. Yes, so again, reminders one more time for everybody who may not have heard what we said. For 1 hour for watching Evan F 1997 channel, all day through the cbgray YouTube side of the live stream, be giving away codes, and we're also going to be giving away game codes on top of that. So, yeah.
Well, yep, so you heard it first from Lodi, so make sure to be hanging out for the main drop emblem. That's the Paranoia Pink. Make sure if you complete contests within the next 48 hours, you'll get the Dredgen's Descent. But you know, Lodi, I have a question. And
yes.
we've seen a lot of different raid races, right?
Yes,
I mean, even just to take it back to things like Desert Perpetual or things like Salvation's Edge. And we've seen teams like Team Nuts or Parabellum or even Elysium with the Epic raid race where they get a raid belt. But my question to you, Lodi.
Yes, Lodi.
Is what do you get for winning a dungeon?
Well, I'm very happy that you brought that up, Lodi.
Really?
Because this Lodi, actually happens to have the world's first trophy with me right now. Do you want to see it, Lodi?
Really?
Does everybody want to see the world's first trophy and what it looks like?
Did you not tell me this, Lodi?
Lodi, I didn't want to ruin the surprise.
Did you like block half your brain? How did I not know about
Lodi,
this?
Six and I had to have a conversation for that to happen, but okay.
Well,
Lodi?
Got me on the edge of my seat even though I'm not
sitting. All right, Lodi. Look at this trophy, Lodi.
Wait.
Look, it's the Equilibrium trophy,
Wait.
world's first.
Wait, Lodi. Lodi.
Yeah, Lodi.
Lodi, this isn't the trophy.
What do you mean, Lodi? It says world's first.
Lodi.
And it's the Equilibrium trophy.
Lodi, this is.
Lodi, what else?
Lodi, this is not the trophy.
Wait,
Lodi.
but Six said that this was the trophy.
Lodi, Six lied to you. This is not the trophy.
Maybe I should.
This is not the trophy. Get that thing out of here.
All right.
That is not the trophy,
Well-
Lodi. That is. Well, how about we see what the actual trophy looks like? And there it is. Holy, look at that trophy. And that is what you get for completing the dungeon. World's first.
Lodi, I think I just killed some poor Vex over there, Lodi.
Hey, there's gonna be a lot more than
I think that's what they call the new Cabal drop pod, Lodi.
And there it is. Ladies and gentlemen, there is your world's first dungeon trophy for today. So if you do complete the dungeon world's first,
Yes.
you will receive this trophy for the Equilibrium dungeon.
Let me just say this, Lodi. I wish I would have brought that trophy, because that trophy is. It's insane. Not saying.
Lodi, no, that trophy was bad.
Lodi, this trophy.
And it's worse now. That trophy's worse.
Lodi, it's gone.
That thing's gone.
Lodi, it's.
Y'all don't want to see that. You want to see the trophy. But with that being said, Lodi, I think even if you don't win the world's first race, I think just like, we got to get all, like, I love, one of the perks about being Lodi, or Lodi being Lodi, is that we get to get in these really cool get-ups, right? But also, if you do complete the contest dungeon, you will be able to earn a nice fit as well with the jacket. So let's take a look at the jacket. So there you go.
Ooh, Lodi.
Looking good, Lodi. Maybe next time that might be what we show up in.
I'm a big fan of. Yeah, maybe Lodi. We'll talk, Lodi. We'll talk.
Hey, don't throw that.
Well,
please, no more throwing things.
To be
please.
honest, if I did throw that, it probably would.
No more throwing things.
Okay, Lodi, we're done. We're done throwing things
man.
around here.
Well, with that being said, so that is the jacket you can earn for completing the contest dungeon. Then when you link your Bungie account, you'll be able to get all of that set up and you'll be able to earn that. So with that being said, let's take a look at the trophy from last year.
Yeah, let's go ahead and see.
Or
that
earlier
is
this
the
year, I should say.
Sunder Doctrine
Yeah.
world's first trophy. And look at how nice that looks, Lodi. Kind of wish I ordered that one instead.
And so with that being said, that is what Mario, Luigi, and Biggs were able to earn for completing Sunder Doctrine World's First, the longest contest dungeon race as we have so far. And so with that being said, guys, we want to show you guys also the completion from the last dungeon zone that we did do and show you guys what that completion looked like. So let's take a look real quick.
That's okay, just run off to the left, run left.
And look at this. As you can see, the meta is slightly different.
Nice.
It is.
And we are seeing. Oh, and I love all the pop-offs. Here we go.
Yes, who's leader? Is it
Mario,
Big still?
Luigi,
No, it's me.
and
It's you, Luigi.
Biggs.
It's Luigi. It's Luigi.
Orbit.
If you can look at a chart of how much Orbit gets said at the end of a raid or a dungeon after a world's first happens, Orbit has to be the #1 word.
Yeah, I would say so for sure.
Orbit's got to be the #1 word. Wow.
Please tell me we can do it first.
Please don't troll.
And so the cool thing about this, this was, such a amazing completion. Look at that trophy again, just looking at that trophy.
Absolutely fantastic.
And now, Lodi, anytime any trophies are around, I'm just gonna have to completely keep them away from you, because that is
Lodi. That wasn't the real trophy, so we had to. Lodi, if it was the real trophy, I think I would have. Anyway,
we'll say it one more time.
We'll say it one more time.
Because why not? Because it's the last one.
Yeah, let's go ahead and play it one more
time, just so you guys can see Mario, Luigi, and Biggs crossing the finish line. First in the world, Sunder Doctrine. Let's hear those orbits one more
Let's hear
time.
those orbits.
Yes,
Let's count.
Leader? Is it Big still?
Are you ready?
No, it's me.
I'm ready.
It's you, Luigi.
All right.
Chest and orbit, chest and
No,
orbit,
1,
chest
2,
and
3,
orbit,
4,
orbit,
5,
orbit,
6,
orbit,
7,
orbit,
8,
orbit,
9,
orbit,
10, 11.
I still feel like you missed
Feeling
2
I'm
or
under-
3.
That was
Holy
at least 20 orbits.
God.
At least 20 orbits.
Holy. There's no
Well,
dude. Holy.
with that said,
Holy.
Please,
Please.
please,
There's no
please, please tell me we just got
Oh
first.
my God.
we there it is. And listen, it's fine.
It's off somewhere in the
It's
abyss.
off somewhere in the cantina, somewhere.
It's so crazy, Lodi, that I mean, in under 2 hours, I mean, we're about to see another race happen. It just feels like Destiny Christmas when we get these.
It really does, Lodi, and I constantly am just blown away by the fact that day ones of any single dungeon or raid have retained that charm, that special feeling every single time. It is the reason why I know Evan and CB suit up and get ready to go on these days. You can feel the energy in the air when everybody's getting hyped to be a part of a dungeon or a raid race. It's amazing.
Right, and Lodi, I mean, when we think back all the way to the first dungeon now, it's crazy. The first dungeon in Destiny 2 came out September 25th, 2018. So we've been on a long journey. Dungeons have now existed for 7 years.
Oh, Lodi, you're making this Lodi. Well, maybe I can talk to 7 or 8 on this one, but I need to be de-aged after hearing that one, Lodi. 7 years of dungeons?
7 years of dungeons.
7 years of dungeons.
7 years. And here we are now in December.
And we're getting like, we're 7 years, yes, but
Yes.
it's about to be closer to 8 very soon.
Right, I mean, we'll be going on to year 8, and I mean, we've seen so many dungeons throughout that time period, and it's been so cool to see how dungeons have evolved from, being introduced in the Dreaming City on a Cursed Week, all the way to now where we're getting our first one in the Fate Saga and seeing what that's going to look like. And yeah, it's just cool just to see the history that dungeons have had so far and just thinking about where they're going to continue to go.
It's really the evolution is what I would say, because when we started in Shattered, there wasn't the same rewards. I mean, you talked about you've brought up the ship before many times.
Right.
And I know like
Good
there
old
was some
Palace Galleon.
there was some cosmetic things, and then Pit of Heresy introduced having a weapon to it for the first time. Prophecy then comes in and is like, well, give you a nice armor set, and then later introduced the weapons as it went on, and then we go all the way to what was the first one. Lodi, this is a trivia question for you, between you and me.
Okay.
What was the first one to introduce a full weapon and armor set to a
The
dungeon?
full weapon and armor set, I want to say, would that have been Duality?
No.
No, because it would have been Grasp right before, because
Grasp of
30th,
Avarice.
yeah, 30th anniversary would have
Grasp
been
of
Grasp.
Avarice.
But with that being said, too, the thing that was interesting about that set of dungeon loot, let's talk about where some of that dungeon loot was from, because that's kind of a hybrid. Because let's think about things like IS Luna and things like Matador. Those things coming back when, us OGs, we link that back to the OG.
There was a bit of anniversary love in that one, though, right?
There was.
Obviously. But we also had a sword that was brand new
Right.
to it. There was some other drops that were brand new, and the armor set was new, and it was the introduction of Artifice armor.
It was.
And so I think, Lodi, when we look back at how dungeons have evolved, it went from a fun extra thing to do to a I gotta be there to now I really gotta be there because it's day one, and now I really, really gotta be there because it's day one and there's a brand new trophy that's not the one on the ground. It's a different one.
And with that being said, guys, so we've talked a lot about the history of dungeon races, and obviously there's a lot of rich history so far with these last 7 years. But that being said, before we do jump into today, which we're going to see a whole new part of history with whoever ends up winning the Equilibrium race today, but before that, we want to backtrack a little bit back to February, to Sunder Doctrine again, to talk about Mario, Luigi, and Biggs, who won the last contest dungeon race, also the longest dungeon race in history, because CB and Evan, they sat down and they talked to them and got to recap on what they experienced on that day. So let's go ahead and hear from them.
Let's talk to them.
All right. So to kick things off, we wanted to ask, now that it's almost been a year, how does it feel to have gotten the world's first in a dungeon? And does it now change the approach of how you take day ones?
It definitely is very exciting to win a world's first, no matter like the stakes, whether it's a dungeon or a raid, because there's always a contest mode behind it, and there's always like a winning team and a trophy behind it. That isn't to say that like previous world's first winners from dungeons without a contest mode doesn't matter as much as these. Every World's First still matters, but I feel like these ones are a bit more special because Bungie actually has a sentiment behind it to give out a trophy to the winners. And I think after winning Worlds First with this team, with me, Luigi, and Biggs, I think now like we want to take things a bit more seriously, especially with how we picked up Biggs on like such a short notice with Sundered. Like this just proves that like, you know, we are each individually skilled on our own to just like pick up anybody and just like do really well with them.
Again, like I think you all know the story of how like little like prep work there was going into like Sundered and how we like pretty much got together in such short notice, like Mario said. Part of the sentiment we had going into Sundered, or at least I did, is I wasn't expecting to win at all. I was just thinking, oh, like we'll get maybe like some top 10, top 20 placement, that would be cool and all. And then we just ended up like winning. So I think the way we like treat prep maybe is a bit more serious now, and we actually want to like play together a bit more and like discuss stuff before the dungeon, because we know that we can get Worlds First now, so we're taking that into consideration.
I feel like since we won, I've kind of got into more of a process of first or nothing. So it's like after coming off of like top 4 and 5 in EDP and DP, it just felt like, damn, hopefully going into this dungeon we can pull off the back-to-back and get that like same feeling again of winning.
So like now that it has been so long, and like now that you've kind of had Sundered Doctrine, like very much like you've had a lot of playtime in there, you guys obviously won Worlds First, so maybe there's some bias in this next question, but where does Sundered rank for you all in terms of a dungeon? Like where would you put it?
Like I know you brought up there potentially being biased, but I do think it is like one of the better dungeons. Probably like my top 2, top 3, and it's mainly just because of how it's just designed. Like for me, I've always loved the Vow Disciple aesthetic, so the just design around the dungeon appearance wise is just amazing to me. And then for the actual mechanics within the dungeon, how it's played out, it flows really well together. And I feel like just certain ideas that Bungie put into the dungeon are like super unique that we've never seen before.
I think I agree with Mario, probably like a top 3 spot maybe. I honestly have like, I'm a bit more of like a LARPer, I guess you could say, when it comes to like liking dungeons, because I have some dungeons that are like really high on my like personal, like how much I like them, just because of like, I don't know, like the aesthetic or the music or something like that, not necessarily because of how they play. But I definitely do appreciate Sundered's mechanics, like Mario said. It is very cool to see the Vow symbols make a comeback, and I really do like the aesthetic and everything like that as well. So I'm pretty much in the same boat there.
Yeah, I probably agree with them with it being like a top 3. I mean, I do think Sundered is a little better than some raids that we've gotten in the past, and I definitely think this dungeon was like very unique to its lore, the background, and kind of just connecting to the storyline a lot.
No, that makes total sense. And like staying on the topic of Sundered, but now talking about it in the sense of how it relates to you guys. In terms of the race, was there any, and this can either be a favorite moment or a moment that still kind of stands out in terms of that race? Do you guys still remember and maybe look back fondly at, or something that maybe just stands out in general?
I mean, I would say I have like 2 big moments from the dungeon. I mean, I would say one of which is like when I finally realized like, wow, we're actually in first place heading to final boss, and then all your viewers and whatnot coming into my chat, and I'm like, damn, I'm sitting at 1K viewers now. It definitely felt like, damn, I worked so long on this game for the last like 7 years. Like I started playing this game when I was young, and it felt like really good to like finally be noticed in the game, be noticed in the community and whatnot. I would say the other moment though would be like when we were going into the final phase and I nearly died by a subjugator. It was literally a split-second decision on swapping my class item, and if I didn't do that, I would have died and we would have possibly lost Worlds First.
To be honest, I have like 2 to 3 moments that I can think of off the top of my head. I think one of them is like Biggs was saying, the moment we realized we were like in first. I think the way it happened for me, I don't know, well, correct me if I'm wrong, you guys, but I think it was me that originally like informed you guys. I don't know if Biggs was maybe looking at his view camp before, but it was like when we were like just getting to final boss and we were like trying to solve and stuff. It was like all going very slowly because we had no idea what was going on and stuff like that. And I like took a moment to tab out and like check Discord or something and look in like some of the scouting servers that we had. And I just saw people talking about about and like freaking out about how we were like so far in the lead ahead of everyone. I was like, what the hell? I kind of like informed my teams like, you guys don't freak out, but we're like in first right now. Lock in.
That was such a good moment because like the thing that everybody really struggled with throughout the entire dungeon, everybody was saying that Zoetic was like the hard encounter. Like people were struggling to even hit 3 damage phases on him. And the fact that like we swept him in like almost less than an hour and we were just like, all right, cool, that was a pretty easy boss, let's move on. And people were like, dude, you just swept him, like you guys are in first place, keep going.
Yeah, that's another thing as well. One of the, I guess, more like prideful moments of that day one is like how fast we like just annihilated Zoetic, because we just executed like so well once we knew the mechanics.
I still think the best moment though is with the eureka moment we had with the final boss when we figured out the mechanics.
Yeah, seeing the shield drop below half.
Yeah, it's so satisfying that like we had like a Verity almost in a dungeon, like a Verity like encounter in a dungeon where it's just a giant puzzle, and we were just the first people to figure that out.
When I was watching that back, and when we were watching it on day one, like I just remember right when you guys like had the shield go down, it was like, oh, we gotta wipe and restart this immediately. And then it was like, okay, now this had to be the run. And you guys clutched up in like such a crazy way, because I think it was like right when the floodgates were opened and you guys clutched big time. Like it was a huge moment. Like that was my personal favorite, was just seeing how clutch you guys played down the stretch, like knowing that now everybody probably knows how to break the shield fully, and then you guys like were ending up able to claim that. So that was really cool.
Yeah, we definitely opened the floodgates there, not having anything muted, so we were racing against like a bunch of really capable teams for that.
Nothing blurred, nothing muted, and so everybody just saw what we did. It's just a matter of who does it first.
Everything was on display at that moment. When it comes to a dungeon versus a raid, obviously, you know, you guys are always doing solo stuff. I've seen you guys do a crazy amount of solo challenges. How do you practice for a dungeon race versus a raid race? Do you do solos? Do you work as a full team? Do you guys just play other games together? Like, how do you guys practice for a dungeon?
I think the best way to practice for a dungeon is basically just the solo player mentality, because the way dungeons are designed, that Bungie always has these dungeons intentionally designed to be soloed, and even solo flawless, because that's just like the triumph in the game and just how it's supposed to be designed like after contest is over. Obviously with contest going around, Bungie has it like, oh, you got to kill this boss in like 3 phases, or you got to do this encounter in like 5 minutes. But having that solo player mentality helps a lot, because there'll be a lot of moments where you're just be by yourself, because there's only 3 people in the fire team and you got to be able to handle your own.
There's 2 different like avenues you could go down, I guess you could say, for like training or prep or whatever. And one is like the solo stuff, like Mario said, that's to train like your own like individual skill and like being able to hold your own and stuff in the dungeon. And then there's also like another thing you can do where you train your actual like team chemistry or like comms or whatever, stuff like that, by just doing stuff together. It doesn't even necessarily need to be playing Destiny together, like you said. It could just be doing anything, but anything where you're just doing stuff with each other is definitely helpful.
At least personally for me, I feel like a lot of stuff that's really good for practice is like just casually doing like trio master raids, because it puts you into more of a harder environment than a dungeon, so you actually have to focus on completing mechanics a lot faster sometimes, like Caretaker for example. If you mess up on that, then you're going to be behind. Of course, master dungeons are also there on the side.
On top of that, I want to add that what Luigi said, like team chemistry, you definitely don't want to like overdo it. Kind of just like over prep for something that probably doesn't need to get over prepped, because like an example for Sundered is that I made the call for us to do rockets on Kevin when literally everybody was just doing Queenbreaker. And the reason why I did call for rockets is because it's something that we are most comfortable with doing, and Queenbreaker being so new into the meta that we don't know if this is like a crit based boss or like a rocket based boss, because different bosses have different types of damage resistance that they take from different types of guns in the game. So rockets, we know we can get a comfortable 3-phase by using them, and so that's what we did.
That makes total sense. And the next question's kind of going to be a piggyback off this, but first I just want to say that, like, I mean, I think there's so many things about your guys' worlds first in terms of like what it represented that was really, really cool. A couple of those things being that you guys got together on pretty short notice and still were able to, you know, succeed and win. The fact that, like you guys said earlier, you didn't have anything blurred or muted and you guys were able to succeed. And then lastly, that the second that you guys learned how the final boss worked, you executed and completed it on the first try. There's like so many cool things that I feel like your guys' run represented, and your group as in general in terms of just what you guys represent as a whole. And so what I want to ask is for people who are maybe not, as I would just say, maybe as experienced when it comes to day ones, that maybe want to get into day ones, or maybe they don't have a team and they're looking for a team. Like, what can you guys say to people at home that maybe want to get into racing for world's first, or just for day ones in general? Like, what could you say that for somebody who's just starting, or maybe who doesn't have a team?
I think I think what most people, or I think you guys, like my team will agree with me on this, that the best thing you can do in terms of finding a day one team is just to play with friends. That should always be your like first pick or first solution to not having a team. And only if you don't already have existing friends that are like willing to go as hard as you are, for example, like if you're trying to really get into it and competing and stuff, if you don't have friends who are like that or aren't willing to get into that, only then should you start like branching out, so to speak, and like trying LFG or stuff like that. If you do happen to LFG and you're struggling to get into like teams, it's usually just because a lot of teams these days just kind of judge based on like raid reports or like VODs or whatever. And obviously if you don't have prior day one experience, you're not really gonna have VODs. So that just leaves up kind of beefing up your like raid report. It's kind of like your CV, to be honest, when it comes to this game. So you're just gonna want to do stuff like solo challenges or low man challenges in that case, most likely. Try and get on a team. But again, having existing friends that want to do stuff with you is the best option, and it's always a good thing to have.
Most of it is pretty much what Luigi said. I do think a big part of getting on a team or making a team and whatnot is having like high mechanical skill or good problem solving. But when it comes to building a team, I would say the biggest thing is sticking it out with people sometimes based off my own experience. I literally made a team right after Crota, and some people that I played with at that time, they weren't like the skill level they are now, and it was just a matter of building that team, sticking with that team for a year, and yeah, we ended up doing really good later down the road.
I think the biggest barrier to entry for day ones is just the mentality that people have. Because if people decide to get like an LFG team or even like their friend team together, they go in, they do poorly, they don't get the day one done, or not even like maybe like 4 encounters done, they get upset, and then they start blaming like, man, you guys suck. I didn't really mess up at all. Like, what are we doing? But like, that just doesn't work at all, because every wipe, every mistake is a full team mistake. It's a full team wipe, no matter the circumstances. Because one thing that you learn, especially after doing so many solos, is that you'll pick up on quick decision making skills and you'll be able to multitask. And so you start to think and look back in your VOD and be like, okay, what can I do to help my teammate? Or can I take over their role and do my role at the same time? Or can I just switch roles with them somehow? I think a perfect example of this was whenever me and Luigi, we were on a Salvation's Edge team, and we were struggling on Herald, and I literally just ended up soloing left side, and we had 3 people in middle.
Oh man, I remember
because
that.
because we were struggling that hard because we just couldn't get the roles right. So I was very confident just being able to handle it myself, and then we had the people in middle just get their stuff done.
I feel like my next question is a little bit more directed at one person. Biggs, question for you, buddy. Have you thought about becoming Donkey Kong just for the next dungeon? Just for the next one?
You gotta make this guy Princess Peach or something.
I mean,
I'm just at one dungeon. One dungeon.
I mean, yeah, hey, if Bungie will sponsor me a free name change, switch it to Donkey Kong, then back to Biggs after, yeah, I'll do it.
Super down to try to talk to them. Bungie, please make the change.
We do have one final one too. This is a wrap up. It's still another one that's pretty lighthearted, but it's one that we always ask to all the previous world's first winners as well. It's just, do you guys have any like favorite warm-up rituals you do on day one, or something that you always do before a big race? It could be a certain sandwich you eat. Maybe it's a certain type of cereal.
Man.
Maybe it's a certain pair of pants that you always wear. Like, just one thing that, it's day one dungeon, it's day one raid. What is that thing you're doing before you log on and get in front of the computer?
Mario already knows what I'm about to say. But I'm gonna say for the past like 2 or 3 day ones now, I've been like trying to get into like having proper meal prep and stuff, because I had a very terrible experience with like my physical well-being in SE, because I was literally just eating junk food the whole time. And so for like the last like couple day ones after that, I've been getting like a very specific meal of like some sandwiches, some croutons, and some cranberries for the day one. And it keeps me like fueled up for the entire day one, and it doesn't make me feel like garbage, like eating like junk food or whatever it does.
This is not even a day one thing. We'll be doing like some like strike or something. He'll go AFK and be like, hold on, I'm gonna go grab a handful of cranberries. I'll be back. And he'll just leave.
Not even kidding. Literally 2 days ago, he just said he was eating cranberries.
You heard the secret. If you want a world's first, eat some cranberries.
I don't think I really have a ritual or just like anything that I do to prep. It mainly just ends up me just getting up and, just looking at what the team's doing and just kind of tagging along. Because like, we'll be in like the shooting range, or not the shooting range, but like we'll be in like some like area and just like testing out stuff. And we'll be like, okay, are we all comfortable using this gun if we got to do like a sword boss or something? Are we comfortable using this if it's like a precision based boss? And, we'll just, test out weapons and just see how we're feeling that day.
There's nothing really special. Just eat something in the morning before the raid, and then the raid thrill just carries me all the way through.
Guys, thank you so much for joining us on the interview. We really appreciate it, and definitely like good luck for the day. I hope everything goes really well, and I definitely want to see you guys like crushing it as always.
Cranberries, you say?
Honestly, a little cranberry juice before.
Little cranberries before, a little cranberry juice before.
Instant world's first.
Instant world's first. Now, I can tell you, that is actually nuclear waste that we just drank, and you might see these Lodis disappear in a few hours.
It's a good thing we're emissaries of the night,
It's-
so I think we'll be okay.
Yeah,
I'd hope
it's a great thing.
I'd
that
hope
we'll
they
be
can give us
okay.
a buff.
It might have given us a buff, actually.
Maybe a different buff.
And maybe, just maybe, Biggs is now Donkey Kong today, racing with Mario and Luigi.
We
Thank
will
you
see.
again to Mario, Luigi, and Biggs for sitting down with us for an interview. We really appreciate you guys. And again, congratulations on Sunder Doctrine World's First. We'll be tuning in definitely today and checking in on your progress. So again, thank you guys so much for sitting down with us. And hopefully you guys enjoyed the interviews and in general have enjoyed the show so far, everybody. Thank you for being here.
And I agree with what Lodi just said. And one thing that's super cool about Mario, Luigi, and Biggs' team, as you heard them mention, I mean, they got together not too long before the actual race started. So I think it should be motivating that you guys can, get together. You guys can make something happen on day ones. Like anybody could do it. And I think that there were so many different things that their team represented that was really cool. Like they weren't muted, they weren't blurred, they went in, they got in together, and they made it happen. It was so cool to watch them. It seriously was such a special moment. So there's another big shout out to Mario, Luigi, and Biggs. All three unbelievable players. They've done some really, really cool things in the community as of late too. I mean, Mario with that solo ribbon legit, which was insane.
We didn't even think it was possible.
Which just happened, and if you guys haven't checked that out, you definitely need to. And then Luigi on that last, it wasn't you or I because we're both Lodi, but when CB and Evan were hosting that solo tournament, that Luigi won too for that icebreaker that Banshee had made. Luigi had won that as well, and I mean, Biggs an unbelievable player in his own right as well, number 3 in Desert Perpetual. So just all three of them, just amazing players. And thank you all if you're hearing this for taking some time to talk to us.
And we've actually gotten to meet Mario and Biggs in person at GCX, and well, Luigi, we got to see Luigi.
He was there in spirit.
In spirit, and in photos, just fully in photos. Thank you guys again for being a part of today's show. We really appreciate it. We're about under an hour and a half until it is time for the race to begin, until it's time for kickoff for everybody to get into it. So thank you guys again. We've talked to Tom today. We've talked to Allison today. We've gone over some drops. We've done some trivia. We've done some just in general kind of some fun with some predictions. We've gone over all sorts of things. I've thrown a trophy. We've drank our drinks. And again, we really just appreciate everybody being a part of today. Thank you. Without you guys, this show is nothing.
Yes, thank you guys so much, and to continue to be a part of it, because we really do appreciate it. If you guys do want to keep up to date with the different zone events that are happening in the future, you can type !Discord. You can join the Discord. Information will be flowing about the different dungeons or whatever we're hosting in that given day. But we appreciate you guys, hanging out with us and keeping up with, everything that we got going on. And it's been such a journey from this being in our rooms to where it is now, where Bungie's working with us, and we're super grateful. That really doesn't happen without you guys. So I really do appreciate everybody's continued support that's here. So just know we love you guys so much, and thank you so much.
Yeah, no, seriously, guys. Thank you so much, everybody across the board. And yeah, like Lodi just said, in the Discord for CB and Evan's channel only on that !Discord, though that will take you to a place where we're going to keep updates on everything, like some history for us where we may or may not have said that Commune extends the DPS phase. It still might do that.
Funny enough, I didn't even know that was said until days later. that'll live with us forever. But that was so funny. I guess CB, but he woke up one day.
He woke up
and he was like, "What is this Commune extends?
What is this Commune
What do people
extends
keep? What do people keep commenting? Why do they keep saying that?" I was like, I went back and looked at the VOD. I was like, "Oh."
I don't know who said it.
Oh, but with that being said, thank you guys for sticking with us. We really do appreciate it. As Lodi said, we are less than 90 minutes away from the next race, from the next team being crowned. A new trophy is going to be given. More history is going to be made. And just once again, it's going to be so cool to see, what does a dungeon race mean in the Fate saga?
What does it mean? What does it mean to you, Lodi?
The only thing that I could answer it with would mean something that ushers in a new era. Like, that's how it felt with Desert Perpetual in terms of that race. It felt like we were in a new era of raid racing the way that was. It was very different. There was a lot of different ways that it really broke, I would say, the traditional way that we kind of saw raids in the at least from like the raid racing sense. And I think that's what also added to the charm of that day. So I'm curious to see now, like, how does that lend itself when it comes to a dungeon?
I would have to think, Lodi, I wanted to say puzzles, but I really felt like Sunder Doctrine did a great job of feeling very puzzly while also feeling very fair. And I really loved the Zoetic Lockset encounter especially, and how that kind of led to the freedom of players being able to start damage whenever they wanted to, or extend the damage with Commune to some people.
Right, with that being said, you're right. I mean, there were so many cool ways that they implemented mechanics that we had never seen before in Sundered. And with that being said, what are your guys' favorite dungeon? We haven't got a chance to ask that yet. It could be any of them. It could be Shattered. It could be all the way up to Sundered. Like, what is the dungeon that you guys have enjoyed the most? It can be because of the race. It can be because of your own personal reasons, like for whatever reason. And while you guys get some answers in, thank you guys for the support on both sides. Thank you for the memberships and the Twitch subs on both sides too. We appreciate you guys on both sides. Thank you so much.
Grasp, Warlords, Vespers. What, Lodi, I know what cbgray's favorite dungeon is.
I do too.
What do you think Evan F's favorite dungeon is?
Oh. See, because I feel like Evan also likes a lot of, the things from that era as well. But I don't know if I've heard Evan talk about Shattered as much.
Okay. Do you want me to channel Evan for this one? I can talk to him.
Do you have a direct link to Evan?
Right now, yeah.
All right, let's hit him up. Give him a call on the 9 line.
All right. Uh-huh. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, okay. Evan says that Shattered Throne is one of his favorites. Also, Warlord's Ruin in the pre-contest era.
Warlords, the scene and the vibe is, I mean, it's up there. I'm seeing a lot of Warlord answers.
And in the post-contest era, or I guess during contest era, he's hoping that Equilibrium is his favorite. He's hoping.
Okay, well, we're going to find out today. Let's read a few people's favorites, though. I see some Spire of the Watcher. It's one you can beat solo. I see some Warlord's Ruin. What else are you seeing, Lodi? I'm
seeing Vespers. I'm seeing Sundered. Sundered is the best mix of difficulty and fun. I'm seeing Prophecy Sweep, Ghosts of the Deep. Okay. That's a deep cut.
Grasp personally.
Yep, another Ghost of the Deep. Vespers, Ghosts of the Deep.
Duality.
A lot of Ghosts of the Deep on this end.
Duality as well.
Vespers, and then in parentheses, Puppeteer. Spire of the Watcher. Pit
Sundered.
of Heresy.
Yeah, Sundered. Two Sundered.
Shattered Throne. A Root. Okay.
I see an Equilibrium. It looks like Hunters in the future.
Okay.
Let's see what else we got. What else? I see Shattered Throne. Let's go.
Equilibrium is the best. Read my message, says Brigoon.
Ghost of the Deep. I see too. There is a lot of Ghost of the Deep. See another Sundered.
Ekthar is my favorite encounter.
Hey, a little bit of knowledge, as we talked about earlier.
If you were here for some trivia, then you know all sorts of things about Ekthar. And if you're here about trivia in general, with the story, with the narrative, with the lore, then you'll know a lot of answers from one lore teller in particular. One who I always say you can sit around the campfire and it's like having a nice cup of hot cocoa, marshmallow on top, a s'more with you, blanket on, because My Name is Bife sat down with us for an interview, and Bife had a lot to talk about with Equilibrium. So if you're curious about what we might see in Equilibrium, what are some plot lines, who is going to be the boss, all those things, Bife went over that with Evan and CB.
He had a lot of cool insights, so we're going to go ahead and head to him right now, and I hope you guys do enjoy.
Obviously, we've seen so many things happen very quickly in Renegades and with like the Fate Saga as a whole. Like, there's just so many new storylines being brought up. There's so many like ways that the story can kind of throughput through, and we're going to talk about all those today. But I wanted to really quickly ask you a question, because obviously, well, this is a Star Wars expansion and it has to do with the main lore and the main story of the game. So I wanted to ask you, how has this collab affected the lore in your opinion?
Honestly, for Renegades as an expansion, I think that it's brought forward really interesting parts of Destiny's lore that had a lot of like narrative fuel to them. However, for the overall game itself, I think it's going to be a sort of comforting thing for most Destiny fans to know that it's just another Destiny expansion in those story terms. So, you know, we've got cool Star Wars trim to all of this. The aesthetic and the music, all of that is distinctly Star Wars. The narrative and the lore, yeah, that's still distinctly Destiny. You know, it was always going to be an interesting thing to balance that from Bungie's perspective, I think. But I think they've done it, at least from the perspective of keeping story kind of intact, I think they've done it really well. I actually really love that they brought in the Dredgens and the Praxics. Dredgens have kind of always been these kind of analogs to the Sith from Star Wars, even down to, you know, Sith being called Darth as a title, and then Dredgens being called Dredgen as a title. It just has this really nice narrative synergy to it.
Right, and I've really enjoyed going through that, and especially like one of the things that really like I think did it for me, and like some of the highlights were some of those cutscenes as we went through. I felt like they were really top tier, and by the end of the story, it left me like, I really enjoyed it, but I did have some kind of lingering questions, and that's what I wanted to turn this to you on. And I wanted to ask, are there any like loose ends or any questions that you had at the end of the campaign that you think might get solved in the dungeon, since we are going to be seeing the dungeon get completed today? Like, is there any questions that you still have that you're hoping to see answered?
Okay, so as far as loose ends are concerned, we know that the Barrent Imperium is still out there as of the end of Renegades, and we know that Bale and Loom are out there. I'm not expecting them to be resolved in this dungeon. However, I do think that there are some really interesting threads that have been left hanging, specifically with Bale. This kind of links back to something we learned about the dungeon way back when the Renegades marketing just kind of began. Basically, in this dungeon, we're going to be hunting down the acolytes of Dredge and Bale. That's literally from Bungie.net. That's from the very first thing we learned about the dungeon. As a result, I think we're likely to hear more from Bale in this, but I also don't think he's going to be the main final boss or villain of this. Also, there's cool like plot threads that kind of pick up from the Praxic Order as well. The reason for that is that it looks as though the dungeon starts on like a pyramid temple kind of aesthetic somewhere on Venus, which also has a bunch of Praxic banners just kind of like left all over the place. That tells me that this might be another Praxic vault. And so this could just be yet more of us kind of, you know, hunting down these individuals who've broken into these vaults, who happen to be working for Dredge and Bale, before having to chase them back to a ship where obviously the majority of the dungeon looks like it's going to take place.
So you're telling me that we are going to be fighting a giant lightsaber in
This is actually I have a fun theory about this, because I think I have an idea of who the villain might be, and I think it's actually got some really interesting implications for the future. I think whilst we're not going to be fighting Dredge and Bale as the villain in the dungeon, I think we are going to be fighting a Dredgen, right?
Ooh.
So yeah, so hear me out with this. This is a bit of a crackpot theory, but yeah, hear me with this, okay? So when we went and adventured into the previous Praxic Vault in the exotic mission Fire and Dice, we encountered the final boss, who was a, quote, disciple of Harrow. So the question is then, who is Harrow? Take a look at that word, and it has a very kind of Dredgen air to it, right? Because every Dredgen has their name, their title. So you have things like Dredgen Bane, Dredgen Vale, Dredgen Yor, Dredgen Cull, Dredgen Scar. Dredgen Harrow doesn't feel too far off. And it also brings you to that question of like, hey, you know, if these are the acolytes of Dredge and Bale, then maybe it makes sense that they're either Dredgens or Dredgens in training. So, you know, you got some interesting interesting possibilities there. That being said, I don't think Bale has been joined by any other Guardians. So I think if this is going to be another Dredgen, it's going to be a Cabal Dredgen, which in itself expands a ton of cool lore because, yeah, Dredgens have only ever been Guardians, basically, up until this point.
Well, that has me really excited to kind of see what ultimately will happen, because that's definitely not where my brain went, but now I feel like you kind of blew my mind with that. But I do want to reel it back for a quick second and talk again about Dredgen Bale. And the reason being is because Bungie did say that he's going to continue to be involved in some of the future stories as Destiny continues to progress. That happened in a recent announcement. And so with that, I kind of want to ask you, what is Dredgen Bale still being a part of the story in the future of Destiny kind of mean for the future of the lore in the dungeon and even post-dungeon? This can just be for the future of Destiny. Like, what does having Dredgen Bale still involved really mean?
In the short term within the dungeon itself, I think the most immediate thing you're going to see probably is that we'll hear something from Bale in the dungeon. I don't know that. I haven't played the dungeon, of course, but yeah, I feel like it's entirely likely that he'll have commentary to make and some jabs back and forth with Arnor during the mission. More importantly, though, in the kind of broad spectrum of everything that's going on within the wider Fate saga, I think you've got to take a look at how he is now linked in with Six. Six has kind of been established as one of the main villains of the saga, and as long as Bale is still alive and still doing things in the universe, that means we have a story linked to Six. That means I think that Six is going to be one of the main antagonists, but I also feel as though there's a kind of easy assumption that wherever Bale goes, Six is sending him there, sending him out so that he can do whatever evil deeds need to be done. And of course, him just being out there in the system, he's a Guardian killer, he's a Dredgen. That always means that there's the potential for a saboteur to come out of nowhere and just crash our party. So if he's really going to have a big impact in the story, that's going to be great. I think that also it kind of relates back to what the narrative team have been saying. I think it's Alison Lur's favorite metaphor of the fridge. All the different characters that you see, all the different parts and interesting bits to the lore, they're all ingredients and things that you put in the fridge. And when you take all those ingredients out and you have an interesting storyline where they combine, that's where you make your quote-unquote narrative sandwich, right? A tasty meal involves things like Dredgens, it involves the Praxics, it involves some spooky pyramid complexes that have been turned into Praxic vaults. And maybe it involves the rest of the stuff to do with the 9 and the 6. So yeah, I think that that's kind of the potential for Bale in the future. He's going to be this really interesting part to the plot that just also moves in tandem with whatever Six does.
Wow. Well, I was actually going to say, like, speaking of Bale, Six, the Fate saga as a whole, with all that being said, how has Bungie been able to deliver this strong through line or this throughput of narrative through not only the Fate saga, but through Renegades and with a collab and with Star Wars involved and making this all work seamlessly to bring us to the next chapter of that? How have they been able to deliver that?
I feel as though opinions are going to vary on how well they've been able to do it, but I think they've done pretty well. The important thing is still just focusing on the main through lines of everything that's happened from Edge of Fate and then also that are still developing and pushing within Renegades, right? So it all starts, obviously, with Drifter sitting there and referring us back to the prophecy. And the prophecy of Doom is not just one that's sort of there in the background looming as this threat that kind of exists, I promise, guys. It's having real consequences, as is the death of 3. So take a look at what's happening on Earth. I don't know if you guys have played through the exotic mission a second time to get your extra parts for your Praxic blade, but yeah, Earth's not doing so good. The Andes Mountains have been turned to copper. The swamps of Georgia, the mangroves rather of Georgia, are choking on argon. Those are the words of Zavala in particular. Supposedly nowhere is worse affected than the Great Lakes. It sounds like all of North and South America are just kind of in turmoil. That kind of continuity, I think, is really important for the overall Fate saga. And I think them continuing to push that is, you know, that's relatively important. The other bit is, honestly, it's to do with 6 and the rest of the 9. I think them bringing 6 into the plot, into the forefront, is actually really important as well, because obviously, you know, he's one of the members of the 9. He's clearly a villain now, but he also links into a ton of other interesting topics, right? We were seeing 6's influence way back in Heresy, just before the Fate saga had technically even begun. And 6 as a character links in with a ton of cool parts to the world. There's the Taken, the new Taken God, the Lord of Every Nothing, the Hive and the Hive Gods. 6, by virtue of being near Saturn, kind of links in with all of them. And then, of course, there's the potential for the Dread to be involved, the potential for the Taken and the Diataken. Yeah, there's a lot of narrative juice all in that topic on its own. And then, of course, the Imperium links back to Keitel and her people. Tharsis Reformation, those new Vex, it's a continuation of that new plot where the Vex are independent thanks to Maya's meddling. So yeah, across the spectrum of Destiny, you've got these really interesting narrative threads. All of them are being held up in the background as the main story of Renegades is kind of playing out. And some of them are now starting to weave into each other and interact. And in other instances, they're just kind of like still being held up, still being given narrative flow, and they seem like they're going somewhere with it all, whether it's new characters, new places, or new enemies that we'll fight.
Right, and I like the way you ended with that, because the final question that we do have, and it's convenient that we talked about the Fate saga as a whole in general. Now that we have kind of completed the Renegades campaign, obviously we still have the dungeon, then we're going to have more story beyond and things like Shattered Cycle. I just wanted to ask, is there anything, now you personally, it's not even something that maybe you think makes sense with what we've gotten so far, but just in general that you want to see either addressed or brought into the lore when it comes to the dungeon, or even the future of post Renegades all the way through Shattered Cycle, or just anything else that we see in the future? Like, what are some things you want to see the lore kind of address?
So for the dungeon, I mean, I'm hoping to see deeper elements of the Dredgen lore. I mean, there's cool things to do with everything around the creation of the Weapons of Sorrow, the Ritual of Unmaking, how you actually make a Dredgen, the trials within darkness that Bale may have put out to test his acolytes. That's really cool stuff. I also hope the dungeon isn't entirely on board that ship that we see within the trailer. I hope we go into the Praxic Vault. I hope it is either a Praxic Vault or a Pyramid Temple, one of the two, because yeah, there's some really cool stuff that could go on in there. And from a Star Wars perspective, pyramid complexes are analogous to Sith tombs or Sith temples. And in the Star Wars lore aspect, that really makes me excited, because if you've played an old Star Wars game and gone to a planet like Korriban, which is this very much Sith-involved planet, you know that Sith tombs in particular are filled with dangerous traps, powerful artifacts, and maybe even the spirits of the restless dead seeking revenge. It'd be a really cool Star Wars tie-in if they were still going to do this. For the rest of the Fate saga generally, I mean, we heard some interesting rumblings about the things that might be going on in Chicago. It looks as though we might be going there at some point soon. And in particular, I'm going to call this one little bit out there. Some of the coolest lore about Chicago involves a monster that lies deep beneath the streets of old Chicago. There have been characters in the lore such as Shayura who've encountered it, and they don't describe it as anything other than terrifying. And it feels like that's where we're going to go next. Lode may have been seeing through the eyes of this character. Whatever it is, it's potentially tying into how we bind the Nine. And it's, you know, one of these moments where you remember that there are cool things out there in the universe of Destiny that we haven't even touched. I mean, just to give you another couple of examples, out on Triton, the moon of Neptune, the people of Neomuna discovered a bunch of terrifying space spiders that are just out there. And then also, you know, somewhere deeper into the system, closer to the asteroid belts and the territory of the reef, there is a series of gateways called the Cocytus Apertures, and they just link into the space of the Nine, and they've tried sending through matter so that they can potentially exist. And if we wanted to just walk into the realms of the Nine, maybe we could do it there. There are 10,000 different weird things in Destiny's universe, and I think we get to explore some of them with the Fate saga. They're being brought to the relevant front right now, and that's just in my personal wish list of things, but it's really cool to see that some of these things will pan out, hopefully. So yeah, that's where I'm at with that. That's what I'd love to see.
Life, you got me so excited. I feel like genuinely when you were just describing that there's this monster that lies beneath the streets of Chicago, and it may be even the key. All these little stories, it's something that I always want to see Destiny push for, is just more wacky, creative things in the future. Just even if it makes no sense to what's going on in exactly the enemy types that we're used to. Seeing giant spiders, I mean, unless you're arachnophobic, is pretty cool to fight against in a game, right? And obviously, whatever giant monster, small monster, whatever it is, being the key can be really exciting too. So thank you, Bife.
And for what it's worth, I'm going to be cheering for all of the teams out there who are trying their best. And in particular, I think this time I got to go ahead and pass my own personal hat to Mario and Luigi, the team that did Thunder Doctrine World First. I'm cheering for them. They've got some interesting kind of like history to the strats of everything now. Love to see how they do.
And ladies and gentlemen, that was the Lord Daddy himself. My name is Bife, coming in and dropping some just amazing knowledge on us. Again, it's always so cool to hear his interpretation of the narrative and the lore, and the way he's able to predict things through his game knowledge, and also put you in that scene as well. Like every time, like I had him in my ears and I wasn't sure if I was on the set or if I was like watching a YouTube video like at home.
And like I said, Lodi, sitting around the campfire, hot cocoa, marshmallow, blanket on, That's what it's like talking to Bife. So again, a big thank you to Bife for joining Evan and CB and letting these Lodis listen in on this interview. It was fantastic. Thank you.
Right, big shout out to Bife. If you guys haven't checked him out, which we know you guys already have, but at the off chance you haven't, make sure to check out his YouTube and his Twitch. Show him some support. He's continually added such a cool layer to each of our pre-shows by talking about the different raids or dungeons that are upcoming, and we're just super grateful to have him a part of the show. So thank you again, Bife. And with that being said, it is time to move on to the next segment. We are about an hour and some change from the race. So with that being said, Eva, actually Eva's not even here. I still keep.
But I think I know what you meant, Lodi.
What did you think I meant, Lodi?
Because Evan called to me in that moment.
Did he?
He wants to talk about the band.
Wait, it's not time for that yet, though. Wait, he might be calling a little too early.
Band.
Wait, no, it's a little too early.
Band.
Wait, well, not yet. Hold that thought.
Right,
There.
Evan,
Tell him to
Evan,
hold
you gotta
that
chill
thought
for a moment. These Lodi's got to talk first.
Before that, let's talk about the rules. And so with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, there are some rules that are going to be in effect as this dungeon race does go on. So we'll get that on the screen here in a quick moment. But with that being said, these are going to be, you can access this on the This Week in Destiny page, as well as on the Bungie website as well. But some of the notable things to keep in mind that you're going to be seeing here outside of making sure to sign up on that form and to link your Bungie account. There is the overlay that some people are going to be using. This isn't the overlay that you have to use. We'll show it on the screen right now, the overlay, but these are the areas that you are able to cover, whether it's the left side of the screen, we give some of that feedback, the top, that does have some of the buffs as well, and then your webcam and chat, that's over on the text chat area. Those are the three areas, no matter whether it's this overlay or your own variation, these are the areas that are okay to be covered. This is going to allow for this dungeon race for us to be able to see every single thing that's going on throughout the day. This was first implemented back in the Epic raid, and there was no stream that we weren't able to see, which was really nice for the viewer experience. So just keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, these are going to be the areas that you are able to cover.
Exactly, Lodi. And now, can we talk about it?
Let's go ahead and see the next page real quick. So almost, Lodi, almost.
Okay.
So with that being said, we just want to have one quick clarification on the not swap side, and that's the ammo type trigger removed, as well as its orb and special heavy ammo penalties. The description has also been updated to match this current behavior, as well as mentioning changes in the armor stat mods as being a trigger. So just keep in mind, there's been a lot of different questions on how not swap's going to work, and they did update and clarify just some of the tweaks to not swap. So just make sure to either check that in the TWAB or on the Bungie website as well. And now, with that being said, Lodi. Now,
let's talk about the band list.
And remember,
read them off, Lodi.
I will. And with that being said, remember, all the way up until the reset, this is subject to change. But I know this Lodi that has spoke to Evan is ready to go.
Evan is speaking to me right now.
With
not the
that
other way
being
around.
said, we got anti-barrier sniper rifle.
Banned!
We got kinetic rupture.
Banned!
When it comes to abilities, we have Widow's Strength. With the weapons, we have the Navigator Catalyst. We have the refurbished A499.
Banned.
I need a little better one than that. Refurbished A499.
Banned!
Uncivil Discourse.
Banned!
And all volatile mods.
Banned!
Mods can still be slotted, but the benefit in the dungeon. And those are going to be the things, as of now, that you're not able to use. As of right now, this can change all the way up until the reset. So keep in mind, if there are any updates to this list, we will make sure to update that graphic, and you guys will be able to see any changes in flight in this next hour, 1 minute and 38 seconds that we have. So make sure to stay tuned into the pre-show. And if any updates do come to that, we will definitely let you guys know. But seriously, guys, thank you for being with us so far.
I think I got it out of my system, Lodi. I think,
honestly, Lodi, one more.
I gotta call him up again.
One more before we move on. One more.
Okay. Yep.
Make it a good one too. Let's get like a really.
You gotta tell me something that might.
The old.
Banned!
I didn't even get to say.
There we go.
All right, well,
There
there
we
it
go.
is.
It's out of the system.
It's out of your system?
Yeah, and now that that's out of my system, I'm very happy to maybe talk about some of the teams that we're going to be watching today. We're going to be watching a bunch of teams, and obviously anybody out there who is in the lead, we will know and we will try to jump into that so that you guys can see the full action of what's going on. So just because we have these teams on our kind of predictions doesn't necessarily mean that these teams are going to win Worlds First.
Right, and Lodi, thank you for mentioning that. And one other thing before we do put the graphic up on the screen that we do just want to say is a big shout out to A-Tides, who originally with our raid zones when we were doing the community predictions, A-Tides was putting that list together of different teams to look out for when we were doing our community projections. We'll once again try to channel that up when it comes to the next raid. But in terms of this dungeon, we just want to make sure we're keeping that going and the vision that he had, like making sure that lives on. And so we're going to keep trying to shout out as many teams we can and just, give you guys a graphic at the beginning where you guys can see some of the teams that we're going to be looking out for. But the beauty about Dungeon Zone and Raid Zone, there's always going to be new teams and new faces that we're going to learn on the fly. So with that being said, at least for before the race, let's go ahead and put that graphic up on the screen and just see a few of those teams. And Lodi?
Lodi, let's talk about the team that we have first on the top left-hand corner of the screen. Mario, Luigi, and hopefully Donkey Kong, but it is Biggs right now. The Sunder Doctrine champions. I mean, what else do you have to say about in terms of a team that we got to be on the lookout for? Right. The team that just won Worlds First. And like you were saying earlier, Lodi, Mario just soloed Ribbon legit for the first time. Worlds First. Solo Ribbon legit. That's absolutely impressive. Luigi just won a tournament that Evan and CB casted for a real-life icebreaker as well as a cash prize. And Biggs was number 3 in Desert Perpetual. So, I mean, this team is absolutely insane, and it was their first time running together on the last one. Now they've had time to practice, so they're very dangerous.
It'd be very, very dangerous. And another team that's be dangerous too, there always are. And I mean, I know I mentioned A-Tides earlier, but we got to talk about Team Indebted, right? I mean, you had brought it up as the trivia question, the first contest dungeon team winner ever. And so you do see Special Hero that's going to be on Team Indebted. He's also running with Sutek and Soto. I mean, we saw, and you talked about the disparity between first place and second with Vespers. So a team that we're very much going to be looking out for, and we always are talking about Indebted, whether it's been we're tracking raid zones with things like Crota. It could have been same deal with Epic Desert Perpetual and even normal Desert Perpetual as well. I feel like we're always talking about Team Indebted, so it's one that we're always going to be looking out for.
Genuinely, and speaking of teams that we're always talking about, we can't not include Team Elysium. Right there, the first set of it. So this team is actually broken into 2 parts. We have Vendetta, Quaz, and Jif all running together on this first squad that you see up on the screen. So half of the Epic Raid World's First champions is on this team. Vendetta is also World's First in Scourge of the Past, if you guys remember when he was running with the Tier 1 squad. Quaz, I mean, what else, do you want me to go through them? We have Vault of Glass Remaster, Kingsfall Remaster, Crota Zen Remaster, Vow the Disciple, an Epic Desert Perpetual champion. And on top of that, number 3 in Sundered. Jif was number 4 in Sundered. And they were number 5 in Desert Perpetual. I mean, that's a stack.
What do you even say?
It's pretty hard. It's pretty hard to say anything else. That's a lot that I already said, is what it feels like.
And I mean, on the other side, Tim, you have Salt Vial and Obama Gaming as well, also on Elysia. I mean, it's same deal. I mean, Salt 5-time champion with Vogue, Kingsfall, Crotazet, Val, Epic Desert Perpetual. I mean, but he's also very decorated when it comes to dungeons too. Number 4 with Vespers, number 3 with Sundered. I mean, Val has Kingsfall, Crotazet, Epic Desert Perpetual. Obama Gaming was Duality World's First. And I mean, also, as I mentioned, Epic Desert Perpetual champion as well. But with that being said, I want to talk a little bit about, and speaking of us being in the set, the first zone that we did in the set was Desert Perpetual, so we need to talk about Team Nuts. So there's 2 teams for Team Nuts as well. Also, to shout out before I get into the names of the team, Bog and my dog, our good friend, is going to be coaching both squads. With that being said, we got Snazzy, Ham, and Silken. I mean, when it comes to Ham, before we even talk about the raids, I mean, he was World's First on Ghost of the Deep, which is insane. So I mean, that's the dungeon side, but then obviously there's the Desert Perpetual and the Salvation's Edge side as well, which is just, I mean, what even needs to be said after that point in time? I mean, you got the Caretaker King, Mr. Snazzy Rock. I mean, where do you even start with Snazzy? I mean, solo flawless Vogue first ever to have. I mean, it was insane when that happened. And I mean, what hasn't he done from the solo perspective? And I mean, also Silken, our good friend, I mean, seeing him do so many cool things on the solo side, and really is the one, as well as everybody in the community, making those solo tournaments happen. And so just an amazing player to round out that squad. And then the other half too, Mitch and Scaria and Melito as well. Once again, the other half of the Desert Perpetual world's first team. And Mitch was 7th on Grasp Average too. So I mean, they got a lot of different things going on.
They do. And I think with Dungeons, a lot of people know their raid history. They know the feeling of their raid histories. They know a lot of the kind of more nuanced trivia because we've been doing the raid zones for so long. But when it comes to Dungeon zones, yes, we've been doing them for a while, but I think Dungeons are still in that unknown territory. So like you said, Mitch being 7th on Grasp is something that I don't think a lot of people would know. Just like maybe people wouldn't know about Team Nerd Bob. This team is composed of Zemo, Conquer, and Southside Shorty. So this team has some gamers, and we know Zemo. And I know Zemo very well from doing the world's first solo Root of Nightmares, the first to be a solo flawless raid in all of Destiny 2, and something that hadn't been done since
Axis.
It's
a long time ago. It's a
very long time ago. So, I mean, it's absolutely impressive what they've been able to pull off. But this team, not only solo flawless world's first, but a lot of dungeon speedrun world records from this team as well. So, definitely one to look out for. And on top of another team to look out for, a team that always finds their way to get to the final boss first. Let's talk about ATP, OnPam, and Husk. This is a squad that ATP at this point, we just know will find a way to get to the final encounter. Will this be the one that ATP is able to pull it off? We will have to see. ATP is an amazing puzzle solver with things like Verity. I mean, we were watching the first POV at least that we saw clear it. And on top of that, he was 3rd in Salvation's Edge, 7th in King's Fall, 11th in Sundered. OnPam is also 11th in the reprised King's Fall. So, I mean, absolute gamers on this team.
Absolute gamers. And another team of gamers, to go back to that trivia question that I talked about earlier, I said what was the quickest dungeon race ever, and obviously the answer ended up being Spire the Watcher. We have T-Storm, Flarps, and Artsy. So T-Storm was on that world's first Spire the Watcher team, but Artsy also very decorated as well. I mean, number 8 in Des Perpetual, number 10 in Salvation's Edge, number 4 in Crota's End, number 7 in Run, number 7 in Val, and I mean, and also number 7 in Epic Desert Perpetual as well. And then you have Flarps, who was number 13 on Sundered. So, I mean, a really great team with T-Storm as well. But to move on to another team that we just watched a lot over the course of these.
Definitely
yeah,
did.
they've watched a lot on the course of Desert Perpetual and Epic Desert Perpetual. Let's talk about Team Wordle in 3.
Let's talk about them.
They've split their team up into 2, as some of the other teams have, like we've talked about with Team Nuts, Elysium, and some of the others as well. With that being said, we have Llama, Toady, and Tokto as well. And then the other side, we have G Miners, Silence Death, and TE. They've been absolutely killing it. Like we said, I feel like they've broken out to a massive lead on both of the last 2 races, Desert Perpetual and Epic Desert Perpetual. And I mean, their placements were 13th and 11th. So I mean, this is a team that we're going to be watching very, very closely.
Definitely. And I mean, just across the board, Team Wordle in 3 is a team that always finds a way to impress me, because every single time it's like they're getting better and better and better and better. And like you just said, in Epic Desert Perpetual, they were right there.
Right.
It was theirs to lose. And unfortunately, Desert Perpetual was hard. Epic Desert Perpetual, that final encounter was brutal. We saw so many teams go down in that moment.
Right.
And so we're hoping to see, can Team Wordle in 3 climb back and say, hey, look, we've gotten better each time. Are we going to pull off a world's first? Will this be their time, Lodi?
Right. I mean, Lodi, we're going to see. I mean, the next team we're going to talk about too, Lodi, I'm actually really, really excited for too. So we were talking a little bit earlier about how Raid Zone is global and how Dungeon Zone is global. We're trying to make sure we're covering teams from all over the world. And one of those areas is China. And we're going to be covering Team 14628 with ZCP, EMT, and DP. And I mean, this is a goated team. All 3 of these members were on the number 2 Epic Desert Perpetual team. And I mean, we just watched ZCP on the solo tournament, who brought home the still hunt by soloing the Witness on the final part of that tournament. I mean, one of the best players out there. He's insane.
Absolutely insane. And on top of that, like Lodi just said, we are going to have Billy up and ready to go for this event. So make sure that you guys are tuned in, because we're going to have a bunch of different POVs and places from all over the world, like Billy. And speaking on ZCP, it was so fun casting the solo event because the whole time ZCP is doing things that everybody is lost for words on how far this man has gone on all of his solos. And his favorite thing that he said Dabs is the GOAT, as in Snazzy is the GOAT. That is ZCP's favorite player, and their friendship and their bond is very, very strong. So it's going to be really cool to see that today. But Lodi, I feel a little hungry.
Yeah.
Potentially could use a burger.
Okay.
Good thing we have a team.
All right.
Team burger.
Okay.
And
Who's
this
on that
one
team?
is composed of Sweatcicle, Rexos, and Ryan. This team has Sweat from the world's first Prophecy dungeon. And on top of that, being a 3-time world's first racer as a whole, Rexos was also, if you guys were paying attention, we're here for trivia time. Rexos was world's first Inspire of the Watcher, the fastest dungeon to ever get cleared, as my Lodi told me all the way back then. So, yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see if Team Burger can kind of push their way through and figure out the next big step for their team, because they looked really impressive on Desert Perpetual.
Performed very well when it came to Desert Perpetual. And with that being said, let's talk about another amazing team out there, Team Aegis, Aqua, and Bran. I mean, what is there to say about Aegis? I mean, Aegis, one of the brains of the community, brings us so many different strats, tests just about every single thing that exists. Definitely one of the, the smartest people that's out there. Just an absolute amazing gamer, insane on the speed run scene. And I mean, his videos are fantastic. I'm sure you guys have watched a ton of them. I mean, another team we're really going to be watching out for.
Definitely. And just like another team that we're going to be watching out for, it's Math Class. I mean, we're always watching out for Math Class, but unfortunately on this race, Data will actually not be here. He's let everybody know that he already had booked pre-plans before this, and so Data, this is actually going to be his first day one that he is not going to be a part of.
Right.
So I'm actually very interested to see how the team of Math Class of Scaro, Hoon, and Dennis kind of come together and figure this out, because we know that Scaro 9 loves his puzzles. And Scaro 9 was also third in Salvation's Edge. So again, another absolute gamer, and Hoon and Dennis are also absolute gamers. They were, I remember Hoon was a part of the chess puzzle event that happened last year. And being in there and breaking down all those numbers was, Lodi, it was crazy.
It was Lodi, and with that being said, let's also talk about Team Rim, Strafe, and Zazzy as well. We love Rim, and we're talking about Silk in a little bit with that solo tournament as well. I mean, Rim also a big factor is that, as well as the rest of the solo community as well. But with that being said, I mean, we've watched Rem a bunch on some of the earlier raid zones. I mean, he was number 4 on Crota, number 5 on Kingsfall, to bring it over to the dungeon side, number 2 on Ghost of the Deep, number 4 on Spire of the Watcher. And we got Zazzy, who was number 8 on Desert Perpetual, and number 7 on Crota's End, number 10 on Sunder to bring it back to dungeons, and then Strafe was number 19 in Desert Perpetual, so another really good team to look out for.
Absolutely, Lodi. And speaking of teams, I feel like we're going to keep saying speaking of teams to look out for, because we have another one coming up, and that's Team Parabellum. Both halves are playing in Team Parabellum, but I'm going to talk about the first one first. Jake, Dreketh Shadow, and Mork. Jake and Dreketh were both world's first Salvation's Edge champions. On top of that, number 3 in Crota's End. Draketh is number 10 in Deepstone Crypt. Jake and Draketh were number 8 in Vespers Host. Mork was number 2 in Vow.
Yeah, let's
number
talk about
2.
Mork for a second too, because we were just talking about Data earlier.
We were.
I mean, he was in a lot of those teams.
We were, and so Mork was a part of a lot of these Math Class teams, including number 2 in Crown of Sorrows. That moment, that unfortunate moment where you thought that maybe Math Class pulled that one off, but they were just barely beaten out. Mork was a part of that number 2 team there. He's also number 3 in Grasp of Avarice, number 4 in Duality, number 2 in Spire of the Watcher, number 10 in Ghost of the Deep, number 9 in Sunder Doctrine, and number 4 in Epic Desert Perpetual. So Mork has a crazy resume. Absolutely insane. And we're going to have to see if Mork can get his first belt. Grab the belt, pull it down, or I guess in this case, the trophy.
Right.
Well, maybe not. No, maybe not that trophy.
Not that one.
But on top of that, we have another team from Parabellum of Astro, Substancer, and Knocker. Astro was number 1 in Salvation's Edge, number 3 in Crota's End, number 10 in Deepstone Crypt, with Substancer going world's first in Ghost of the Deep, number 9 in Crota's End, number 2 in Kingsfall, and Knocker was number 6 in Vow, number 8 in Kingsfall, and number 4 in Epic Desert Perpetual.
Yeah, I mean, Parabellum performed so incredibly well in that Epic Desert Perpetual. I mean, all 6 of them, number 4 for Epic DP. So, I mean, it was an absolute insane performance from them, and, you know, we're going to be watching them very closely. And then lastly, to round us out, Team Redemption. We had Limzo up a bunch in these last few raid zones as well.
Well, Evan and CB have.
Evan and CB have. And with that being said, we'll be following them closely as well with Limzo, Milax, and Feox as well. And they were number 9 on Epic Desert Perpetual, and they were super competitive in both of these last 2 raid zones that we've done. So we'll be watching them very, very closely.
Definitely, Lodi. I'm very, very excited to see how today goes. And we're curious, if you guys have a team that you see on here that you are either rooting for or you think will win, maybe you don't like them, but you're like, I want to see, yeah, they're probably going to win. Who do you guys think will win based on the teams that we have here? Or is it a team that is not here at all? Is it you? Are you the winner?
The winner could be in chat right now, Lodi.
Lodi.
That's the beauty with things like this, is that, yes, there will be teams that we'll see that are familiar faces. That'll always be a thing, but there'll always be new faces. And that's the point of these events, guys. I'm hoping that by the time this stream ends, there'll be new faces and new teams and new channels that you'll be able to follow and hang out with, and to be able to essentially, I would say, just spread the love and the knowledge of the different amazing people in the community, because there's so many people that are so insanely talented and goated in this community. But obviously, it's impossible to know every single person, but we do want to try our best to make sure that we are featuring as many of these amazing gamers in our community as possible.
Definitely. And Lodi, I'm reading some of these responses right now. I saw a lot of Wordle in 3. I saw a lot of ATP. I saw a lot of Elysium. I saw a lot of wanting math class to win. I'm seeing Team from China. Team from China is there. We just talked about them, actually. I'm seeing Indebted, Parabellum.
Yep. I'm seeing a special hero sweep I'm seeing on this side as well.
Yep.
I mean, I'm seeing some Indebted. I'm seeing some math class. I mean, I'm seeing some Elysium. I'm seeing some of everything.
I'm seeing Nerd Bob. I'm seeing Team Burger. I'm seeing all sorts of different answers. And I think that makes the competitive spirit and the fun, like the fun, like cheery competitive spirit of a day one. And I think it's what makes it special. It's hype.
It does. And
this is fun, Lodi.
We're going to be scouring all of the ends of the internet. I mean, shout out to all of our team in the back end, all of our mods, all of our production crew. But we are going to be trying to do our best, whether it's people on Twitch, YouTube, Billy. We're going to be doing our best to make sure that we are featuring whoever is in the lead and try to keep you guys in the action so there's no questions on what's going on. As we mentioned earlier, but we'll mention it again, there's new features that we have on the stream as well. One of those being instant replays. So we'll try to keep you guys in the action as different encounters get cleared and stuff like that. And we're just super excited, guys. I mean, we're 43 minutes away from the race.
43 minutes away from Equilibrium. It's not just a race. Like Lodi, like you said earlier, it's got to be a mold-breaking race. It's got to be something new, something that kicks off the Fate saga of dungeons. So what does that look like? And Lodi, I'm very, very excited.
Lodi, I am too, because I mean, it's ultimately, especially when you just think about what Desert Perpetual ended up being and how, I mean, I think a lot of people went in with one kind of idea of what raid races looked like, and we ended up leaving with a very different outtake on everything, right? With that being said, I do wonder what the surprise or what the twist is going to be for this one. I'm really excited. I mean, it's going to be a really fun challenge for all of these racers that we've mentioned, and only one team can come out on top.
One team can come out on top. And Lodi, if Evan and CB make it to the set in time, maybe we can jump in there. Maybe we can come out on top.
I mean, maybe that's what they're doing. Maybe CB and Evan, maybe they just wanted to participate. Maybe they saw how that cool-looking exotic trophy looked, and they were like, actually, you know what?
You're telling me, Lodi, they don't want this trophy?
I don't know if anybody wants the trophy the way it's looking right now, to be honest. Not that one. Not that one's on the ground. I don't think they want that one. That one has seen better days.
Lodi, it's fine. We can fix it up. It'll be all good to go. But again, everybody, thank you for being a part of this so far. We have so much more in store. We're very, very excited. Don't go anywhere, because like I'm telling you, there is a decent amount of stuff going on today in terms of the pre-show and of course the main event, which is kicking off very, very soon. We are almost 40 minutes away from kickoff, from the time where everybody can spam enter. Why won't it load? I'm trying. Find the dungeon. Where's the dungeon? It's always the most exciting feeling.
It is.
Where is the dungeon? Is it in? Is it there? Oh, it's live. It's live. That's the best feeling.
And the big question is there anybody in chat that's going to be running today? I know that once we get going, it'll be, you know, everything will be flying, everything will be fast paced, but is there anybody that's planning on jumping in at launch? Leave anybody in chat, any gamers? Any gamers that are going to be gaming?
Phoenix is saying that he's going to win it. He said, I'm going to win it.
Let's go. I see Miss Covey says yep. Ghostly says I am.
Saying me, my team is running.
Yep.
I'm running solo.
Nocturnal. Let's go. I love it. Nathan as well.
I'll be secret hunting, which is a very interesting side.
Nice.
Looking for the little lure tabs, some secrets, whatnot.
Yeah, maybe some of those things that Allison said that we'll have to wait and find. You know,
Absolutely.
who knows? We'll see.
Okay, I'm running it. I can't. I'm busy watching.
Oh, well, I appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Seriously, thank you guys for being here. And speaking of things to watch, guys, and I know we're talking about the dungeon, we're talking about who's going to be running, and I'm really happy to see how many people are saying that they are. I'm really excited. I mean, whether you guys are in the action with us, locked in and watching the show, or whether you're in tandem playing while listening, you know, we really, really appreciate you. But it's been so cool so far. We've got to talk about so many different aspects of the dungeons and even raids. We talked a little bit about raids as well. But we have something really special that we want to do next. And we, now as an Evan and CB, they got to sit down and talk to the Rat team.
The Rat team.
The Rat team, who makes all of these experiences that we see every single day one.
The
We got
Rat
to
team.
Ask some questions. Who do we get to talk to?
We got to talk to Christian Chojnacki and Ryan Baker, environmental artists on RAD, and ask them questions, pick their brain about Destiny and about RAD. Let's go to it.
We're very excited today to have Christian and Ryan from the RAD team just ask some questions about what's going on in raids and dungeons, the things that people don't really know, the things that people want to know, but obviously the things that have to be kept secret. So Christian, Ryan, thank you for joining us. Can you introduce what you do for the community?
Absolutely. I'm an environment artist on the Raids and Dungeons team.
I myself am also a senior environment artist on the Raid and Dungeon team at Bungie.
Thank you guys both for being here. We appreciate you letting us pick your brains, and let's just go ahead and jump right into it. And Christian, since my name is also Christian, we'll just start with you. We'll start in the Christian to Christian connection. So let's go ahead and dive right in. So in terms of from the environment perspective, when it comes to dungeons and raids, because obviously we have the dungeon race that's coming today, what was your favorite environmental design that you got to work on? It could be from a dungeon, it could be from a raid, just either that really stands out to you and that resonates with you.
Yeah, absolutely. My favorite, I think, has to be Salvation's Edge for how diverse the environments are, the puzzles are, the encounters, traversals, everything. It was a lot of pressure to come up with a raid that sort of acts as a capstone for the Light and Darkness saga. And we knew that it was going to be compared to other titans like Last Wish, Vow of the Disciple. So we really had to make an experience that felt like a culmination, a peak of what it means to raid. So taking something familiar like the pyramid visuals, which we've seen several times at that point, using it in new ways. The architecture has to be innovative, and we need to create novel and new experiences and encounters. Twists that subvert players' expectations, and all at like a difficulty and grandeur that feels appropriate for taking down a being that brought upon the collapse.
Ryan, I have a question for you. My name is not Ryan, by the way. I wish that it was for this moment and this question specifically, because I thought that would be really cool. But in terms of raids and dungeons, is there any kind of like inspirations that you guys take from that you're like, ooh, this in real life would work really well for this dungeon specifically?
Yeah, I guess I would use Warlord's Ruin as an example. Pulling inspiration from the real world. How are we going to hit that fantasy of the snowy mountain peaks on a crisp winter day, looking at places like the Alps or Patagonia, climbing the Andes, and the kind of the striking visuals we get from those mountain ranges, researching everything from older civilizations, ancient castle ruins, and how we can bring that into the environments we're building. And then on a personal level, pulling from media that I grew up with, reading books, playing games, digging into that dark fantasy setting that I feel is so inspiring personally, and I know a lot of other people on the team really enjoyed. That's one of the most exciting parts about working on Destiny, is we have such a wide spectrum of content to pull from, whether it's the fantasy side, the science fiction side, and the team really just throws out a lot of great ideas, and we got to really riff on each other and come up with something cool.
That sounds really cool, Ryan. And I want to stay with you just for one quick moment here, too. You talked about some of the things that you got to personally work on and that personally resonated with you. Is there anything that you've ever worked on that you thought they'll never find this, or just something that just something that really stands out that you put in that was like, well, I wonder if players will find this, and and maybe they did or maybe they didn't, but just some sort of story that kind of strikes that chord.
I'll go to Warlord's Ruin as a good example too. There was a fun Easter egg in that dungeon, which was something that we got to kind of brainstorm and come up with. Players quickly found it. It's not like we can hide things very well. But it was just a fun nod to the archetypes of the Guardians. And then as far as like things that I'm really proud of, digging into the traversals, like I really enjoy building difficult traversals and having that challenge with platforming through areas, and there's cool storytelling we can create. The blender room with like the giant blight inside of the heart of the mountain was something I was really proud of, because I thought it was going to be really challenging, but ended up being I remember taking an early prototype of it into a playtest and maybe being a little hesitant of like, I think I made it a little too difficult. But then like coming out of the playtest and just hearing everybody on the rad team like laughing and like they were having so much fun watching their friends get hit by obstacles and overcoming that challenge. I got a lot of really good feedback on like, okay, there's something here that we can really polish and like find the fun in this moment.
No, for sure. And I would definitely say, just on a personal level, like Warlord's Ruin as an example, and hearing some of the stories from that is so cool, because that's one of my favorite dungeons. It might be my favorite dungeon. I kind of wish there's contest mode for that one, because that's a great dungeon all around it, and like just having it even harder would be even more fun. I do have some questions, or I have a question for Christian. So obviously Destiny has some of the most striking and visually unique environments in all of gaming. And I'd even say, I'd stretch it to all of fiction in general. Like Destiny has some insane environments if you really think about it over the years. With those environments and with just how much praise, especially the art team gets on these environments, do you ever feel like there's pressure to like one up yourself? Do you even feel like that's the goal? Like, take me through that.
Yeah. So first off, as a fan of the game, I absolutely agree. I remember having to pick up my jaw off the floor first time I stepped into Valve the Disciple, getting in a Volk's Pyramid ship. That was just such an amazing experience. All I could think about was all of the places that I still wanted to explore. So surprisingly, I actually don't feel that pressure. If anything, I feel empowered along with the raid and dungeon team. Like everyone on the team is so excited for the next project. It's, a constant cycle of reigniting our passion for the game. And of course, we have our retrospectives and self-critique, what could have gone better. But at the end of the day, there's always something next, and we just can't wait for that. So I don't really feel like that's any of the goal to like have to one up ourselves. We're just making stuff that we want to explore and that we want to play.
Well, I love that. And staying on that, Christian, like when it does come to that next thing, like you said, you put something out and it's on to the next thing you guys start working on, and always like being excited for that next new idea, the next new thing that you guys are working on. Where do some of those ideas sometimes come from? Like, do you ever find yourself, maybe you're watching a movie and randomly you get inspired by something? It could be from games from a childhood. Like, where does some of that inspiration sometimes come from? Like, can you maybe walk us through maybe some times that you've been inspired in a moment and then taken that into maybe how you iterated in the game?
Yeah, so I've actually been doing a lot of travel recently to various cities in Europe, like Rome, Paris, Amsterdam, Bucharest, and I always bring my camera with me. So I'm always taking tons of photos, and it's not of like what you would normally take photos of. I like taking like odd angles and different perspectives. Everyone's seen the Eiffel Tower, but when I was there in person, I didn't realize you could actually walk up the stairs of it. And I did that, and I was like, I could see the inside, how it was made. It was just such cool moments seeing all that like lattice work and the human elements to it. It's like, wow, we made that. That's something that we made with our hands. And so I have a whole separate hard drive full of, reference of old wood joinery, history, stone blocks, modern metalworks. And myself, Ryan, a lot of the team, we take a lot of inspiration from history. And, these structures in real life are just marvelous, and they're just great sources of inspiration. So we think about these, like I said, the Eiffel Tower, there are details to it. Like you can walk up in and around it. And so like we need to do the same with raids. So it's often about the smaller details, like how this was made, like what tool was used to carve this, and things like that applied in our raids and in the environments we do really just take them to the next level and really like make them full of life and just make them much deeper of an experience for our players to, run through.
No, definitely. And I think like those inspirations is definitely something that we've talked about a decent amount so far. But Ryan, I actually wanted to go back to you because you brought this up earlier. You were like, okay, games that when I played when I was younger give me all these ideas that I can at least build a foundation off of. Has there ever been that, like, an example of that game or that movie or that book that really made you go, dang, I got to find a way to incorporate this, at least on a basic starting point, into a raid or dungeon?
Absolutely. More examples than I can count of like a book, a piece of media, a game that I played that so many of those moments of the atmosphere and the environment, the sense of wonder you get exploring a place, the reveals of a big story moment or cinematic beat, and like really thinking about how that made me feel. But then from a design perspective, why did it make me feel that way?
I mean, you guys have made so many breathtaking things in raids and dungeons. And these next couple questions, I want to ask both of you guys. And then I think the last question Evan's going to ask both of you guys as well. But I want to know, from seeing all those breathtaking moments, are there any like specific things you can think about challenge wise, where you were trying to make something and you hit a roadblock and you had to think outside of the box in order to figure out how to make something work visually? Like, just talk us through some of the challenges when it comes to the visual side and the art side. Like, I would love to hear from both of you on this one.
Each project, again, speaking to like the breadth of content in Destiny, each project is so unique. I think like, okay, I've solved one problem, but the next project presents brand new obstacles or challenges to think about. A good example was working on the Vespers host. We wanted to take the Exo palette, which is one of my favorite like thematic like palettes in the game. And we wanted to give it a fresh coat of paint. We wanted to evolve it a little bit in this new style. And it's very clean and austere and sterile because it's like science equipment. But the thematic setting for Vesper's hosts, we needed chaos and destruction, and like trying to marry those two, like figure out a bridge between those two ideas was incredibly, that was a huge challenge for the art team. There was a lot of time spent carefully planning and prototyping, and I think what the team, like what we ended up coming up with, turned out like stunning.
Yeah, for me, it was Root of Nightmares. I think there wasn't trouble coming up with something exciting. It was more about the execution of it. It was, a collision between light and dark. You could more easily say and describe it than you could actually make it as an artist. It's like the Traveler's terraforming powers colliding with, a pyramid, onyx obsidian hull, of a pyramid ship. I think our concept team did great, and they provided just breathtaking concepts, like a myriad of cool visuals and everything. But the struggle was translating that into a 3D space. It almost felt like Lovecraftian, like the color out of space. Something about that genre is more easily translated in people's minds as like a written thing rather than you seeing it. And so when you start to combine opposites, we didn't want what is actually in between, white and black is, gray. We wanted to have it be like a violently beautiful kaleidoscope of paracausality, something incomprehensible made real. Such an abstract concept. And as an artist, the challenge is, all right, well, what does that look like? What does that look like from this side or this angle? You got to walk through a tunnel made of traveler roots that are eating up a pyramid. So that was, I think, the most difficult for me. But despite those hardships, I think the raid was extremely successful visually in such amazing ways.
So I have a question for both of you just to wrap us up here. And I guess it's, in a way, it's a selfish question about our own show, but it's also a question for the entire community. Obviously, you guys have worked on so many different raids and dungeons, but has there been a favorite raid or dungeon race moment from watching the world's first? Was it seeing that Vow of the Disciple reveal and seeing the community reacting to the pyramid? What was it for you guys?
So my favorite moments of any race are first reactions. You step into a room and it's the whoa, what? Like everyone freaking out. I live for those moments. Like you only really get to experience something for the first time once. And so, in recent memory, the epic Desert Perpetual, when they jump through the portal and enter, the kernel for the first time, it was just like, we wanted players to feel subatomic, something they've never felt before, and just we wanted the visuals to impress people, and it was, that, and just seeing people's faces light up, the reactions be like so big, and just all of that. Running through Deepstone Crypt and hearing that music kick on for the first time in that traversal, like you only experience that for the first time, like I said, once, and so we gotta nail that. And I think seeing that in any race is always like, yes, like it paid off just for that like split second of reaction. I literally look forward to that every race.
Yeah, I think to add to what Christian's saying, those moments, those reveals, that is super rewarding for the team, and like personally, just seeing people enjoying what we're making, enjoying the art and the experience. I was gonna say, I've always been a big fan of puzzles and ARGs and different ways to interact with games. So I was really excited for not just watching the Vespers host race, because that was so exciting and it was cool to have the race, but after the world, like the first team cleared, people were jumping in. It kicked off the second secret race, which was the community puzzle that was hidden several layers deep. And so that on a personal level was just super exciting to be like watching on all these different social media, all across platforms, the community coming together, trying to solve and crack this thing, and teams sharing information. Those social moments of collaboration are really exciting.
Well, guys, we want to say thank you so much for not only taking the time for this interview, but on a more important level. And Christian, you were really striking on this too, like that you really only get certain moments once. Like you guys have created so many moments for us that we're never going to forget, that have been some of our most favorite moments, not just in Destiny, but in gaming in general. Like I feel like these day one moments are moments that we not only really cherish and never forget, but it's the reason why Evan and I want to do shows like these, because what you guys deliver is so special. So we just want to say thank you to both of you all, and just thank you for taking the time and doing what you all do.
Absolutely, and it is a pleasure. We enjoy doing it, the whole team, everyone involved.
Yeah, it's an honor. Thank you.
Well, with that, we'll take it back to our racers, as we obviously have our a dungeon race this time to see. But guys, just thank you so much. We look forward to chatting in the future.
Everyone, welcome back to the show. It's so good to see you.
Welcome back.
Christian, Ryan, it was great to get a chance to talk to you guys. We really appreciate you joining us on the show. But hey, everyone, welcome back. Lodi here, and as you can probably tell, obviously, Lodi and I, we are joined by Lodi.
Lodi, glad to be here.
Lodi, welcome
Thank
back
you.
to the show.
Thanks
It's
for
so
joining
good
us.
to see you.
Yeah, you've been doing a great job, Lodi. Yeah, thank
so
you.
far.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
It's been a long and a short time since we've seen you. How's time been treating you?
Time is weird right now. Like my journal says I've been here for 4 weeks, but the 5 o'clock shadow is telling.
Yeah.
Would you maybe say it's broken then? I don't know. I feel like this
time is broken.
Interesting.
Broken
All right.
on Mercury.
Yeah.
You need to investigate.
Do we need to? Okay. All right. Off we go. Well,
I'm here to figure it out.
Good.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Well, welcome back to the show. It's so good to see you. Everyone in chat, thank you, by the way, for taking the time to join us today. It's good to see y'all. Welcome back. Everyone, we got a really exciting show for you today. We're really looking forward to obviously getting a chance to go ahead and dive into a brand new dungeon experience. But before we get there, Lodi, I feel like, first of all, your eye is looking great.
Who are you talking to?
Great.
Lodi, obviously.
Lodi.
Yeah.
No, you were talking to.
Well, I mean, there's other.
We're talking to all the other Lodis.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But do you have any messages from Six for us today, or?
No.
No. Okay.
No.
All right. What about I don't know, maybe 7?
And that's going to be the end of the show. We're going to wrap it up. Dungeons canceled. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in.
It's so good. Yes, that's you know what, it's done. This is it. Yeah. We're shutting it all down.
167 joke is all it takes.
That's again. We're time lost. All right. Is that a new joke for the children of Earth, or
that joke is always right. It's timeless.
It's timeless.
Timeless.
You know what? We did it, everyone.
So
all right.
You told me that we're gonna run a race, or is there gonna be a race?
Yeah. We're gonna go and do a little foot race across the laws.
Okay. Okay, that's
true. Yeah, it's I mean, I gotta tell you, Kepler really has some great running routes on it.
It does.
It's been really lovely out there. Depending on what world tier you're in, it can be more or less challenging.
Yeah, maybe we do a little sparrow racing.
But you had to say it, didn't you?
I had to.
You had to say it.
I had to say it.
I'm
sorry.
Honestly, I understand. It's as someone who was quite the sparrow racer back in their day.
Yeah,
I get it. It's totally fair. But yeah, we got some Equilibrium today, I believe, is what's on the docket. It's very exciting.
We do, yeah. And if you watch the stream for an hour, you can unlock the Paranoia Pink emblem.
Oh,
Pretty. Yeah, very pretty.
Can we? Is there any way? By the way, again, an hour. I feel like we have a tenuous relationship with time.
Yes. Yeah.
Really curious about what. So again, they have to connect their Twitch account.
Connect your Twitch account.
Okay.
Watch for an hour.
Love it.
Maybe 2 if Twitch is not liking us.
Love it. Also, Atheon Undying is reminding us that we need to be banned now that we've mentioned 6, 7. So
okay. Good.
Again, what does 6 feel about this? Again, I feel like you're kind of our real line here, Lodi. Can you help us out?
I can't disclose that.
Fair enough. Okay. All right. And again, what happened to your eye? I feel like it's looking a lot better these days.
It's getting better.
Is it really?
It's
Okay.
It's
Nice.
feeling a lot
Just put
better.
some drops in there, here and there. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah. Good.
Well, we got a big show today, obviously. We're going to go ahead, and again, we got drops available, so make sure you have your accounts connected. And more than anything, you guys have any ideas on who you think is going to take the race today? I know you can look into the future, but...
I know who's going to win.
You know who's going to
win.
win.
But I don't want to ruin it for everybody.
This is awkward now.
You know?
Jeez. All right.
My money's on Lodi.
Your money's on Lodi?
Yeah.
That's great. Okay. What's your favorite exotic, Lodi? You've been here now on Kepler for a while. You've met some Guardians. What's your most treasured exotic?
It's going to be surprising, but it's the last word.
Is it really? Yeah.
No, it's not.
Oh, well, now I don't know who to believe.
You can never trust a Lodi, to be
honestly,
honest.
thank you.
What about you, Lodi?
Lodi.
What?
Hey,
Lodi. Hey, Lodi.
Lodi.
Lodi. What's up, Lodi?
Lodi.
How you doing?
Lodi.
What are you guys doing? What's up?
Oh my God.
Lodi.
Lodi. This is something. Time is broken.
Time's weird.
Something is going on. This is
What's
concerning.
This is our show. We're doing.
Yeah. We've been doing Dungeon Zone for a while.
I was invited.
Yeah, we've been here since like 6
Lodi,
a.m.
it was our Lodi time to do this show.
I thought you.
Lodi, I
a
thought
little
that
confusing
this was
for
going to
us.
be our show, as it turns out.
Lodi.
We planned this earlier.
Lodi.
This was not a part of the plan.
Look, we talked about
We talked to the 9
honestly,
earlier,
we
and that's
did.
not what
All
they
right.
said.
You know what?
That's not what they said.
I know Six
That's
has
not
been
what
up
they
to some
said
stuff
earlier.
lately.
We lose
but
3, and it all just goes to bits, unfortunately.
9, on the other hand, decided that it's our time to actually do the show.
Well,
so.
you know what? I'm going to talk to Maya about this.
That's fine.
She's got strong feelings about what the 9 thinks.
Well, you can talk to her, but it's going to be
do you want me to-
off the set.
Okay.
Off the
All
set,
right.
you're gonna
Okay.
talk.
You know what?
Off the set.
You know what? I'm going, but because I want to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
That's
That's fine.
That's fine.
All
Lodi.
right, you do that then.
I can stay though. I'm not with.
Lodi's. It
Fair.
was Lodi's.
Wow, you just turned
nice
on us
seeing
that
you, Lodi.
fast.
Lodi, cards later. Cards later, Lodi. Yeah, cards
We'll
later.
see you
Cards
tonight.
later, yeah.
Emissary.
Yeah.
Emissary.
Those Vex
emissary.
cards have some good cards.
Perfect.
We'll see you at the Lodi
Talk about the
convention.
Vex.
Yes.
Ball.
Perfect.
Absolutely insane at cards.
That's honestly, you
All right.
know, you wouldn't expect
Lodi.
it.
You
Big
wouldn't
hands.
expect it.
Lodi's.
Lodi.
No more.
Yeah, Lodi.
We have a show.
We have a show.
I know.
Lodi.
I guess.
Lodi.
Okay.
Yep,
Okay.
we have
All
a
right.
show.
Fair enough. All right.
Yep.
This
All
way.
right.
Lodi. This way.
Oh, Bob, don't remember.
This way. This way.
Lodi. I don't know where Evan and CB are, but they need to find their way over here.
The Lodis just keep multiplying, and I am starting to go a little crazy here. But one thing that I want to mention,
Yeah, Lodi.
is that we got a dungeon race in 20 minutes.
In 20 minutes?
We got a dungeon race in 20 minutes.
Well, Lodi, not
Lodi?
to be specific, and
Yes?
math on you, but we do have a timer on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. It says 17 minutes and 46, 5, 4, 3.
You possessed by the 9? Why are you counting like that?
Maybe 3 came back on this one.
Yeah?
Yeah, talk to me for a little bit.
Guys, all jokes aside, thank you so much for being here with us on this pre-show so far. We hope you guys have enjoyed everything. I mean, there's been so many different things that, we're just so grateful that we've gotten to kind of bring you guys for today's pre-show, whether it's been speaking to Tom, whether it's been speaking to Allison, or the world's first team and Mario, Luigi, and Biggs, or getting to hear the perspectives of Bife, and now most recently from Christian and Ryan. I mean, this has just been... It's been a whole lot going on, and we appreciate you guys sticking through us with it.
Definitely. And again, a big thank you to Lucasfilms for helping out, and Bungie for helping out and letting this set be what it is, and letting us enjoy our nice drinks, and letting us do all this fun stuff. I got to throw a trophy today.
You did throw a trophy, Lodi.
Now, I
don't
thought
throw
it was
any
the
more trophies.
If the actual Equilibrium trophy shows up on this desk at some point, I will not throw that trophy. Okay?
I'm
That's
gonna
promise. Lodi, that's promise.
hold you to that.
Promise,
Lodi.
Lodi.
Emissaries of the Nine are not allowed to lie.
That sounds like the truth, Lodi. That sounds like the truth. Well, again, everybody, thank you for being a part of our pre-show so far. We're almost done wrapping up. We'll get you right into the action very, very soon. We have, obviously, something very special planned to kick us off into the pre-show, or into the main show. However, we want to say again, a big thank you to everybody who has watched so far. Thank you so much for being a part of this across the board production. Thank you to Bungie. Thank you to Lucasfilms. Thank you to the whole entire community for watching. Thank you, everybody, the mods behind the scenes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Enough thank yous. Thank you, thank you.
Right. I mean, it's been so cool to see the evolution of all of the different Dungeon Zone and Raid Zone streams, and it really doesn't happen without you all first. So thank you all for the support. Once again, too, if you do want to join the Discord to continue to kind of follow our journey, you can by typing !Discord. If you guys are hanging out on the Twitch chat, those drops are active, as the other Lodis I heard say before we quickly kicked them off the screen, because that was not part of the plan for Lodi 3, 4, and 5 to show up. We told them not to do that, but they did anyways. But with that being said, make sure to take advantage of those drops. Remember also too, guys, if you do complete the contest dungeon, there is that jacket. There is the contest emblem. On the YouTube side for the Twitch drop, we will be sprinkling those in, just people that are just hanging out and chatting on the stream. So keep that in mind, as well as Renegades codes. But yeah, guys, I mean, we're about here.
Yeah.
And with that, Evan,
let's go find Evan and CB, Lodi.
And while we're off looking for them, I think we might have something prepared to kick us off.
Yes, we do. We had an amazing trailer made by the wonderful and talented Arcanine in collaboration with Bungie. So let's go ahead and see it.
Thank you for being here on our pre-show, guys. We appreciate it.
Ooh, I've met the Scarrow fella. He's a good egg.
He's a good egg, isn't he?
I like him.
Thank you. I was, for what it's worth, I don't want to go ahead and jump into your timeline here or anything. It's a joke for time
It's
lost.
classified.
It is actually, as it turns out. Because we're time lost, we do know who's going to win, but I will also maintain that Scarrow. He's a good one out there. Let's see. Do we have a list of the teams around, by the way? Because I don't want to just make this all about Scarrow, but I guess we will if we have to. But that is. Oh, never mind. Sorry. That's an exotic that
Do you have that exotic?
I do now, actually. Yeah. There's a moment on a stream where I talked about it, and it turned into a really hilarious TikTok.
Nice.
Noah, Lee, if you're out there, thank you very much for always being patient with me. Okay, we got some big names out here. All right, let's take a look here. I should have read this earlier. Let's see, Swetsicle, of course. Eli, good to see you out there. I'm gonna go ahead and put some coins on your name. Of course, we got Scarrow. You know what? I want to see. We got obviously also Team Elysiums and Team Parabellums.
There's also 2 Team Nuts.
No way.
Yeah.
Is that so?
Yeah, you can
That's
see it right there.
a good number. I got to say, this is a pretty stacked audience, and also, too, to all those teams that have signed up and tried to join us today. We appreciate it. Thank you very much for jumping in on the fun today. Since we're going to be here for the entire show, no one's going to kick us off. I think we got a lot of entertainment on the way. Have you ever, witnessed a raid race or a dungeon race up close and personal quite like this? I know you've obviously, Lodi, been behind the scenes.
No. This is my first one.
It's your very first one. Are you
I'm
excited?
excited.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You knew I was going to ask that, didn't you?
No. I did not.
As you know what? That's okay. Well,
I'm sorry.
Move past it. If you had to channel any of the 9 to be on your dungeon team, who would it be?
It would be 7.
Is that so? Not 6.
Nope.
All right.
Anyway, back to the race.
Back to the race. That's right.
What time's the race start?
Soon, I believe. At 9-ish.
Yeah.
At least Earth time. I don't
Okay.
know. It's fine. It's again. I have a tenuous relationship with linear time. Linear time feels weird now. What can I say?
I like this armor, but it does get a little toasty in here.
It can. Again, the thing is, the climate on Kepler is so much more copacetic to something like this, honestly.
I do prefer it, especially in the summer months.
It really, I gotta say, it's lovely up there, but it's breezy still. I think the way that Dean Rebecca has gone ahead and set up our installation up there, we've got some great thoroughfares for the wind to go ahead and cross to the canyons of Kepler. It's been really nice.
She's very lovely.
It's just a really good person. Once you kind of, she's a little intense at first, but when you start to learn their language, it works out well.
Yeah.
Have you met Blue, by the way?
No.
Ah, it's okay. Really friendly.
Okay.
Warm spirit. Very nice person. Ghost, actually, rather. Pardon me, Blue, if you're out there. I didn't want to misappropriate. But yeah, I gotta say, it's really nice to see someone keeping Drifter honest.
That scoundrel.
I know, right? Mr. Drifter. I'm so sorry, sir, if you're out there. It won't happen again, I promise. But yeah, Mr. Drifter, he's been up to some heroics recently as well.
Yeah. He's getting a little older these days.
I know. I kind of like it.
He looks good, though.
He does.
He does.
Honestly. He wears it well.
Yes.
I got to tell you, he has been through many timelines himself, but it's really nice to see him, starting to embrace his age. And as well, everyone, hello. This is, again, if you're just joining us, I'm Lodi. It's so nice to see you all.
I'm Lodi.
I'm Lodi.
No, I am Lodi.
I know. We went over that.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Continue, Lodi.
Thank you, Lodi. So yes, welcome back, everyone. I'm Lodi, and I'm joined by Lodi here on the set of the Dungeon Race. We've got a big show for you guys today. Again, make sure to go ahead and connect your Twitch account to your Bungie account. We've got an emblem available for you guys if you watch for, is it an hour, I believe?
I believe that is correct.
Okay, again, it's an Earth hour. Maybe Pacific time zone has one different from Mountain time, but we're on the show. Hi.
Who are you?
How's it going? Welcome.
Who are we?
I'm Lodi. Who are you?
We're Evan and CB.
Are you authorized to be in here? We're hosting the show today.
No, this is our show.
This is our show.
What?
Lodi.
Yeah, this is our show. I know this is Lodi's.
No, this wasn't the campaign. No, that already ended.
So
this is
we're
the
not.
Lodi, we gotta go. The dungeon is starting.
So we're not needed.
No.
Lodi,
at least
Lodi,
not,
okay.
not yet.
Maybe next DLC, Lodi.
Thank you. It's been great being here.
Thank you, everyone. We appreciate you joining us. And you know what?
We may
these guys have a good time.
We'll talk
they got a
Thank
great
you,
show
Lodi.
already.
Yeah, we'll
for you.
Thank you, Lodi. Thank you for your services, Lodi.
Thank you, Lodi.
All right.
Thank you, Lodi, and thank you, Lodi. It was a pleasure.
Absolutely.
Thank
No,
you.
pleasure's all ours. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome in. Let's go to the 9 box to get us started here.
Let's go.
Let's refresh all the screens. Let's get it rolling. We have 9 different POVs. Everybody is ready to get into the dungeon. It is Equilibrium kickoff time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Let's go. All right. We have 9 different POVs. We're going to get a quick refresh on a couple of them because they weren't live quite yet, but we're going to go check in on some teams. Let's maybe go full cam to my man, Snazzy Rock. Mr. Snazzy Rock up right now on the top right-hand corner of your screen. Let's get a full cam of him, nice and zoomed in. Let's get some audio on. You know he's looking for it. He's fiending. There it is. Equilibrium is now live, ladies and gentlemen. And it's in the Lawless Frontier. You see that?
Let's go!
Let's go! Contest. It's time. Here we go. Do we have audio up on Snazzy, or maybe he's muted?
We'll get audio up, and to those on the YouTube site, we are getting everything sorted right now, so just sit tight, and all of that will be good to go. Evan will keep carrying us on as we get that good to go, which I believe we should be good. Beautiful.
Okay.
All right.
I think I'm hearing ZCP actually right now. Is that ZCP cheering them on in the VC?
That'd actually be great. This is gold.
Was that ZCP? Was that? Okay, we're about to see first look at what Equilibrium looks like, CB. And we got stuck in traffic for a while. I don't know what happened before that, but we came in and Lodi was here.
I have no idea what happened. I mean, to be honest, I thought that we were cooked. I mean, did you guys have a pre-show? Like, did anything happen? Like, what have you guys been doing the last 3 hours?
Honestly, I hope that everything went well while we were gone, but we're happy to be here. We're happy to be back. Thank you again.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Thank you to Bungie for bringing us back, and thank you to Lucas. Look at the set. Sammy, does this look amazing?
First time seeing it.
First
time glance, it does look really good. And speaking of first time glance, Evan,
here we go.
The Temple Grounds, Sparrow's already out.
Sparrow's allowed already.
Already out.
CB. And we're seeing, okay, it looks like Cabal.
Yes, we are. So Cabal from the start, we're seeing a lot of it almost feels like very jungly. Like we see waterfalls, we see a lot of trees. We're dropping down, already heading into the caves. So, okay, start off outside. Now we're into the caverns. We'll see where they end up going. Sparrows are active here, so we'll see how much that plays a factor.
Okay, and we're seeing already. What is that? Is that it? It's a walker? Okay, we're already seeing. Do we think maybe the final boss could be a giant walker? I didn't even consider that.
Oh,
a massive
scary walker.
Yeah. And look, we can see our gameplay up here. Oh man, this looks amazing.
This is a crazy start. I mean, we're gonna see. I mean, do they need to possibly? Is there going to be some more underground traversal? Maybe there's going to be a mechanic that's gonna, because we do see new objective already.
Yes, we do.
Right as I said,
defeat Barren Imperium forces.
And there you go. So a little bit of maybe. Oh, there's already a flag.
There's already a rally
Okay, so we're already on a flag this quickly. So very, very
in the
quick.
Temple Grounds, we're ready to, there's only been one encounter in Destiny's history where we've seen an encounter of killing ads. And that was actually, CB, what do you think I'm going to say? In terms of just slay the enemies.
Are you talking about in dungeons or raids?
In dungeons or raids.
I mean, there's a couple where, I mean, when you think about just the fact of just killing ads and nothing else, because you're talking about no other anything being, because like you can kind of think about certain things, like let's talk about grass for a second. You're mainly just killing ads, but they are dropping the look-alike exotic bombs that you are then taking to the crystal. Also, as you see a death there very quickly. I mean, there's a lot of different encounters that you can kind of think about when it comes to killing at the beginning.
I'm thinking of Eater of Worlds personally.
Oh, I asked about dungeons.
I said dungeons.
Oh, or raids. Okay, so if you're talking about Eater, then yeah, Eater was a very much. Okay,
whoa, Nameless Apprentice.
This guy did as well.
And
Wait,
there you
get
go.
him next to
And
each
there's a
other.
timer
Get
too.
him next to each other,
And the ship is lifting, maybe?
So the first thing to note
Silk can
too
bring
here,
this guy
guys,
over
is
to
that
me.
we are saying everything. We can read what's going on so far. So
This
far
guy
we are
wants to
seeing
come over. I'll bring this guy.
unblurred,
he's
and we
doing
can hear
animation.
comms from Snazzy as well. So we'll see if this continues to be the theme, but something to make a note of early on,
He was
guys.
coming over.
We already see just so many different enemies just popping up. And look, that guy is clearly marked very red.
And so was that the one that was shielded that he was able
That's
to kill?
the one
No, the
that's
one
full
that's yes, the
shielded,
one
like
that's
the
shielded is going to
apprentice.
be the big one to figure out. They do have 3 minutes and 31 seconds before the enrage time, so they need to figure out what in the world they need to do.
Look at that little like extra shielded.
Oh, and a mean stomp.
Well, we said, like, I mean, I know maybe Lodi's had said this in the past. I don't know, maybe they didn't say this, but
Yeah.
equilibrium is a balance of light and dark forces.
You're right.
So I
So what does
wonder
that
if
mean?
that's going to play a huge role in this. Well, I feel like it's going to be kind of like the Fire and Ice.
Fire and
mission,
Ice, right, where
had
you
to
couldn't
balance out
kind
the
of
light
do
and
too
dark.
much, or it would throw the balance off and it wouldn't
Exactly.
work. That's a very good point, Evan.
Exactly. And it looks like you're seeing already there's a purple and
I
there's a red.
tried,
Yes, there is.
Already
to
there's a
see if,
purple
like,
enemy
get a
and there's a
buff or
red
anything
enemy.
when
So
you're in
I
animation.
think they're bathers actually.
They do look similar. Let's go ahead and unzoom out a little bit here and see what some other teams are doing. We are seeing a bunch of wipes here. I think the big thing is going to be figuring out how to damage this boss. And in general, does this mean that we're starting off with a boss kind of technically? Kind of like, they're almost like, they kind of remind me of, remember we kind of had to fight mini Galrons before you kind of got the big Galron.
In duality.
Yeah, and I'm
duality.
even more like
You're right,
crown
in
though, but
crown.
yeah, definitely duality. But I'm thinking like that crown before you ended up seeing obviously big Galrons, you kind of got little Galrons. So I'm wondering here, maybe a little bit of foreshadowing, maybe what's to come. Who knows? I mean, we're gonna see. Let's maybe go into maybe Salt's perspective for a
Joe's
second,
here.
see what they're doing.
Yeah, let's maybe check out Salta Greppo. There we go. And I
try
can
and do
tell you
this
right
one?
now, it looks like they're kind of thinking where my head was at, which is baiting and activating. We're already seeing.
Okay.
Okay, it looks like some sort of charge you're gonna have to dunk in there. Maybe a nuke.
Right.
Maybe.
And
who
I'm
knows?
wondering if maybe they didn't do whatever they were supposed to do because it did close the second that they opened it. So I'm not sure
It definitely did.
if maybe there's a buff that needs to be deposited within it after you activate it or what the case may be.
And
But-
one thing, CB, that I want to keep mentioning, I know we mention it every time there's a dungeon, but one thing I definitely want to keep mentioning is just the fact that you can do these mechanics solo.
Yes.
You have to plan for a solo environment when you are doing a dungeon.
That's a really good point, Evan, because when it does come to problem solving with raids, you can't really take that same approach. There are raids that, as we know, just, you can't solo. And with that being said, when it does come to dungeons, that is kind of off the table. Everything needs to be solo. I know there's a lot of you guys today that are probably going to be trying to solo this after it's done. And so with that being said, Evan's completely right that when it comes to problem solving on day one dungeons, you kind of think about it from a solo perspective. And the interesting thing here, Evan, we're seeing sparrows. We're seeing like almost like blights that we're running over. I don't know if maybe they're getting
yeah, it looks like they're getting some sort of charge.
Maybe that's what's going to be deposited back.
And we're already answering what maybe I had hypothesized, which was a sparrow potential encounter, and it does look like sparrows are
Very
being used.
sparrowy, yeah. There is a lot of sparrowing happening here, and we are even seeing vehicles over on the left side. Evan,
Yes,
I don't
we
know if you
are.
saw those right there,
Yes,
but
we
yeah.
did. Those, I mean, it looks like kind of remnants. If you guys got to play the campaign, there's some sparrow.
Yeah, towards the end there.
Yeah, towards the end, there's also the sparrow upgrade that you can get by flipping a little coin and throwing it on the ground. And it looks like Salt just went down from a misadventure right there. So something that maybe he hadn't fully planned for just happened to Salt right there. One thing that I do want to constantly kind of look at is
what's that?
What are their team comps? What are they running? And clearly they just dropped the shield on this bather as well.
Yes, it is, and
they got a charge. It's a light. It looks like some sort of light there.
And once again, I think that the big question is going to be, what do you use with the buffs in order to take down those shields? Is it depositing when that thing that we had saw Salt activate? Is there going to be something else that we're still not seeing? We'll go ahead and, once this run ends, we'll go ahead and check out another team here and see, maybe even going back to Snazzy, because we might be able to hear and see a little more and put a little bit more of this together.
Yeah, I think maybe we can go and pull us out of here just so we can see what other teams are doing. I wonder if we can, let's see if we can, it looks like Special Hero is moving with, and it looks like Ranger Mork and Special Hero are both moving with the Sparrow. And let's go full speed to Special Hero because he might have a big play here.
They are moving here.
And it looks like
so two of his teammates are down
two of his
here.
teammates are wiped, yeah.
But it seems like so far people know, use the Sparrows, go over those blight-looking almost like plate checkpoints. I'm wondering if maybe a buff is being either incremented or it's being built up as they're running over each, and maybe after. And you see here he's trying to ram into him.
Definitely.
Maybe seeing if there's any type of. We kind of
I wonder
if
if breaking
zombie zone a little bit.
True. I wonder if breaking the shield comes down to using the pike to break the shield.
And that would be something that we really haven't seen.
No, definitely
not to that degree.
And,
no.
And we just saw Special Heroes trying to melee, but every time he's meleeing, you notice it does this kind of taken effect.
Yeah.
It's hard to fully tell, but it looks like Special Hero has some sort of aura around him. And as you guys know, every single racer is fully allowed to cover certain spots of their screen. So maybe there's a buff that we're just not seeing right now.
Maybe, and the interesting thing too, Evan, is they have these vehicles all along, which if you did run either Lawless Frontier, you ran the Renegades campaign, I mean, you're familiar with that vehicle. And so it's interesting to see with those being placed kind of everywhere. I almost wonder if they might have implemented that as part of what needs to happen. So maybe the shield break is going to be something with that specific weapon, with it being, or vehicle, excuse me, with it being everywhere.
What we know so far is that you start the encounter, there's some sort of activate mechanic, there's these walkers running around the field, there's all these Cabal, that one is purple, one is red, and clearly you need to sparrow around this area to get whatever buff that you're looking for. And once you do have that, that's what we're still trying to figure out.
Right, and so what we'll do here too is we'll go ahead and swap the audio for right now while it is all we got going on. We'll stay here, but we'll swap audio.
Yeah,
just because, just to avoid the copyright side. But with that being said, we'll go ahead and keep paying attention here and see if they do deposit anything.
It looks like, again, this keeps happening where he's trying. Oh, it looks like the melee.
And there
did
was a
break.
breakthrough there. It was.
Wait.
I wonder if it was two melees at once. Did it look like it looked like?
It did.
But
balance of light and dark forces.
But it wouldn't be at once because you can't clone yourself. When you're soloing.
Ah, you're right.
When you're soloing.
Okay.
So
but
they did definitely punch and it broke.
I do feel like it's a punch of some kind. But what if it's you need to get the
multiple of the buffs maybe? And
maybe because he's breaking another one.
And we are seeing some huge progress here. That's two of them down. We'll see if that continues.
Wonder if the third one goes down pretty easily or if they have to get another. Oh, wow, there's even more on the field.
Right.
There's quite a few. And
seeing some good old
CB,
gameplay here.
How do you feel like they could break the mold so far? Do you think that using a Sparrow in not a typical Sparrow racing way, but in a more mechanic solve way is already breaking the mold? Because I think that's a good start.
I think it's a good start we got going on here. I think it'll take a little more of understanding what's going on, but so far it is interesting to have not only the, did he get Cabal Ball there? He did, unfortunately.
He did get,
unfortunately, a very painful death there.
And on top of that, it looks like 1-0 enraged.
Yeah, and
with that
enraged,
is a wipe?
We would assume a wipe, and it is. So let's go ahead and unzoom for a second, see if there's any other progress being made. But that's a lot of progress that we saw there. That was the first shield break we saw.
Definitely an impressive one, too. I mean, we saw multiple shield breaks there. So let's go ahead and bring us back to the different POVs that we were watching. And we have, it looks like everybody's kind of at a similar spot. It's really hard to tell. Wait, although maybe let's go to Llama and just see what he's doing. Because I see he's back on a Sparrow. It looks like he has a broom, maybe?
Yeah, we'll go.
He's got a little broom, nice.
Well, Llama and Team Wordle and 3, they've been the breakout team the last couple, ladies and gentlemen, if you've been watching, and we kind of unfortunately went them right as we kind of cursed them. But with that being said, they've broken out to early leads in the last couple raid races. It'll be interesting to see how that translates to the dungeon side. But I mean, they're a very formidable team. Remember, as we said earlier, if you were here hanging out, they were 13th in Desert Perpetual and 11th in Epic Desert Perpetual. So this team is broken into two parts. I expect them to very much be competitive throughout this race.
After this beginning of an attempt, I think we should maybe pull back and see, do we have ATP on the screen? Maybe we want to also see what ATP is up to. Because if it comes to puzzle solving and mechanics,
right,
then who would be the right person, ATP?
I agree. And then another one that I do want to check in after is going to be Snazzy, as they were calmed. So we might be able to learn the most early on, actually from hearing a little bit of that. As so far, I think that's the only team we've been able to hear from.
Definitely the only team we've fully been able to hear from across the board. But yeah, we're just gonna have to see. And everybody, just letting you know, exclamation point emblem does not work. All you have to do is just watch the stream for 1 hour, have your Bungie account linked to your Twitch account, and that's all that matters. You do not need to spam commands. On the YouTube side, CB's been giving away.
Those will be given out just for hanging out and just having a good time and chatting, and that's really all there is to it. Those will get dropped in. But for now, we'll sit here and see if we can kind of piece together some of this puzzle. As a lot of the teams so far, if you're just joining us, we've seen shield breaks on the Cabal that have had different colored shields. And that's pretty much as far as we've gotten so far. There is an area that you're able to activate that looks like you might be able to dunk something inside of. But that's pretty much where we're at so far. So I'm excited to see on a different run here, Snazzy, to see if anything is being incremented as they're going over these taken, let's just call them checkpoints.
Yeah, I think checkpoints is a good way to call it.
Yeah.
And Yeah, I think after we watch maybe just a little bit more of this, we can probably go back and just kind of check out the different POVs. I definitely want to see what ATP is up to as well, on top of what Snazzy was doing, because you're right, Snazzy did have full comms. It's always great to hear full comms.
Yep, and if you're not familiar with Snazzy, I mean, they are one half of the team both teams are running, as the last raid, it's not the Epic raid, but the last raid, Desert Perpetual, they were world's first one. So here we are seeing shield breaks. So what you're gonna notice, Evan, I think, and this is probably gonna be more prevalent dungeon-wise, even more than raids. The second one discovery gets made, it feels like the discovery's everywhere.
Exactly.
Right? 1 second we see special hero, and then the next, I feel like everybody's breaking shields.
I do find it very funny that probably the biggest thing that's killing them right now is Cabal drop pods. Although the walkers are doing some damage.
Yeah, they are beefy.
Contest walkers is not something I was really ready
bingo
for.
card?
No, the behemoths are very scary. And I remember doing the campaign; they were very, very scary. So, Llama, again, with Team Wordle in 3, is definitely looking to make a huge push and a huge potential climb to their world's first hopes and dreams. Like, they were very, very close on Epic Desert Perpetual, and they were making really good strides on regular Desert Perpetual contests. So, what are we going to see today?
Well, so far what we're seeing is, I would say, some decent strides here at the beginning. I mean, they're breaking shields. I think the biggest thing next is going to be, once all of these Cabal shielded boys are down, what does that mean? Because you do still see a few other shielded ones across the map. We haven't seen a team, at least yet, take all of them down. But they only have a few left here, guys, so maybe we see some progress here. And also, if you notice, guys, once they're breaking the shield and killing the Cabal, those taken checkpoints, let's just keep calling them because we're just calling them so far, those are spawning on the ground after they're being killed.
And does that walker... No, it kind of looked a little bit more dangerous, but it definitely feels like the enemies are ramping up, and that was one of the biggest compliments of Renegades, was the enemy density, and we're already seeing in the dungeon, doing this solo is going to be
fun.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough.
So here we are, another one going down here. They can't have very many left. They've taken down quite a few. I do see a couple more here.
And
this might be the last.
I'm not going to be the one to say it, because I like how you said might, by the way. That's good. Yeah, that's experience in casting right there.
So another big boy down. They do have 48 seconds left before the enrage. So let's see if maybe now that they've killed, at least it seems like the bulk of the shielded Cabal, maybe after they kill this mech, maybe they'll be...
Maybe this is a situation to clear out every single enemy, and maybe there's the one Scion a mile away. Oh, there's another one. Another mech coming in.
I mean, it feels like they've made such good strides, but if they tap out on DPS
well,
here,
it's
they
potential. I think they can do this. They got 20 seconds. They got 20 seconds, and I mean, it's still going to be that little Scion, I'm telling you. That little Scion might cause them bigger issues.
They are getting sniped from across the map. You're not wrong there.
And they cleared it.
New objective.
They cleared it. Wordle in 3
there it
is through, and we're getting word that ATP is also through. So let's bring ATP and Wordle in 3 right to you as soon as we can.
So right around 9:19, so 19 minutes in, that first little encounter completed from ATP and Llama as well. So that's where we know. Obviously, there could be a couple other ones as well, but these are the ones we know. Also, are they teleporting in? They did go inside the ship, and there's a cutscene happening, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
What? Oh, we're leaving.
Into the another ship.
Wait, we're leaving?
Yes, we're going into space. And here we go, okay.
Wait, whoa.
Cutscene after the first little part here. Here we go.
Break the mold. CB, I want to point out that was 20 minutes to get through the very first encounter, by the way. Just want to point that out for everybody at home who's maybe tracking each encounters. Let's go ahead and get a duo of Llama and ATP, please, as soon as we can, obviously, guys. There it is. We're seeing ATP just a little bit ahead, just a tad ahead. If we can maybe get audio, maybe ATP's talking to his team. I don't know. Let's hear what ATP's up to.
The Imperium pilots activating their NLS drive.
Honor already talking.
Necessary action in retrieving that dossier.
I mean, I think it's already a mold-breaking feeling when we're jumping from one planet to another ship in the same dungeon with a full cutscene to bring us there.
That is true, because even thinking about Dungeons in general, because I know that we've gotten two different things. We've gotten pre-raid cutscenes, like that's not, like I know one that's like always been super notable to me has always been Leviathan. We've also had pre-boss cutscenes, but I'm trying to think of like in between encounter cutscenes, like especially dungeon-wise, because like I remember, like I said, pre-boss cutscenes. I mean, some that I think about are things like Argos. I mean, there's a lot that I can think of that way. Even you can think of even on a lesser note, like things like even Nezia's first time. Whoa. This is interesting. Can we go full cam on ATP real quick for a quick moment here? Because what in the world is going on there?
I wish that I knew. What does this remind you of, CB? Like just little hints of it.
Man,
it reminds me of what Lodi and what we had gotten the interview with Tom Farnsworth of actually Homecoming. It kind of reminds me of invading that ship in Homecoming.
Yeah, in some ways, okay. And here we are. We'll have that up in 1 second. I think that ATP stream's just loading, so that'll be up here in just a moment.
In the meantime, maybe we can go down to Llama.
Yeah, because I do think that might be on
his end,
ATP's
possibly. End. Yeah.
So hopefully they'll be able to get that sorted, guys. The second that that's sorted, we'll get them back up. For now, maybe we'll full cam on Llama. Let's hope that he gets back up here in a moment. It does look like maybe that was on his stream side. So we'll check back in on ATP here in a moment.
Definitely. And while we're looking at it, we're in the exact same room now. So Llama fully there at the exact same spot, it feels like. And a lot of exploring the ship, kind of figuring out the secrets, what's going on through here. Maybe we're like stowaways, right?
Yeah.
We're kind of following in that Star Wars theme, right? We're stowaways on the ship. We need to find our way out of here, escape. All right, and we're also getting word that maybe Elysium has cleared as well.
So I think that the floodgates are probably going to open, especially on this first encounter. Like, I think there's going to be a lot of teams that are going to catch up. And it does look like, let's go back to full cam on ATP now that the stream is up, because they are just a little bit ahead of Llama.
Okay, and we are seeing now ATP moving through the ship with On-Pam and Husk.
Yeah, I guess my Twitch stream went down. Whoops. Good thing On-Pam's streaming, because we would, even if we won, we would have immediately been disqualified.
Okay, so it did, from what I heard correctly, so now we also have On-Pam up as well.
We have On-Pam up as
All right,
well.
perfect. So just know this same team, guys. So yeah, thank God they have multiple people streaming. And yeah, we'll see if this leads to a boss or ultimately where we're headed right now. This is On-Pam, ATP, and Husk.
And do you see that on the top left? It says NLS exposure. I wonder if that's going to be a mechanic going into this next encounter, where there's essentially, hey, you're out in space, like you can't be exposed to this, and you just end up wiping when it hits ×10. I wonder if we're going to see that in the next encounter.
You're not wrong, Evan, and there are two different things too. With not seeing as much of the buffs on the first part of that first encounter, I almost do wonder if that was anything that we were even seeing already. Like, that could already not be new to these racers.
True.
Could be new to us, but possibly something that they've already seen.
And we're already going, I mean, the ship kind of is looking a little bit different now that they're headed down here. And it looks like ATP might be getting sucked into space.
It's going to be interesting what the premise is as we continue to progress through this ship. Are we trying to go in and disarm this ship? Is this something that we're going to take over and maybe fly it ourselves? Like, what are we doing in here? It's going to be interesting to see.
No, you're right.
As we dive in, where are we going and
you're
what are
right.
we doing?
And I think all of us are collectively a little confused in terms of what we're looking at and how we go about the ship. Is it like you said, exploring? Does it kind of feel like being in that underbelly? Does it feel like
Evan,
whoa?
Not to jump in,
I saw,
but we are ATP getting onto his loadout and getting ready, ladies and gentlemen.
It says defeat Harrow.
Oh,
Dredgen Apprentice. 25 minutes into the dungeon.
Already there.
And we are.
Yep.
Whoa!
Oh! Double blades!
Whoa!
Coming in lightsaber battle. Wait, and here we have Harrow, Dredgen Apprentice. So we are going to be fighting an apprentice. So we'll have to figure out first how to break that shield. Second, maybe how to deflect the lightsabers. This is going to be interesting, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
Okay, I gotta say that entrance, that was.
Oh my gosh, that was
that went
crazy.
pretty hard.
And guys, so this is the first boss, Hero Dredgen Apprentice. So we already see ATP got into his actual, boss encounter loadout. We see that he had Fortune's Favor onto that new Hunter exotic. I don't know if you guys have been getting some use out of that. I know for me, I've been definitely jetpacking around on my good old Titan, but it's cool to see some of the newer exotics getting used.
Definitely, CB, definitely. And I mean, ATP's always finding the most kind of like, I guess you could say like different, lucrative, whatever kind of word you want to use to describe it, just always a different build.
Right.
Always using something that feels a little off meta, but then is secretly the meta.
Yeah. And so the interesting thing too, Evan, so I don't know if you noticed, but there were some of those once again taken either drops or checkpoints or whatever we're going to continue to call them. It is interesting too how it looks like when you go over them, it kind of almost makes it, here, watch this. And so I'm
Shadow Novice on the top.
Exactly. And so the big question is, so I'm assuming they were already getting that when they were in the Sparrow part. So what do they do with it? Maybe they can, I don't know if I'd want to punch that apprentice with two lightsabers.
I'm good off of punching the apprentice.
I don't think I'm punching him. I'm not sure what I'm doing. I'm probably not punching him.
Definitely not punching the apprentice, but you're already seeing the meter is full. He is an apprentice now.
So the big question, ladies and gentlemen,
ATP is an apprentice.
You're not wrong. The big question is, do we see any Praxic Blaze? Do you maybe try to test his skills with the lightsaber?
Whoa, it looks like he's trying to test his skills against an engine? Something
We've
was...
seen some Bastion usage
Something
too.
kind of had like a taken effect around it.
Yep.
Maybe we see that. It's hard to tell. And here's another one.
Oh, yeah, there are these taken,
and they're trying to just, I guess, it looks like maybe activate all of them and then something happens. And
something's
ATP
about to happen
might
in 2
go
seconds and
down.
Wait.
Oh!
The timer did go away.
Timer went away.
So maybe not a death timer could be possible, or maybe he solved something. One of the two. Either they did do something.
I kind of think
in
a
time.
death timer is just not a thing with that. I think you just lose the buff.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I think
timer.
it's just you have your time because you see it again. We do have Shadow Novice.
Definitely, and we're kind of seeing that build. And man, if this is the music for this encounter, this is crazy.
It is crazy.
And again, like this area, it reminds me obviously of these Cabal locations that we've kind of seen before, but in this like really cool new introduction way. Like it reminds me of, actually funny enough, what was the PvP map called? It just reminds me a little bit of that.
Which one from where?
The circular PvP map that was called.
Oh my gosh, I know exactly what you're talking about, but man,
it stumped me.
I was like OG. But I remember getting heavy from that spawn was always crazy. And then you'd also kind of go around the edge and people would already have their sniper already kind of fixed out. And that was brutal.
And we're actually seeing Bastion, which I found very interesting. I would have to guess it's just because Bastion does a ton of burst damage right up close to anything in front of you, and maybe ATP is also solving mechanics here.
Funny enough, guys, I'm not even talking about Firebase Delphi, but that is also a banger. Another thing I want to bring everybody's attention to in chat is take a look at the left side of that health bar. Take a look at the left side of that health bar. There is some sort of final stand or final tick. Take a look at that.
I don't know if I agree with you. I don't know if you got to take a look because the boss I think was invisible. And following them around while invisible. Emergency subsystem active. So it looks like they are fully activating, and it feels like the boss might be following them around while also being invisible to each of these rooms.
I'm wondering what is the implications of hitting those different, let's just call them panels. Oh, okay, well maybe we learned. Oh! Okay, we learned the implication is you're dead.
The implication
oh
is
my
definitely
gosh.
dead.
Holy cow, let's go ahead and
dead.
let's actually take a look at this intro scene one more time for the people at home who we didn't get to see it the first time before we do zoom out.
I hope it happens again.
I hope it's an every time thing. I do. So we'll go ahead and then we'll zoom out, but I do definitely want to start off by anybody that's just now tuning in. You're in for a treat with this intro scene if they show it again.
Let's see. Oh yeah, here we go.
That's insane.
That is pretty cool.
I
can get down with that. CB, I can
a Cabal with 2 lightsabers.
A Cabal with 2 lightsabers, definitely.
Welcome to Dungeon Zone.
Welcome to Dungeon Zone, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, while they're doing this, maybe we can also see what some other teams are doing since they're at the beginning of this encounter. And it looks like we're seeing quite a few teams.
And then take a look, ZCP, like we said, going to be a very notable team.
ZCP is also
there
right
as
there.
well. So we are seeing at least, it looks like from the top left, our current champions, Mario, Luigi, and Biggs. They're also there.
Looks like Salt is there, our previous champions from a zone of some kind.
Epic
Desert Perpetual. And then, look on the top right,
We have
our
Desert
champions
Perpetual.
from Desert Perpetual.
I mean, we have everybody there. It's crazy.
Definitely a big surprise that we're seeing the teams that have just won Worlds First also in the lead right here.
And then, as we talked about earlier, our breakout team from both Desert Perpetual and Epic, with Llama and the rest of Wordle and 3, also there early. So, I mean, this is going to be really interesting. I'm thinking what we do here, let's take a close shot in on Snazzy, only because we're going to get comms and we'll get the buffs. I think that would be where we're going to get the most information here early.
Definitely.
So let's take a quick look here and let's get some audio on Snazzy.
And it looks like that's already been, well, maybe he needs to be fully, maybe he needs to become an apprentice really quickly, but Snazzy.
Where are the things in this room?
Yeah, you can hear.
Okay, so I don't know if I'm tripping, but I feel like the first time I activated all 3 of mine, like they glowed before I did it. Am I tripping on that?
It's me, but we got 3 people. We just, we can probably just.
So it said that he activated his first 3 and they started to glow when he did that. And now you can kind of see the effect appearing. Like
When you
he
hit
is
them, they make
blasting
a
Taken.
noise. I wonder if there's like an order somehow.
However, I
that
do
we're,
agree
like,
with him that I
fine.
think there's an order, and I think the only reason that Haro even appeared, which by the way, Bife did talk
novice.
about
Do you have to
Haro.
be
He
masked?
did.
The
other 2 in
but
this room.
the order that they appeared, I
Okay.
almost wonder if there is an ordering to
That
how you're
makes
supposed to
sense.
hit them.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me.
Oh, and
What
Cam
it
is
what
with
it
them, they're
what it would kind of feel reminiscent of would be
I'm gonna go
our
become an
first contest
apprentice.
dungeon zone that we did together when the different, let's call them panels again, in the
man.
servitor rooms for Vesper's host. And obviously that was a very tough one to try to sit there and understand what's going on when everything was blurred with what was going down.
I'm an
But
apprentice.
now looking back, kind of gives me a little bit of that feel too with the panels on walls.
Oh, definitely. And I think the only thing that's missing
and get
here
ready for the
is
fuses.
just, it was pretty obvious when we were seeing
Again, there's a
the panels
bunch of them
with
fucking
scanner
things.
ops,
There's
so
a
you just kinda
bunch of
knew,
them.
all right, yeah, like
I'm
we have
breaking
the
the
shit
fuses
channels.
opening up
What
the
is the
ground. Look
ordering
at-
here?
look
Is
up
there an
the
order? Is
platforms
there
opened
just a
up
switch that
underneath.
they need to find somewhere that's going to allow them to hit all of them at once? Those are the questions that they have to be asking themselves.
Okay.
And
keep activating the things.
I think what we probably can do is pull us out of here just so we can see what some of the other teams are doing as well. And it looks like Salt is actually, let's go full screen to
we're gonna go
Salt.
full
And
screen
actually
on Elise.
ATP,
Oh, wait,
ATP
here
is
we
doing
go.
damage.
Even more on to ATP. They're
ATP
already
is
doing
doing
deep
damage on the
phase.
bottom right-hand corner of your screen.
I just died. Fuck.
Holy cow, we are moving quickly, guys. That'll be up here in a moment. So
And the shield is back up already. So, Salt,
now
let's
we're
go to
gonna get
Salt.
a damage phase
Let's
of
go to Salt. I'm so sorry, production. We
There
need to
we
go
go.
full screen to
This is
Salt.
right now
Here
the
comes
lead.
the damage.
Here we
Let's
go.
see
We're
it.
seeing hammers out, tractor out as well.
Tractors out,
So we're
hammers
seeing
out,
Hammer
shotguns out, 1-2 punching his way
still
through.
on the trusty Titan from Salt. We do see that
looks
very
like-
often.
It looks like maybe. Oh, is that the exotic axe from Vile?
Hey, we're seeing
That's
quite
the
a-
axe?
Okay.
That's the axe?
Beautiful here.
That's cool to see that getting used, and Tractor's back on, and the shield is back up. And once again, I wanted to stress, this is about the same damage ATP was doing. So if that is a full phase of damage and not a, all right, take a break, now do more damage, and that's a complete one phase, then that ain't gonna cut it, ladies and gentlemen. There's gonna need to be a lot more damage than that.
Right, because keep in mind, guys, this is a contest dungeon, so you don't just get 10,000 phases to do this.
And let's go full screen to Snazzy while CB, I'm going to let you finish that, but let's go full screen to Snazzy since that shield is about to go down as well.
So I think, once again, as I mentioned, guys, the information is flowing.
It
and
is.
teams, the second one team gets, some knowledge, everybody has that knowledge. And so we are going to see another damage phase here in a
This
moment,
guy
as Evan
hurts.
mentioned. But yeah, like I was saying, guys, I mean, this is a crazy start here.
Definitely, CB. And again, everybody, we're so thankful that you're here watching this with us, being a part of this moment. We're watching
like a-
history unfold,
another
and
way
it
to
is
turn it?
exciting.
Yeah,
Like
it's going to be
the
interesting,
last
too, to
one?
see, ladies and gentlemen, what type of damage strats we see get
Wait,
used.
wait,
I mean,
wait.
as Evan mentioned,
I
we saw the
activated one of
axe.
the
I
things
mean,
and that
we're
turned
seeing
on.
tractor, we're seeing hammers get thrown. What else might we see soon? I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what damage
I
strats
lost my
people decide to
apprentice
use for
phone.
this boss.
Snazzy said that he activated one of those things and it turned on, but he did lose his buff. What is he referring to the things? The ones that are covered in Taken, or the ones that are just not? And now it's damage.
They did get the damage, so here we go. We just see Prismatic popping it out. We see T-Crash this time for the first
ready
round.
to go.
So we see
Mint all the way out
Mint
for
out,
him.
which is not a surprise. We
Not a
very
big
much
surprise
were
on
expecting
Mint.
that.
Prismatic Titan, Consecration Titan. Here comes another nade, more than likely. There it is. And we're seeing what? It looks like one
You guys have
Hunter,
Gathering
maybe?
Shadow right
One
now, or
Warlock.
is
It's
that just
really
me?
hard to tell what
I'm
Soken and Ham are
fed my
running,
apprentice
but I
in a
don't
sec.
think either of them are running Titan.
Right, and then the thing to keep in mind here is to remember, guys, I mean, this team is a team that really prides itself, and I know that they're still learning, but I mean, they
Kill
are
the boss.
very good at damage and very good at solo activities, and it lended itself to their success when it came to Desert Perpetual.
And there goes Soken and Snazzy.
Yeah, all three of them.
All three of them.
But yeah, so once they figure out what needs to
I'm
be
doing
done
good
with
tracking
damage,
stuff here,
we'll
yeah.
definitely need to keep track of them. But let's go ahead and zoom out here, as I'm sure the
think if
floodgates
he
are about to
sits on us,
open
definitely
wide.
doesn't matter.
Definitely. I
Double mint,
am very
right?
interested to see
Finalities? Yep.
kind of what
Default loadout here.
what will, and we're seeing
I hate
ATP
that
has
I'm
the
gonna say
axe
this,
as well,
but
ready
I
to
feel like this
go.
boss
If you guys
probably
didn't
good,
get
like,
the axe
swords
for
are
yourself,
good
I
against
believe
this
you can still
boss.
claim it. So
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
maybe get in there, go get it, run some Ashen Iron, and go do your mission.
Yeah, we
With that being
yeah, we
said,
decided
guys,
not
I
to
mean,
do that.
The
Told you
big
that was a
thing
bad
now
idea.
is going to be two things. One, doing enough damage, because remember, this is not going to be a traditional dungeon where, let's think about something like Ghost of the Deep. When I've watched people do their Ghost of the Deep solos, you know, that's an endurance test. You might do 10 runs, you might do 10 rotations, 5 rotations, 7 rotations. You don't get that on contests. On contests, you get a few rotations, and then they're sending you to the shadow realms.
On contest,
Yeah.
yes, exactly. And so we can also see one of the little details that I want to point out. If you look on Salt's screen, his grenade has been replaced with this ability. So the ability is not necessarily just a melee. I think it's kind of a Taken blast that has a little bit more range than that. But yeah, it replaces your grenade fully. So that's
Feels
already
very
a mechanic.
reminiscent of some of the OG days of almost like Last Wish.
It definitely does. It feels almost like a relic that you have to build all the way up to. It doesn't impact the rest of your gameplay the way a relic normally would. It's kind of a hybrid. And we saw Salt was looking at the boss being invis again.
What do you do when you get the
I
crease?
want to catch it when hopefully you get to see it perfectly, but the boss is walking around invis time to time.
know if I need to do that.
And I do almost wonder if it's
Yeah,
like
I just got it, and I
Envis
just
or almost
jacked
even
off
more
and it
so
went
like
away.
that like Taken
do
Blight
anything.
energy.
Maybe.
You know, like think about like when you get torn into the void, like in
did you do it
something
for
like
me?
the Kingsfall Daughters encounter,
Okay.
and the way you kind of are when you're torn. Like it almost gives me like that vibe with the Taken.
Definitely. And
I don't have apprentice
the
yet.
boss fell down the hole. I'm not sure if that's what he normally does.
Hey,
I have
hey,
no
maybe push
clue.
him off the cliff.
Anything could
Why not?
happen, but I think the boss just jumped right into the hole. And we are also getting Aegis up as well. So it looks like we have quite a few different POVs. You see on the top left, Salta Greppo from Elysium. You're seeing Aegis on the top right. You're seeing Snazzy on the bottom left from Team Nuts. And we're seeing ATP on the bottom right. So again, these are who we believe is your leaders right now. There's going to be a lot of teams that are getting here. But just giving you the heads up.
Yes, floodgates are going to be opening very, very fast.
Oh.
Okay.
No.
And so
And
I'll just
we're
let
already
them
just
cook.
saw Snazzy went down. I heard Ham say no. And we're seeing damage from Salta
Here
Greppo
we
right
go.
now.
Let's go full screen there.
The boss's Praxic Blade cannot stop Team Elysium because the damage is already better than last time, it looks like. Just a little bit. Maybe they're not happy with that, but CB,
that's
in my
a good
opinion,
start.
you got to continue this and just see. Maybe this isn't the full damage
Right.
phase either. Because we know Elysium can do some damage. We know
Right.
they're gamers.
And
They got that damage in them.
The thing to keep in mind too, I'm just gonna keep harping on it. If they do get to the end of the damage, what is that last little tick of health? Is that he grabs a third lightsaber?
He grabs a third Praxic Blade.
Is that when
yes.
you have to have a lightsaber duel with him? What is it? What does that mean?
I don't know. I don't know.
don't either.
I don't know. But maybe that's how you get the dark Praxic Blade.
Hey.
Maybe that's how you get the dark crystal. Who knows? Maybe you got to 1v1 the boss.
I wish. Honestly, that would have been
Dual
crazy.
blades
They did-
versus single blade.
They did tell us how it happens on the 12th, but that would have been cool. But with that being said, thank you guys for all the support on both sides too while we are watching Elysium kind of get ready for hopefully a second phase, which would be really cool. Zach, thank you for that membership on the YouTube side. Thank you for the Twitch subs as well. On the
Thank
Twitch
you guys
side,
for all
we
the Twitch
appreciate
side.
all the
Yep.
support as always. It means the world, and it just goes towards more dungeon zones and raid zones and zombie zones and all of the different zones, and we just appreciate you guys being a part of it. So thank you.
Definitely, and I definitely want to compliment the fact that the boss rocking 2 Praxic Blades is not something that I expected.
That was insane. I am seeing a way I
Also-
thought they weren't able to hide their buffs. There are certain areas that Bungie has allowed for
Every
to be
single
blocked.
team.
And so we did show that in the pre-show. It's that top side, the left side, and where the webcam is. Those are allowed.
Exactly.
Nothing not allowed is happening.
Exactly. And let's go ahead and pull us out of here since it looks like Salt just wiped there. We're seeing, I'm also seeing ZCP is definitely making progress as well, but it's hard to tell who's actually in a lead. ATP is doing damage on the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Maybe let's go down to ATP.
Agreed. And then we'll also keep a close eye on Mario Monkey as well, as they're also getting very close to a first damage phase. We are seeing damage start to be slightly better. I know it's still in perspective.
Slightly.
Slightly, like we got to keep it in perspective, but they are making progress.
I think they're missing something there.
Yeah, I agree. To keep it going, maybe almost.
Yes.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And one thing, ladies and gentlemen, too, as we zoom out too, one of the things that we have added to Dungeon Zone and Raid Zone in general is being able to kind of give you recaps on when certain encounters have been cleared in the past, and also the times of those as well. So just to keep in mind, the first encounter, Barant Imperium Forces, as you can see on the screen, was cleared at 9:19 a.m. Pacific. So the first encounter took 19 minutes, and we will keep you guys posted on the next one. So we'll go back into the action.
Wow.
We'll keep you guys in the action with
Wow.
that as we go.
And again, we don't know how many encounters, we just have like a rough estimate. So what you saw there is what we have so far in progress. We will update it if the dungeon ends earlier or if it goes much longer. If there's 20 encounters, we'll update it to that as well. So we'll keep you guys in the loop fully. And speaking of keeping everybody in the loop, I also want to say, again, !Discord, if you're watching the stream, you can go and check out the official Raid Zone, Dungeon Zone, Zombie Zone, Zone Discord, where essentially we'll have updates in real time as to what our best guesses are on how to solve the encounters, what is meta, what teams are doing, the full discussion. !Discord, make sure you click the link and join up in there.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Evan, as I'm looking at the different areas of the screen.
Snazzy is doing
It does look
damage.
like Snazzy. You took the words out of my mouth. Let's go ahead and go to the top right. We're going to go to Team Nuts. Snazzy's in the middle of a damage phase, and let's see how they do. I do see Ment out. We'll see if he's still on T-Crush. I believe he was on T-Crush that first damage phase that he did. Let's see where they go here.
Definitely, and I think, because
Olsen.
get ready, because here it comes.
Surges
The
hurts me
boss
so
is
bad.
about to do
Yeah, we're fine, guys. We'll be
I
fine.
want to say it's the
the
most
shield up.
Yes, and that's the most
I think
damage
if
we've
you, like,
seen,
you
in
have
my
surge, I
opinion.
think
Just
we'll be fine,
slightly,
no?
just
Like-
keep track of the letters. Just a little bit past the T. We did see Finality's
we should
Augur
keep
out there
going,
as
no?
well.
I don't think we made any orbs in this room.
But you already
Also,
saw the boss came back
okay, let's
out.
just wait, let's
I
wait. I
know.
not
And
saw
so that
myself,
just
and then the
tells
damage
me,
immediately
sure,
ended,
it's like
so there was no
Haro
reason to do that.
recovers
Now
the
I have
shield,
nothing.
but it's like there has to be a way to extend this, because otherwise that damage is
I
not
was
just brutal.
slapping
That
the
damage,
taking things, and it just
I'm not
like,
putting
just
it past racers to not have that figured out,
I don't
but
have fucking ammo in any guns.
it's going to
Here we
take
go,
a long
Tripity.
time for them to
That's
figure
what
that
she
one
knows,
out
like,
if there's a
that's
lot
damage
more
I did
damage
one
needed.
time.
So
I've seen it
let's go ahead and bring us out of
All
here
right,
just
come
for
on,
now,
let's
since
just
they're
clear
trying to
that,
figure
guys.
out
Let's
some
just
stuff.
clear right
And
here.
we can check in on some other teams that are potentially about to do some damage. Looks like quite a few teams.
I would say our world's first winner of Spyro the Watcher, T-Storm, is actually doing some damage. Let's go to the bottom right-hand corner.
And
we'll
check
go
in
ahead
on
and full
T-Storm.
screen there. For anybody who wasn't here for the pre-show, that was T-Storm, Flarps, and Artsy. This is a very, very decorated team. T-Storm, like I said, Spyro the Watcher, world's first, the fastest cleared dungeon race of all time is who we're watching right now from T-Storm.
Definitely, and here comes the axe ready to go on Haro, and I want to see some big chunks of damage. I definitely feel like, see right there, wasn't great damage.
I do agree it feels like there might be some extend. But
somewhere.
You just never know. It's going to be something that I think is going to challenge a lot of our racers, and we'll go ahead and unfull screen as it looks like. I don't know if they're going to continue that one.
Because if you could get a double of what they're doing right now, even if they're not even if they had a damage phase just like T-Storm, if you get a double of that, then that's still a 3 phase. It feels like there's a double extend, and we're seeing Salt is doing damage on the top middle of the screen.
Let's go there now.
Elysium is doing damage, and Mork is about to begin damage as well on the middle left of your screen.
Right,
But let's
remember-
go full screen to Elysium just for now.
And so we still do have, I believe he was doing hammers, he's doing tractors. I just maybe jinxed him, he did lose his hammer for a quick second. He's got tractor out, he's shotgunning. And so we are seeing some good damage here, well past the T. This is better than the last one that we saw, but the big question is going to be, is that enough? Is there anything they can do to extend?
There's a world where that's enough for me, CB. I do think it's possible.
I would agree that it's close in 3. I think we stay here.
And honestly, as long as they can get away from the boss, maybe they can, okay, looks like they lived. Looks like they lived. All you have to do is just not be anywhere near, and you should be fine. And I wonder if this is kind of a ramp up where it's like, okay, the second time around, now you get a longer damage phase. Curious to see, maybe that's a little mold break change.
Right.
Okay, and I'm seeing a lot of people in chat say the generators are definitely an extension of damage. Until we kind of have people who are on our team going in and testing these things, definitely want to make sure that
before we
that's
just
not
jump,
just
don't want to jump the gun. But with that being said, we'll go ahead and on full screen for a moment just to get ready to see if there's any other teams. Because the only other team that I think I noticed was Llama's team, who was also continuing to go into a second, as well as Mork's team as well. So let's just keep it unzoomed for a quick moment here, and we're gonna bring you into the next damage phase. Actually, we're seeing, actually no, we just saw a finished phase already from Aegis. So we'll keep you guys zoomed out. The next
Llama looks like is about to start a second damage phase.
Yes, I agree.
Right.
And then also ATP on the bottom left is starting their first.
Okay, and we're also getting word that
we are.
Yeah. Oh my
Mario.
goodness. Look at Mario on the top left.
We're gonna go ahead and go to the current champion, Mario, Luigi, and Biggs. As
Look
they are
at that
between
damage.
the R and the E. Oh my lord.
Okay, so they figured out whatever damage they needed to figure out there.
Yes, they did, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, this is a team here. I mean, as you can see, I mean, Team Tommy, as they have on the top. I mean, we got Mario, Luigi, we got Biggs. We interviewed them earlier. If you were a part of the pre-show.
Let's see if Biggs' name is now Donkey Kong. I'm curious.
Don't know
I
if
see
we're gonna...
Luigi there. Blonde.
Yeah.
No, he's still Biggs. No. Well, Biggs, you're Donkey Kong in our heart. And it looks like they're kind of getting everything set up to begin that second damage phase. If this team can do that damage again, I think, CB, we might, not trying to cast a we might be in for a good one here. And I think it's potentially, maybe, possibly might be clearable.
Using a lot of not definites and using mites and trying to make sure you don't cast your curse.
No caster cursing over here.
To that, I would say I respect that.
Thank you.
And so I believe we may be seeing here a second phase here in a moment.
Definitely.
So we are seeing, okay, also the like generator kind of breaks.
Bring the boss over. Maybe get him to jump in. There he goes.
Falls in.
And then get ready for damage.
Swap. So we're seeing a lot of different things now. Seeing Choir, I mean, just a bunch of different swaps in here.
That's actually very cool. You have to use the ship against Haro and have Haro fall in the hole
to take down that shield.
To take down the shield. And maybe there's one
yes,
more?
There's 3. Yeah, it goes in third. So 3 falls to break.
So then that idea that Chat was saying earlier about maybe it's the generator to extend damage, it kind of feels like the generator is to start damage. Because look, they're already bringing Haro into the corner to the right of Mario. I wish that Mario could kind of turn there. Yeah, you're already seeing they're baiting Haro as best they can.
And remember, if you guys are just joining from home,
they don't have the res.
Do they not?
No.
So they're gonna go ahead and wipe. We're gonna go unzoom here because I believe that Elysium was also kind of right on their tails. So we'll see it. Oh, and we're seeing now from Llama here. We're seeing that they are a third of the way. So here we go. We do have once again, as I keep mentioning, and I'm gonna keep mentioning it as we continue to go. Wordle and 3, our breakout team from the last couple races, on the third phase. We're gonna go ahead and full scream on Llama right now. Holy cow, look at that damage.
Definitely. And CB, if they can get another clean damage phase, we're gonna see what you were talking about earlier. What does that tick mean? What does that do? What kind of extra step
That's what's about to mean. There's about to be a I'm thinking, why not a little lightsaber?
Why not? And we are 50 minutes into the dungeon race, everybody. We do have a timer on screen, so anybody who wants to keep track of how long it's been going, that question's already answered right underneath us, right underneath you guys, actually, right underneath chat.
Those are some of the quality of life changes we've continued to add, guys. Like I mentioned, we'll keep you up to date on when the encounters are being completed. Also, we even have an instant replay to show some of those earlier encounters. When we get a break in the action, we'll show you the completion of that last encounter. But right now, we're going to stay locked in on Llama. But yes, as Evan mentioned, a lot of different things that we're trying to make sure kind of help you guys to stay in the action. Right now, 51 minutes, 19 seconds.
Okay, and we are getting ready for, oh, there goes the shield. There goes part of it. And here comes part 2.
And the second one when they can drop them in.
And
my money's still on a Praxic Blade ending. That's what my money's on.
A little Praxic Blade ending.
That's
Why
what it's
not?
on.
Live a little Praxic Blade. Okay, they're getting ready, in position. And. Okay, bait him over.
One more fall.
Bait him over. I think it's got to be into the shock here, right?
You would think so, but let's see.
Looks like
one more damage. They're close.
Looks like it's...
They're trying to bait him into it.
I don't know how you even bait him into this. How do you bait him into this?
I wish I had the answer for you, Evan. Maybe you'd tell him that...
Maybe put a piece of cheese over there?
That's what I was going to say, or tell him that there's, you know, more power that he can draw.
I guess. It's kind of in an awkward...
oh, man.
That's an awkward
I also
angle.
wonder, do they have unlimited time at this? Are they going to run out of time if they don't?
Based on dungeons, without this encounter does not have a timer, so...
Yeah, I don't even mean like that. I mean without his shield maybe going back to full. Like being like, you're taking too long.
Oh.
But I guess we'll see here.
Well, that would just be mean.
And, man, it even said immune when he touches it.
Oh, and it's good.
Okay,
it's
here
good.
it is. And so here we are.
Here
Prismatic
we
out.
Go. Needlestorm out.
Needlestorm out.
It looked like Parasite
was out as well. So that's what they're doing for damage
and we have
here.
Mint Retrograde.
Yep, we have
Parasite.
Yep, Mint, Parasited. They're doing some good damage.
And
we
I
might
wonder,
be on a world's first on this boss clear.
Potentially.
We'll see.
This is maybe.
Pull the Praxic Blades out.
Come on, Llama.
Pull them out.
3. There's a new shield.
Here we go. Like I said, Evan. Here we go. What does it mean?
Whoa.
Wait, you broke it? Wait,
Follow
you chased him? Chase him!
Chase him!
Don't let him escape! Don't let him escape!
Where
He's
is
running
he
away.
going?
The final stand he runs. Go play tag. Catch him.
Where did he go?
It's a game of tag.
It has to be. Shields down. Shields down.
Okay.
Damage.
All right, more damage. Parasite's out again. They swap. Mint's out. Wells
Looks like
down.
a final stand loadout is on.
Maybe it's like one where it's just like kind of a mobile. You kind of have to chase, kind of like Shuro-Chi.
Maybe.
Here we go.
I think Llama's actually kind of mad that
Enraged.
he got enraged.
And it wasn't enough.
It's a wipe.
It wasn't enough.
Make him fall into the hole.
Oh my gosh.
No.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
He ran away.
I think Llama is very upset because he accidentally picked up more of the light and dark goop, and so he did not have a grenade there. He did not have a grenade. He just had the ability from this encounter. But we just saw our final stand on what we believe is encounter 2. 54 minutes into the race, and we are going to see maybe more teams catch up as we should go down to ATP, going into potential damage phase number 3. Let's go.
Here
Stay
we go.
with
We
me,
are
CB.
already on.
Stay with me, ladies and gentlemen. Stay with me right here.
Here we go.
It's time.
This is the beauty of dungeon racing.
Absolutely.
Oh, I love it. This is great.
You remember how I said, well, how Lodi said, actually. I channeled Lodi for this tape.
Yes.
Lodi did say that he would love to see a giant Praxic Blade as a boss fight, or a Praxic Blade being involved at the very least. I count this boss pretty big. He's got 2 Praxic Blades.
Oh, that was not what I was expecting. He broke through the door and started running.
Definitely.
Oh my. That was a moment there. That's something that I definitely will not forget. And we will see if ATP, if they can maybe be the first to maybe break out ahead here.
Definitely. And I wonder, I think this is their third damage phase. This would be crazy if this was their second one.
I would assume this is third.
This has got to be third.
Yeah.
With that said, the optimizations of damage come in very handily in moments like this, because if you think about it, if this was, let's say, a second damage phase and not a third, then you can kind of plan for a final stand only attempt, and the next thing you know, you're kind of ready to go.
So the thing that I want to turn your attention to, Evan, is that the way they took the damage that first time was actually having, I'm just going to call it the Atheon strat of having them fall into the cliff. So was it only the third one where they did the electric?
Yes.
Did it close on the second?
They do two in the hole.
So two and then one in the electric. Just so you guys know, so two
Yep.
in the hole, one in the electric, just to make sure we're all following it as it's going. So that's what's going on right now. I just want to keep you guys kind of in the action and kind of in the know.
And they're going to break this other one on the wall right next to ATP. Once they clear out some ads, clearly they want some more ammo. They probably have already heard the call that the final stand works that way.
Passes fast.
Information flows.
Every team knows now. So now the big question is,
every single team knows what is going on with that final stand now, like you just said. ATP's getting the ammo ready. He knows what's at stake here. Maybe he can get to the next encounter first, like typical ATP fashion.
Yeah, at least as far as we know, he was the first to break through that first encounter, and it could be the first again.
Definitely. Okay, and we're also going to kind of do a little duo camp here.
Yes, we are. Actually, we are going to go I'm thinking
this is what I was talking about. Look at where the health is. You can see the damage optimization from Elysium is pristine. This is what this team does.
Cow. But if they can't get to that crack before to get to the final stand, ATP, they still could. This could still be theirs. Like
absolutely,
they still have plenty of time.
It's still very possible. And I want to say this. It's a dungeon, so you're not necessarily pressured by that timer. As we saw with Llama's POV, they had a lot of time to bring the boss into that third shield break, and ATP is going to prep that third shield break right now.
Only one left.
There is
ladies and gentlemen, I do think even though Salt's damage is insane, I think we're going to see final stand first here from Team ATP here. So let's go ahead and get locked in there, as I believe we're getting very close. And remember, that is ATP, On Pam, and Husk. So Team ATP, On Pam, Husk, all three of them.
And you can see that generator is on. It is active for ATP. They could, like you said, CB, they could get the damage faster and beat out Elysium for that first through this encounter. And there goes the boss right into it. Here comes damage. Let's go full screen ATP just for the moment. Here we go. We have the axes out. The bit rate is dying because the axes are out in full speed. Oh, there's too many pixels on the screen.
If you didn't know better, if you were looking at a different year, you'd almost think it's burning Mall the way that those things are booming and the fire is burning.
This is going to be close.
This is going to be very, very close.
Down to the wire.
And I believe that they're going to get it with the...
They just got it. They got it and they're ready. The comm was already heard.
They already know.
They're following it. They're on his booty. They're on his
debuffing him. You see, they're already debuffing him. So here we go.
Get off of Harrow's booty. You got to go chase him.
And he's running. Here we go. He does jump across. Are they ready to fight him?
Ahead. Take out the Centurions.
The shield, as you can see, is going down.
Here comes Tether.
Here's the final fight.
Comes final stand.
Will they have enough damage?
We're going to see.
It's so crazy. These axes are out. Here we go. Fire is burning.
And here comes the damage rotation.
I think it's going to be close. I don't want to cap it. Maybe.
They got it. They got it. 59 minutes and 40 seconds in. ATP.
Just under an hour.
And On Pam, just under 1 hour, have beaten the second encounter. We will get a graphic ready.
Yes, we will.
59:40 was the clear time.
Oh, my gosh. 59 minutes, just under an hour. Let's stay right here. Where are we going next?
I don't know.
I don't either. Maybe I'll do another ship. Maybe we fly somewhere else. Who knows?
Who knows? Maybe it's another cutscene. maybe another cutscene.
Who knows?
To bring us to another place.
Hey.
They're hitting the levers.
What's going on here? Doors opening. Wait, am I right?
I think
was I cooking? Wait, what is this?
What?
Huh? Well, that was, I don't even know. I don't. What? Bro, it's so peaceful.
I feel so
That was
calm.
not what I was expecting.
I feel so
I was
calm.
like, yeah. I went
I'm
from being like heart pumping to like now I'm like, you're
you know
right.
what?
It's very,
I
it's
bet,
very serene.
you know what I bet?
What's that?
And I bet Bungie's laughing right now because they probably have a good soundtrack moment here, and we're just not hearing it because ATP probably turned off the music.
So you think we're having a deep soul lullaby?
We're
moment
having
that
a
we're
deep
not
soul
having?
lullaby that we're not having right now. That's my guess. I don't know.
Oh my
Maybe they
gosh.
wanted us to sit in silence
New
too.
objective here: infiltrate the command ship.
Infiltrate.
That
the
is
command
the
ship.
next.
So this
objective.
is another encounter, or is this just the objective?
Maybe
we have to wait for respawn restricted, and we'll
Yes,
see. Wait for
exactly.
respawn restricted. I just saw it. It's respawn restricted.
Oh
This
my.
does count as an encounter. Normally, respawn restricted counts as an
Yeah.
encounter. And here we go. We're going to infiltrate the ship together. Okay. And one of the things that helps a lot of players, and when I was racing back in my heyday of racing, one of the things that always helped you kind of know a general idea of where to go was to look at kind of the light, the vectors, the little context clues that Bungie does such a great job of leaving in the environments. You'll notice this dark tunnel has one little lantern kind of off to the side that's glowing. It's hewing around a cavern, and you're just like, okay, I want to go check that out. And that's by design. That's not unintentional. So definitely these racers are very, very aware of that.
Now this is very interesting. I don't know if you're seeing, but definitely traversal time for sure. And so we are seeing raising platforms. On Pam, it pushed on ahead a little bit. We are seeing enemies spawning as well.
Definitely. And we're already seeing, this is really cool. This is like a giant ship bay, and they're sneaking through it.
They are. I mean, we got to infiltrate it, so go in sneaky and then I guess make a big bang wherever we end up. And CATP struggling a little bit to get through this crevice.
And I am just working on getting some updates here. As you see Husk and On Pam already moving through. ATP kind of checking out the scenery. Hey, what's this Imperium guy doing here? And again, big hangar, behemoth right there.
Yeah, I mean, we saw those at the beginning. I mean, Evan, you had mentioned earlier, maybe we see a big one that ends up being a boss. Who knows?
If a behemoth is a boss, I'll see in 7 hours.
That would be. I mean, they're
The
already
behemoths are very
They're already
strong.
mean enough when they're not bosses. So I can't even imagine. So we are seeing a death there. Remember, the timer is counting down, guys. This is a respawn restricted traversal section, so they are going to need to get that res.
Definitely, and pretty consistently we're seeing a little bit of a shakeup in how these encounters go from what I'm used to from a dungeon. Like the first encounter already involved sparrows the whole way through. It was use your sparrow, get this buff, and start working through the ads. The second encounter, we saw 2 Praxic blades, not 1, but 2
We did see
Praxic blades
2
on full
Praxic
display,
blades.
and you had to use traps against the boss. So, I mean, Haro literally fell into 2 holes, ran into a generator, and then on Final Stand was like, nah, I'm out of here, tried to run away. So, again, we're already seeing some shakeups from what I'm used to out of a dungeon.
Guys, I'm dead.
I'm excited to see what the third big shakeup we could see is. Is it traversal? Is it traversal like we've never seen before? Is it a survival section that begs for you to lose on contest? Because I promise you, that timer and that light fading, tick, 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 it is affecting them right now.
You're not wrong, and so I think what we're seeing here from at least Husk is they're just saying get as far as you can and maybe end up making it. Like who knows?
Definitely.
Like maybe you make it to a point where maybe you can turn off that timer, but they might also hit a door where everybody has to be there. You never know with traversal, so we'll have to see what ends up happening with that. Also, guys, keep in mind we'll get a replay up for you guys on that boss clear here in just a moment. That's coming here in a moment.
And we're also getting word that it seems like Mario, Biggs, and Luigi have also cleared second encounter.
Wow.
So we have multiple teams. So if we want to do a duo
jump
of
off then. Just jump
Mario and ATP, could be worth pursuing.
There we go. So we do have a duo, guys. So what you're looking at on the left is the current contest champions
My bad,
from
team.
Sunder Doctrine. On the right, you're seeing ATP, Husk, and OnPam. And I'm sure that more teams are going to follow very
definitely.
soon.
I would have to think so, and I know that Elysium was right there, but we were told that they did end up wiping, just on that little pixel, I believe.
Oh man, they did.
I definitely want to see what kind of shakeup we see next for everything. I mean, genuinely everything, because we just saw ATP wiped right there, which is unfortunate, but it gives an opening for Mario, Biggs, and Luigi. And this is kind of where Mario, Biggs, and Luigi excelled in Sunder Doctrine. They took over that second encounter, they knew that they were ahead, and they went, oh, this is our time to lock in.
They never gave it back, too, and you're not wrong. And if we take a quick second, I do believe we do at least have the graphic that does have the time frame again, just to update people. We'll get that up in a moment, just so you can see. So the first encounter was defeated in 19 minutes, and now this second one done in 59 minutes total. So both within the first hour. So we can go ahead and snap back, but just to keep you guys up to date, we are 2 encounters done, 1 an encounter, 1 a boss, in under an hour.
And under an hour is insane. It just goes to show how insane the racers are. Like, they have made strides of progress. I mean, again, there we go. It looks like, again, this section is going to be interesting to me, because what kind of shakeup is going to be here? Because this is technically an encounter, CB.
That is true. I mean, from the sense of like, I guess, because there's no rally flag at the beginning though, right?
No, but it is a full respawn
But it is a
restricted.
respawn restricted. You're not wrong on that.
And it does have an objective marker, so this
that is true.
Has some sort of routing that we're going to need to find here. We're seeing already, looks like ATP, Husk, and OnPam moving back through where they were. ATP said, hey guys, I'm sorry. I kind of fell behind. I wiped in a bad spot. You can't really come back to me, so we're just going to have to full wipe this one. And we're seeing already Team Tommy kind of also figuring out their way, where to go, kind of some of them more strategies. In the meantime, everybody, I wanted to remind you guys that we do have a Discord that is going to be updating in real time all of the encounters, kind of the what to do, best loadouts, best meta. And if you want to find some friends, again, !Discord, that's where all the zone activities are going to be going on, if you're interested.
I completely agree. And I mean, whether it's been dungeon zones, raid zones, zombie zones, whatever it's been, we appreciate you guys sticking on this journey with us. It's been so much fun to see the progression of this show and to now be here in this cantina-like set here at Bungie HQ with you all. We do really appreciate it. This has been really, really fun so far, and I'm excited to see what the rest of this looks like. How many more bosses we're gonna see? Is there only one more boss? We're gonna see multiple bosses? Like, there's still so much up in the air.
No, definitely. I feel like we're at least due for another boss. That's just where my head is at.
Well, for sure, but do you
because it's got to be a giant Praxic Blade.
At the end, just a living Praxic
giant Praxic Blade at the very end. Like, that's got to happen. And also just a reminder for everybody who's watching, you will get an emblem if you're watching on the Twitch side just for watching for 1 hour, as long as your Bungie account is linked to your Twitch account. On the YouTube side, CB is also giving away emblem codes like crazy. So definitely just know that this is the place if you want to catch some emblems for today.
Yes, sir. And with that being said, guys, we should here very, very soon have that that replay of the first boss kill. We'll get that up for you guys soon. We can also, while they're traversing, even show the first encounter that got cleared as well for some people that are just joining us from home as they are kind of traversing here. The first one that we got to see on our screen was from Team Wordle and 3. From back just a little bit ago. ATP, it cleared right at the same time. We weren't on the perspective when that happened, but this was the first POV that we had, at least from the show perspective, of the first encounter being cleared. ATP was just a few moments ahead from what we know, but this was the first clip we had. And then, believe it or not, they actually go into the ship and a cutscene
blast off.
And a cutscene plays. So that's what we had going on. So we'll go ahead and snap back. But as you can see there, that leads into a cutscene, something that we very much were not prepared for.
And I hate to cut you off, CB, but I'm being told from our team that Jackery is already on the next encounter. So we're going to get Jackery pulled up.
That's where we're headed right now.
We're going to get Jackery pulled up as soon as we can. And I believe Jackery was a name that we called out. I'm just going to make sure. No, it doesn't look like it, but I am very familiar with Jackery's name. I think from maybe the solo side. But we're going to get that up as soon as we can, guys. For now, just know that we got your best interests in mind here, and we see all these different POVs all pulled up.
Yes, sir. And with that being said, the second that's up, we'll go ahead and bring that to the forefront. It's right in the middle here, and we're gonna go full cam on it now. And let's take a look and see what's happening here. We'll have audio here in a second. We don't know if they have audio, so we'll see.
And this looks to be, yep, Jackery's POV. Whoa, that's a giant exhaust pipe. Jackery, Barbucks, and Uzi.
Yeah, this is a stacked team. I mean, we've watched all of them before.
Yes, we have. And they, again, it's kind of following suit with the other two encounters. Grab the buff, get kind of the charged up all the way, and then interact with parts of the ship all around. But I'm curious to see what happens here. And whoa, what is that? Is that the boss? Did I just say what is that?
I mean, there's no help.
No, that was no. What is that?
I don't know.
That is like a wizard guardian.
But
am I crazy to think that that's a wizard guardian?
I don't know. What?
CB, that looks like a wizard and it's like blasting him through the walls.
Does it have a name?
Dredge and Seer.
Yeah.
Dredge and Seer.
Dredge and Seer. Yeah, Arc Inversion. Look at that. Holy.
That is a
Dredge and
Wait,
Seer.
hold on. Let's
back up.
Let's back up.
All right.
Let's back up.
Okay.
Okay, so Dredge and Seer is a warlock wizard. Is it a guardian? It's the Emperor? Like, who is Dredge and Seer? And look, ATP, let's go full screen to ATP because he is also
yes,
about
we're
to
gonna see our first time probably seeing that perspective from the beginning.
Whoa.
Holy.
That is.
And
let us begin.
Dredge and Seer.
Dredge and
Let us
Seer.
begin. Then this can't be final boss. So it can't be, right? What do you guys think?
I mean, Dredge and Seer does look
can't be, right?
Like a final.
Is it? Are we there? Like, what do you think? What is chat think? What do y'all think?
I'm gonna be honest, CB. Just off of vibes alone, this feels like final boss vibes.
Think so?
Unless Dredgen.
Think this is final?
Unless Darth Dredgen shows up, and maybe changes his mind.
He does look very final-like.
This feels
what do you guys think? I'm seeing a mix of both.
You know what I think it could be? What
do you think?
It could be a light hive, a wizard, light hive, that is also a Dredgen. I have no clue. I've never seen an enemy that looks like this. Never.
This is really cool.
This is that mold break that we were talking about. Because look at this.
Wait, it has a health bar, an individual health bar. Wait, so was that even?
Oh, and they shot a little Taken Blight, and they had to shoot the correct one that actually did damage. So maybe and look at the health bar. It's like it's chunking to now.
I do agree with you, but so what I'm wondering is, so do you have to kill maybe the smaller Dredge and Seers to take down the shield to maybe then be able to do damage to actual Dredge and Seer?
Sounds about right.
It could almost be like, think of it like the Shade of Oryx.
Could be.
Like kind of like having to every once in a while fight a smaller version of Oryx.
And CB, Blistered Shadow just went down. What did the Lure of the Dark? What is that buff? Have you had enough? What do you mean have I had enough? No. Oh. Whatever the Lure of the Dark maybe allows him to shoot the blights on the wall. And ATP tried to match the one that was in the Dark Realm. Face your death.
Okay.
Okay, I know I'm speaking a lot on what could be, what is this, what is that, but so much is happening, and I just want to keep you guys in the action. So, what the heck?
Hey, what do you all think needs to happen here? This is... Dredge and Seer looks not happy.
Dredge and Seer is pretty angry. Probably because we're invading Dredge and Seer's ship. Now, what would be nice is if we had to use a Praxic Blade for best defense.
Face your death. What will you choose? I want to bring some highlighting to that. What will you choose in facing your death?
Is that what sends you into this portal?
It's a great question, and I wonder if having to choose one of those blights is maybe what it's referring to. Could be. I'm not 100% sure.
I'm interested in figuring this out as well because ATP, if you saw when they went back to, I guess we'll call it the normal world.
Right.
ATP was trying to match the ones that he was shooting, and it wasn't working. It was all immune. Everything was immune. So It's maybe you need Lure of the Light. Maybe you need to fill up Lure of the Dark all the way, like you said, from defeating.
Yeah. From defeating the Cabal from earlier,
defeating
right?
not necessarily the
well, yeah, but same concept though. Sorry, I'm talking about the same concept.
Yeah.
But with that being said, Evan, I mean, and keep in mind it's equilibrium too, right? So I do wonder, like, fully, you know, where that's going to come into play with this as well, with the balancing.
Definitely.
Right.
And there you go. Blistered Shadow goes down again. I know. Everybody's kind of rotate. Have you had enough? No.
I don't know.
No.
I don't know.
The answer is no.
Okay.
And they broke it. Okay, so they did end up breaking one of these. So whatever they figured out in there to be able to break one of them, they're going to continue on. And CB, I want to draw attention to the fact that this encounter does not have a timer either. It's going to be maybe an evil encounter in some ways, like we just saw with the Nameless Apprentice trying to wipe them.
Right.
But it does not have a timer, similar to how Corrupted Puppeteer did not have a timer.
Correct. It's probably just going to be amount of phase based. So you probably get 3 of them.
And you probably get 3 of them. And what I would have to think, based off of just context clues and history, is that ATP can take his time here. They can kind of figure out, how do we get to this damage and how do we properly do this?
Yeah, you do know though that, like, I mean, the teams are about to be hot.
Oh, the floodgates are about to be open.
Right, like even like after this encounter, we'll quickly zoom out. We'll see if Mario is caught up. We'll see how Jackery's runs are looking, and I mean, I can only imagine all the other teams are very closely behind.
Oh, definitely. And like we said, equilibrium. They're balancing the light and dark orbs in these rooms.
Yeah,
I think.
Go ahead and go 4 box here too.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. Actually, you read my mind.
Perfect. And so what we're seeing here is, I guess we're going to see if Snazzy is able to jump to the next part. It'll be interesting just to see. We won't full cam, but we'll take a look at our bottom left to see if Team Nuts is going to make it to the next encounter here. Prismatic out.
I think ATP is like really locking down these mechanics. And I do agree with you that Team Nuts looks like they're headed to...
And wait.
They did it.
Oh,
Okay.
nice.
All right.
Very nice.
Team
Very,
Nuts
very
is
nice.
headed
Very,
to the
very
third
nice.
encounter. And Jackery maybe jumped the gun on the ult a little bit. Somebody got disconnected as well. That's really unfortunate.
No. Yeah, you're
but
right.
ATP is kind of, even while everybody is down, trying to figure out more mechanics. Because again, I want to draw attention to the health bar on Dredgen, on the bottom right, Dredgen Seer's health bar. You see that bar is glowing white, and it's getting larger and larger with every single time they do this mechanic.
And you're not wrong. It's the big thing that we're left with is once we kind of fully take off that, it's a little different than an overshield. It's almost like a health bar over the health bar almost, right? So that the health of the smaller Dredgen Seals, I do wonder.
Wait, Jackery is doing damage
Wait,
on the
can
top
we
right.
full screen? Yes, you're right. Okay.
Jackery is doing damage on the top right of your screen right now.
But it's
definitely
how the
come again. That's all the damage you're gonna get, and that is a lot of electricity. That is a lot of electricity, CB.
What just wait? Oh, and now keep in mind too, they got to get their third teammate back in, which they'll do. But wow.
Okay. So we've already seen a damage phase, and we are 1 hour, 18 minutes into this, about to be 1 hour and 19. So I want to point out, we've already seen a damage phase get discovered. And that is very different than how Sundered went, where Sundered, a lot of the struggle to get through, as Mario said, Kevin, was to break the shield.
Right. But then once the shield was broken, it felt like
game time.
Every single and clear just kept coming in, like over and over and
so
over.
So are you saying now it's going to be an opposite, where now the shield is broken, now it's going to be a game time to figure out how to even get to the damage?
I do almost wonder, I'm still on the fence on this one because I feel like there's going to be a figuring out of how the damage phase works.
And CB, I want to quickly say, let's go full screen to ATP so we can see the intro to how this boss works.
Yes.
Go full screen to ATP. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Boom!
Oh!
Almost went down.
That couldn't. So do not stand anywhere near
Do not be near Dredgen Seer. That's what we've learned. That's what we've learned. Okay, now we can probably pull us back out of here so we can see some more progress across the board. But yeah, I just wanted to definitely check that out. Go ahead.
Both of these, no, you're perfectly fine. Both of the intros to both bosses have been top tier. I've liked both of them. Double Prasik Blades coming out has been great. Both have been great. really enjoyed it. And so we'll just listen in for a quick second, everybody. But so top left, just a little bit of a recap. On the top left, we have the current champions from the last dungeon with Mario, Luigi, and Biggs. On the top right, we have cbgray. Is just they are an amazing team that, I mean, we weren't tracking them at the beginning, but they've broken out and they have made the most progress of everybody. On the bottom left, we have Team Nuts, who just completed the first boss and they're trying to get to the second boss as quickly as they can. And then here we have ATP, who we've been tracking them since the beginning. They've broke out and made a lot of progress early on, and we'll see if they can maybe keep that momentum going here.
Definitely. And I'm kind of piecing together the mechanics in my head a little bit, because ATP does have everything on the screen. We can see everything. So it looks like Lure of the Dark is to do with being in this realm and maybe getting the smaller Dredge and Sears, the shadow versions of Dredge and Sears, all good to go. And it looks like the top buff is kind of what we've seen before, which is allowing them to interact with parts of the ship. And now it's kind of a race to figure out how did cbgray do damage? That's kind of the final piece that we need to figure out.
Yeah, no, and we're seeing here too, now we have Elysium on the bottom left as well. Like I said, a lot of teams are going to be catching up really quickly here, so it's going to be an all-out sprint once, I'd say, a few more details are kind of ironed out. And we'll just continue to listen in here for a quick second.
Definitely. Let's go full screen to ATP, because it looks like they've kind of figured out some more mechanics. Like, again, they keep, you know, ATP at this point, they keep figuring out ways to solve more and more mechanics. Like, this is who they are. This is what they do. They always find a way to get to final boss. We just need to see if they can pull off that world's first clear.
Right, and I do think that while we are getting some puzzle solving too, when we do get another break in the action, we do have the at least first boss clear that we had seen from the previous boss that we can show to you guys for anybody who's just joining that might not have got to see the first boss. So when we get a break in the action, we'll go ahead and show you guys that replay. And we'll show it right after this one ends up getting either
however far this attempt gets for ATP. But I mean, on Pam, Husk, ATP, definitely been slaying out all day. And again, they just solve mechanics very fast. This is who they are.
They do.
This is what they do.
And now the question's going to be, can they bring that home? That's the narrative.
Would love to see them bring it home, to be honest, CB. Would love, like, personally, I have no bias in any of these. I'd love to see whoever plays the best get the world's first, but I feel like it's been so close so many times for ATP that I would love to see him bring it home.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, that's going to be the cool part, is that we're all going to find out here together. So any progress that gets made, you guys will see here first, as we see another blistered shadow over there that they're going to take out, and that's going to affect the health bar, as you can see there. And so I would imagine, so we're saying, have you had enough? I believe they might have possibly one more to do, but we'll see here if maybe. That is a scary looking boss, not gonna lie. Okay, we see the arc. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
And Dredge and Seer with the arc inversion just completely.
That is who Dredge and Seer is.
Oh my gosh.
The chest piece looks so familiar that Dredge and Seer is wearing. It reminds me of an exotic, and I don't know which one, but it's just like, it's like hitting that part of my brain that's like
that Dredge and Seer has on?
That Dredge and Seer has on. It's hard to really see, but it reminds me of an exotic. I just can't tell you which one.
I need to get
maybe it's just an armor piece in general.
To get a good look.
The
at
Storm
Dredge and
Dancer
Seer.
one. That's what Chad is saying. The Storm Dancer one.
Yeah. I mean, he is I mean, he has a lot of arc abilities here. And so we are seeing what looks like possibly, I don't want to count it out, maybe they don't wipe here.
She only focuses me with this Palpatine attack.
Okay.
Okay, so they are wiping here.
So
we'll go ahead and
bring us out.
The elites don't tell you how to do the encounters washed. They don't do anything.
And so it looks like teams are just going to be in a figuring out process for a moment. So we can bring a quick instant replay if we want, just for a quick moment, so you guys can kind of see what that first boss clear looked like?
Yeah, let's go ahead and see that. That was the first encounter, and then we'll show you right after how the second encounter was cleared.
Yes. Yeah, so we'll show that first boss. So that was the first, at least first encounter that we had saw, and that actually ended up leading into a cutscene, which is something we hadn't seen. So we'll go ahead and jump off of this one, and we'll show you what that boss looked like here too. So this was the first POV that we were tracking here, and this was the final stand of first boss.
ATP, Husk, and On Pam ended up defeating the final stand. Now, what this doesn't show you is how at the end, entering final stand, the boss rips open a whole entire wall and starts sprinting down the hallway and then jumps across for one final stand.
Right. And so we'll keep you guys in the action with these replays as things continue to go on. If there's any other moments too that we need to highlight, we definitely will. But yeah, I just want to make sure that if you're just joining us, you're still able to see those clears. So thank you for hanging out with us and choosing, Dungeon Zone to be where you watch the dungeon race.
Genuinely. And again, we're seeing, if you look in the top left-hand corner, you see Mario it looks like on Dredge and Seer. You see top middle is Jackery, also on Dredge and Seer. Still the only team we've seen get to a damage phase.
Yep.
Mork is on his way over there with Parabellum. Salt is in the encounter as well with Elysium. ATP has been the closest that we've seen for mechanics-wise from what we have been able to see on Dungeon Zone. And again, Llama, middle right of your screen, working his way through the second encounter, getting very close. It looks like we have Jackery now on the bottom left-hand corner.
Only one that's done damage.
Only one that's done damage. Snazzy is also on the top middle on his way to third, it looks like. We have ZCP doing the second encounter still on the bottom middle of your screen. And I think T-Storm is on his way to the final encounter
That's what it's looking like, yeah.
So we have a lot of teams catching up to the third encounter, whatever that may be.
It's going to be heating up as we continue to go. Guys, we are at almost the 90-minute mark, So far, I mean, this has been a dungeon like we haven't really seen. This has been really cool so far. And so it's going to be interesting to see how you get to that damage and ultimately how in the world you do substantial damage.
That's
we
how
didn't
I'm
see very good damage that first time.
Definitely. I think we're kind of in that phase of how do we do the damage? What does damage look like? How do we survive during this? And maybe that's, like we said, maybe it's going to come down to this third encounter being this giant wall. Everybody's kind of raced through it. Now, who can stick it out for the marathon?
True. Yeah, because like you talked about a little bit earlier with Sunder, there was this wall of how in the world do we figure this out? What do all of these different symbols mean? How in the world do we actually do damage? And that took quite a bit. I do wonder if this is going to be that wall that you're kind of referring to, or if maybe teams will figure this out quickly. I mean, we'll say it's still been, it's been a pretty fast sprint so far. We'll see if this turns into a marathon as this continues to go on.
Definitely. And I want to see. I can't tell who is right there in damage. There's so many different teams now on this third encounter, but I want to see. I think ATP and Mario are the furthest along this, but again, Jackery got to damage, but maybe they didn't even know how they got to damage.
That always can be a factor too.
It can be a factor. I feel like where racing is at now, it's not as much of a factor. That I feel like now every team has somebody in their ear writing down everything that worked and didn't work. And so now teams, I mean, if you're not scouted out and ready to go.
Yeah, we are seeing the information flow so fast
Yes.
that you can tell how fast it goes, because you'll see one breakthrough happen and you'll see that breakthrough in the next POV that we go to instantly. And
Exactly.
it is so quick. It's just really how dungeon races and raid races has kind of continued to just evolve over time.
Exactly. And again, I want to just say one thing again for everybody in chat. I think everybody's just trolling at this point, but again, guys, exclamation point emblem does not do anything. You just have to watch the stream with your Bungie link to your Twitch. If it's not making progress, make sure that you've refreshed. It should be making progress. All you have to do is watch for an hour. Saw a bunch of comments today saying that, hey, my drop worked, no problem. That's on the Twitch side. You do not need to use exclamation point emblem. You just have to watch for 1 hour with your Bungie link to your Twitch, okay? And if you're on the YouTube side, CB is also doing giveaways for an emblem. So just making sure that that is clear. As long as you're a chatter in CB's stream on YouTube, you will be entered for an emblem. On my stream, all you have to do is watch for an hour, Bungie link to Twitch, that's it. There you go. And while this is going on, we're already seeing that information that you just talked about, CB, with Snazzy just getting here and already knowing the basics
already
of what
knowing
to do.
the basics. And another thing I want to highlight too is, I mean, it's crazy now. So we have all but, what, 2 of the POVs now that are at final that we're watching. T-Storm's almost there. ZCP and Llama are both on their final phases. So we could almost have 9 POVs here in a moment.
Definitely. I mean, like you said, T-Storm is, well, it feels like a couple minutes away. ZCP is about to begin damage phase 3, and I mean, we know ZCP's damage is insane, so it's very possible that they get through it, and then they would have that information already ready to go. So they'd already be on the way to encounter.
That's very true.
And I mean, Llama, it looks like, is also about to begin damage phase number 3 on the second encounter. So again, we want to obviously stay on the third encounter. We obviously want to stay with Dredge and Seer. But I just want to focus on the fact that we have 9 POVs almost at the third encounter.
I know, and these are just the ones that we're showing. There could even be more, so keep in mind, guys, the floodgates are going to open once again, and the big question is going to be who can do the first real bit of damage first. Like, we saw a tiny little bit, but seeing like the first like substantial phase. Also, Nightbot did announce some of those names. The YouTube mods will get on that. I appreciate you guys all for hanging so much. And yeah, we'll stay in the action. And so what you're seeing here from ZCP, we are seeing the last little bit, and we'll see if they can do it. Also, we're seeing Llama go down on their final phase. Hopefully they'll be able to, I hope they'll be able to, no, it doesn't look like they're gonna be able to recover from that. So unfortunately, Wordle on 3 does go down. We do have ZCP on theirs. While everybody's figuring it out, we could maybe just quickly showcase them, but we'll see if they can make it, because it would be very interesting to see here if they are able to catch up, if they can get to final stand.
Well, if they can get to final stand, I think we'll full screen ZCP.
Right, because we are watching right now number 2 on Epic Desert Perpetual.
Definitely.
Number 2.
And oh, it's so close. I think they did get to final stand. Let's go ahead and full screen ZCP.
That. Yes, we will. Also, Loyalty, thank you for that. The bar gets larger every time a shadow dies. Do y'all think maybe the goal is to not kill the shadows to give you the best possible chance in DPS? It's definitely possible, Loyalty. It's still a little early, but it's possible. And thank you so much for that donation as well on the Twitch.
There we go.
Guys.
Your
Here we go.
Your Praxi Blades will not stop ZCP.
Here we
if he goes in for some
Tractor
big damage.
is out.
Tractor's out.
EP Shoddy too.
Trying to get the
Look
EP
at
Shoddy, a
that.
little 1-2 punch in right there.
We do. We also have the notification that's
The
kinda
notification
hiding
is
the,
so funny.
Yeah, that little dismiss maybe action. And no, oh no!
All right. Well, unfortunate for ZCP and EMT and DP. No. All right. Let's pull us back out of here. Let's stay on the different POVs. As we saw, I don't know if you saw it, CB. Mario did a decent amount of damage already. And Mario Monkey, Luigi Style, Biggs NA, they're saying, give me back my trophy. I'm going for part 2. Come on.
Can you imagine a repeat? That would be insane. We have never had repeated winners in a dungeon.
We have not.
I mean, that's something that we have seen in terms of raids. Obviously, we've seen examples, whether it's been, we've seen Redeem with the back-to-back. I mean, the easiest thing to think about would be Spire Stars The Last Wish. I mean, you think about Elysium that's done back-to-back before as well. But will we ever see that from a dungeon?
I don't know, but I would have to say, if another team does not get to a damage phase right after this, then we need to be full screen on Mario for an entire phase.
Right,
Because I'm going
I
to tell
agree.
you right now, if this is giving me remnants of Sundered Doctrine, then what that means is that they figured something out and they're going wipe, 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 reset, come on, we can be in the lead. Nobody's done damage like us. This is the exact conversation they were having early this year. All the way back in February, they were having this conversation. They know it is their time. They've been here before, and they won under that pressure. Can you do it again? Mario Monkey, Luigi Style, and Biggs NA. Come on.
It's so cool to see the different narratives. Will the team from the past dungeon win again? Will it be a new team? Will it be a team that's maybe won before, but just not this past one? Who will it be?
We don't know. CB, that's the funny thing about living in this timeline. We can't go in the future. We don't know the answers. So if you're somebody that gets a little bit nervous thinking about the future, well, we need you to breathe. Come back. Nice, calm, and relax. Compose. You can do it. I believe. Now let's be here.
I'm very curious. If they did really have a breakthrough and they get the damage again, the big thing that if it's going to resemble Sundew, they should make substantial damage progress on this next one. If it's going to reflect Sundew.
So what I'm interested in here, CB, is that it looked like they had about where this bar is right now, damage phase.
Really?
Yes.
If they have that much, Evan, we could possibly be on World's First Watch.
It's possible. It's possible.
It's very early on.
And I mean, we don't know. There could be a whole nother thing after this.
It could, because the thing is, once again, the question I asked from the beginning, Evan, do you remember what I asked earlier?
Well, you asked, like, is this...
I said, what are we doing?
You asked me a lot of questions.
And that's true. But let's talk about one of those questions. That's an unfair question. You're not wrong. But I was testing anyway. Because, like, the Lodi to Lodi earlier.
The Lodi to Lodi. Well, we don't know who the Lodi is.
Channel the Lodi.
Shout out to the Lodi.
Shout out to the Lodi. With that being said, Evan, the big thing is when it asked us when we first got the ship to infiltrate the ship, I was like, well, what are we fully doing on the ship? Are we going to go on in and destroy somebody that's in it? Are we taking it over? Maybe do we need to blow it up and escape? Like, there's a lot of different ways that maybe they could change the paradigm of dungeons. What if the final boss wasn't the end? Obviously, that was something that shifted in Last Wish, the first time we ever saw something like that. But what if there's a dungeon equivalent to that?
I would be very happy with that, CB. I want to just draw your attention to something that I don't think I've seen another team do.
Yeah.
And that's while Dredge and Seer is shooting the other teammates, Mario is shooting Dredge and Seer's hands. Now that information has been shown, I know it's been shown to every other team. So we're about to see a lot of catching up if Mario, Biggs, and Luigi do not
Also,
get
I'm
a
seeing
big
an
clear
on
here.
Amazon damage. Can we full screen for a quick second here?
And go to ATP. That would be
They
ATP.
are, yes. And look at that
It looks like
damage.
the bar locked up again, though.
It did. So
let's go back
we'll
to
go
Mario.
back to Mario, but they also, as we're mentioning, Evan, the information flows so fast.
They've done some damage. And it looks like, again, we're about to see Team Tommy. Team Tommy. Team Tommy. Come on. Hit the Bahamas. Let's go. It looks like it's about to be.
And
some damage here pretty soon. It should be damage.
And here we
Present
go.
your
Present
choice.
your choice. Choice presented. Nova Bomb out.
Nova Bombs ready
Fire
to go.
one out.
I think those were controversial holds. No, those are sun bracers, it looks like.
Here we go.
Oh, wait, no, he has the ornament on, so it's different. Oh, my goodness.
It's
the
even
ornament
harder now.
changed.
The ornament can really.
The ornament
when
changed.
casting can be tough.
And,
Here we go.
and they need to hit that tick, CB. Tick, tick, tick,
Yeah,
tick, tick, tick.
this is it.
He ended up
Oh.
wiping himself.
Yeah,
trying to
killed
commit
by
too
the
much
architects
damage.
right there.
Choose again.
Choose again.
Choose again.
I don't think there's any choosing that's going to happen, Evan. I think the choosing is to restart, and we'll go ahead and unzoom.
We'll unzoom us out of here. I want to say Mario actually did that to himself. He threw so many nades that those nades were actually doing damage to himself. But we saw right there, Mario's already making the swaps.
Can we possibly, actually might be prematurely calling it. I thought that Mork might have been about to be doing damage, but I might have prematurely called that. We'll keep an eye out on them,
I think
though.
we do want to go to Snazzy, though.
Yeah, I think
Let's go to
so.
Snazzy. It looks like they're doing damage on the top middle of your screen. It looks like Snazzy
Look at
has
how
damage ready to
here
go.
we go. Finalities, augers
Finalities,
out, prismatics
auger,
on,
consecration,
and then thunder crash. Then we see mint, pulses out and popping.
Come on, Sai. Come on, the swaps are ready to go.
Here
you know
we
he's
go.
looking at that nade. He's like, oh, where's my
Everybody's
nade? Where's my
learning.
nade?
Oh,
Choose again.
man. Okay, do they
Damage was
see it?
not great there, CB.
But I wonder if when you choose again, if you can do a little more damage. Maybe they're choosing wrong.
CB, I think they have to hit a tick.
You think?
I think they do, because this did not happen to Mario, Luigi, and Biggs. All of this around you.
That's fair.
This
So-
did not happen.
So
So
a punishment of sorts.
maybe it's a punishment. Maybe they can continue this. I don't know. Maybe they can save themselves. But this did not happen to Mario, Luigi, and Biggs.
Well,
that's
I
all
don't
I can
think
say.
they're saving this is all I'm going to say.
I don't think so either, CB.
So let's go ahead and unzoom out.
Let's bring
yeah,
us
I
back
do
out.
think they need to get to the tick like you're saying, Evan, and if not, I think that you get punished if you don't.
Sounds, yeah.
With that being said, that was kind of crazy there. I'm still taking a peek here. Unfortunately, it still looks like Llama and ZCP struggling on that first boss. Hopefully they're able to kind of get some progress going there. Until then, guys, we are keeping an eye out on all the teams. As I mentioned, information flowing very, very fast. I very much expect for most teams to know how to get to the damage at this point in time.
Definitely. And I mean, we're kind of seeing... I just,
feel like with this boss as well,
I want to stress
it's
again,
easier to,
like we are just seeing Mario, Luigi, and Biggs with the furthest progress, and I'm sure every team is asking, how did they do that damage? And now that we've seen a couple more teams get to damage, A, how did they do that damage? And then B,
there has to be another phase extension, bro.
how do we maybe outdo what they've done so far? Because again, I want to stress that Mario was doing the right amount of damage. It just seemed like he was recoiling himself with damage.
Right, I do really want to see a non-death Team Tommy run, because as you mentioned, I mean, they're the only ones that have broken past whatever, whatever we saw from Snazzy's side. So whatever, needs to be avoided, Team Tommy was able to avoid. So we'll take a look here. Right now, what you're seeing is most teams is trying to get back to a damage phase. You see Llama and ZCP really trying to make up progress. Looks like ZCP on their second damage phase. Looks like Llama finishing up
And it
their
looks like
first
T-Storm
phase.
is doing damage on
yes,
the dredges.
we are
here.
going to go T-Storm bottom right here. T-Storm bottom right. This is the
and we're seeing that Finality's Augur is there, and this rotation is there, but this was not doing enough damage for any other team either. And here comes the electric trap.
Here comes the arc.
Here comes all the
Once
arc.
again.
What do you do here? You lose. Is
You
what you do
lose.
here. I think this is just a death trap.
Do you think there's no way?
I don't think there's a way out of this. I think it's time for us to come back and let's go. Seriously, let's go to Mario. Mario's doing damage. It looks like soon. It's hard to tell. Actually, I baited everybody. They're not doing
it does
damage
take a little bit of time. We'll unfull screen, but we'll definitely be watching very closely to Team Tommy as things get a little bit closer here.
And very smart on the healing auto. I want to stress that as well. Healing auto.
Let's actually go to Team. We'll go to ATP's POV for a second.
Yeah, they're doing
On-Cam
damage.
Husk as well.
They're
as
doing
they are
damage.
doing damage.
It's close range. It looks like.
Yep.
Stressing-
Team on Pam ATP.
Stressing
Husk.
the axe, the Praxic Blade, probably not a bad
The
option
axe
here
getting
either.
a lot of love.
Yeah, it's
today.
that close range damage today, and I'm telling you, CB, I would love to see some teams bust out a Praxic Blade. Maybe it's not the most practical for this encounter here. You like what I did there? Thank you. You didn't like what I did there? Thank you. He still doesn't like what I did there? Thank you. So we're gonna actually wait. ATP's found a soft spot where he can kind of live out here. It looks like as long as you get out of here in time, maybe you can live. Although, maybe not. We're gonna see.
I mean, maybe it is just to kind of get away from him. He's like just mad at you and you run away, but it does look like they are going to be wiping this. So we'll go ahead and unzoom here.
Yeah, and we can. I really want to see what Mario, Luigi, and Biggs are potentially going to do here.
Right, but
this is the one that it's like, if they make the big progress, they're in a commanding lead.
Right, and I do want to make a note of it. It does look like ZCP, while we were full screen, they did wipe again. So really struggling here on that encounter. Same deal with, looks like Aegis, they're on their final phase of DPS. Looks like Llama's getting into their second. So a lot of teams still really struggling with first boss here. So we'll kind of keep you guys up to date as we see more from some of those teams. But for now, we're going to keep you guys in the action on the final boss. Let's go ahead and ATV's taking a moment. So let's get audio on Mario, please. And yeah, we'll go from there.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get some audio on Mario, and then I think we probably just want to full screen Mario. Or maybe we can keep Snazzy up, actually, because Snazzy's about to begin a damage phase. You can see that bar flashing. That kind of indicates how close they are to the damage. looks like also Aegis is potentially about to go into final stand.
Yeah,
on
maybe
second
we just
encounter.
maybe we catch their final part.
Well, I want to see Snazzy's about to begin damage.
Yeah,
here.
we'll probably need to stay on that, so we'll keep it unfull for now. Man.
I don't know if I trust the Finality's Augur here.
No, they did end up wiping.
I just, as much as I love Finality Mint build, it doesn't seem like it's going to be a great option for this boss in particular. And it also seems like Mario might be beginning damage here soon. Here comes Snazzy for damage.
Yeah, we're
if we want to go full
Snazzy
screen.
full.
Let's go full screen on Snazzy's just so we can see kind of if their damage does improve.
And so here we go.
And
so remember that
their
first-
damage is better, but I don't know if it's maybe.
I would
Yeah, that's
not enough.
That's
Not
not
enough.
enough.
Not enough.
That's not enough.
Thank you, Snazzy. Thank you, Snazzy.
The health bars have
there's
been
gotta
so
be an
interesting in this dungeon. Honestly, from start to finish.
Spider, are there people?
All right, so we'll go ahead and unfull here.
Y'all are about the same.
Okay.
Like ATP got through another phase and just wiped. Exactly.
See, Lucky, do you hear how that's going?
And Mario is
Flow.
doing
we
damage.
are going to Mario.
Let's go
our
to Mario on
current
the
world's
top
first
left.
team.
I mean, like,
Yeah. Yep.
did they not get enough damage either? They didn't.
The buff, and if we need to extend.
Or actually, maybe they did, but maybe there is more to this.
Let me see.
I have no clue. He's trying to heal through
They have
this.
5 stacks of the buff while on ascendant plane to shoot all taken orbs in the ascendant plane to start DPS. Choose again means they get to choose how many they think they can do. If they fail, they wipe. In the sense of predict how much damage you're going to do, and if you don't do that set amount of damage, then you end up wiping. Is that your theory? Looking at some chat theories.
But like, how do you begin damage earlier then? Because you need to break all of them to begin the damage phase.
Yeah, I'm sitting there trying to get a follow-up on that. It's always nice to hear some theories, see what you guys are cooking up.
Okay, I just saw another yeah, no, they just had to survive. They did do it. They just had to survive. So Mario with the healing auto rifle right off the rip, smart idea, because he kept them alive. They left the arena, and it seemed like it was just a survival section to get through that. So that looks, I mean, maybe that's not the normal way that you're kind of like.
It is the first third though, and I mean now look, I mean now you have the shielded part of the health bar is that second third.
Definitely.
Interesting.
And I wonder, did they still at least have to hit that damage threshold? That's where my brain is at. So if they get to the next damage phase, if they have a big damage phase, I am curious to see if they can get to the R in Dredgen.
Yeah, here we go. Another chat. Balance equilibrium. Health gate, health bar. Survive to second phase. It's bouncing the bar and the gate.
And it looks like it's. Oh, that would actually. Well, I mean, the balance to me feels like when you're going into the Taken realm and then you're coming back out and shooting those orbs in both. That's kind of the equilibrium to me.
Yeah.
So, curious to know. Again, I love all the theories. Again, we mentioned it earlier in the show, but use the Discord as well as the chats across the board if you want to just talk about what's going on, some theories, some discussion, everything, guys. Thank you again for being a part of today. This has been awesome so far. So. Happy that you guys are here.
It really has, and I mean, we're seeing some major progress now. I mean, with moving on to the second, especially with no deaths, as you mentioned, keeping the team alive with the auto, really, really vital here is there's just so many ways that you can die.
Definitely.
From, I mean, first off, obviously, Dredge and Seer, but then all of his lackeys running around as well.
Dredge and Seer, definitely not one that I would want to be in a room with by myself. I think I'd get shocked to death personally.
Yeah, he doesn't look very friendly. No. I won't lie. No. And so here we go. We are seeing those orbs be shot again.
And it looks like they're kind of, if the gamble idea that chat was saying, where it's kind of like you choose how much damage you can do, and it is to hit that threshold, then it looks like on the first one, at least, they hit that threshold. So maybe for them, with what they're doing, it's smart to do it the way they are. Who knows? It's really hard to tell.
Yeah, without seeing all the buffs, it is kind of tough, but it does seem to be a balancing act, and I do agree, chat, with like having a lot of those theories being around kind of either the balancing of health, or just anything that kind of plays into the name of the dungeon. And so here we go again. We see the have you had enough?
Have you had enough? And it looks like the encounter kind of builds itself as you're continuing, because you still see the electric that wasn't there before on top of what the boss has got going on. And you also saw Mario try to put a rift down twice, and it didn't work both times because he kept getting booped out of the rift. So
classic.
That could have been a wipe right there just off of that. I mean, sometimes it is that close.
Yeah.
Sometimes you don't get a rift down, you try it twice, and all of a sudden you're dead because you didn't get the heal in time.
It's true.
And those are when people throw controllers.
Very true. One other, not trophies though.
Not trophies.
But that being one other thing to the yeah, it looks like you might have to kill some shadows to maybe get the threshold big enough to not worry about enrage, but not killing too many. To not be able to do enough damage. So, like, once again, kind of a balancing act, soundboard. Yeah, a lot of, like, it seems like most of the theories so far kind of around a balancing of either the damage, the health bar and the health gate, or even with, I even don't, like, it's interesting even the theory of predicting your own damage. I don't know if that's the side of it, but all the theories so far have been really interesting.
Yeah, I love definitely hearing what everybody has to say about these things. Like, it's always fun to kind of like, well, we don't get to see every single buff, or when we do get to see the buff, tracking those things down.
And one thing, let's pay attention, ladies and gentlemen, because we are getting to see number 2. So let's try to pay attention here, see what we can learn. We see Pulse out again. And we've seen pulses in every single encounter. Nade out.
Here comes the nades, CB.
Big chunk there too. If you saw
chunk
that.
from the nades.
Oh
the
my
nades
gosh.
are proving.
Dude, the damage.
There
Oh
we
my
go.
gosh. Oh!
Wow, they pushed
Whoa!
it. They pushed it.
Okay, so what does that mean?
Hey, get to the corner, guys. Guys, get to the corner. I gotta heal you. Guys, get to the corner.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now
Guys,
world's
get to the corner. I need to heal you.
If they can survive, this might be world's first watch.
This is
from our current champions right now. Oh my gosh.
Can they be the first ever? Back
to back. A back to back.
And in the same year.
It would be in the same year
In the
too.
same year.
Back in February. We got to chat with them after their world's first dungeon clear. Could they do it again? This is one of those moments, and it very much can be, because I'm sure most teams are probably seeing this. They're learning it. They're probably right behind them. If they wipe, there could be another team that takes this information and runs with it and could win. This is their moment.
I love how you keep going with could and might. Of
course,
I love it.
it's gotta be.
I love it. That's an experienced caster, ladies and gentlemen. We do not make definites. We do not speak in absolutes. For reasons that we will not say, we do not speak in absolutes around here. I can tell you though, on the other hand, Dredge and Seer, looking like that health is getting low. Is there a twist here, CB? Is there that twist that we saw?
Evan, it's a good question. We're about to find out very, very soon. We are staying right here in the action. This has been crazy so far. Like I said too, and Chet, I want to hear your theories too before we do, get our hours here and all these other things ready if they do make it to the last damage phase, if they do. But do you guys think after Dredge and Seer goes down, is this it? Is there some curveball Bungie throws at us? Like, where are your guys' heads at? Do we have to escape the ship? Is there anything else to it? Where is everybody's heads at right before we do get into this final damage phase?
And now I'm with you, CB. I want to know where everybody's heads are at. First of all, I can tell you where my head is at.
Yeah, what's that?
I'm overwhelmed.
This is crazy.
I'm overwhelmed because you can feel the emotions that this team is probably going through. You can see it and how their characters are moving. They're running around, racing around. Hey, stay healed. Hey, gotta keep you healed. Hey, come over here. Come over here. Let's not mess this up.
We shall
big damage phase
see.
coming up here.
A repeat of a dungeon would be insane. The story would be wild. Mario, Luigi, Biggs, Team Tommy.
What a save right there, by the way. I want to point that out.
Yes.
And oh my goodness.
Still, maybe let's make sure they fully save
nerves.
it.
Okay.
Yeah, you know the hands have to be starting to get shaky right now. If they had a heart rate monitor, it'd be pumping real fast.
It would be moving at lightning speed, I can tell you that.
In that, if he would have died there, that could have been the difference. Like, it is sometimes these small little things. Like, everything has to be perfect. There's no room for error in something like this, and that was a crazy save.
Absolutely. And it just goes to show again the experience, pulling out the eager edge and having the healing nade ready and having the melee ready in case, had the healing nade ready again just in case something went wrong. We know those phalanxes are very trolly.
Man. This is gonna be
Here we
something,
go,
man.
climbing up to the tippity top, trying to stay alive, trying to keep Luigi up. Hey, Luigi, make sure I'm your Mario brother. Gotta keep
Here
you up.
We
Have you
go
had enough?
very, very soon.
Have you?
I'm gonna let you know soon.
Enough.
But I'm gonna let you know.
Because I believe should be, as long as everything goes okay here. Break the shield.
You gotta break first.
Break the hands so that you're not dying. Yep, hands are
Little Galron action.
Hands are stunned. Little Galron. Little Galron. Break the orbs. Yep, get those orbs nice and ready to break. Keep everybody up. Biggs, where are you? Biggs,
And
get
you
over
see
here.
that Mario making sure to prioritize keeping his team alive. Sometimes more important than just doing the objectives is making sure everybody survives to tell the tale.
Absolutely. And one thing to note again is that Mario does have. Oh,
hold on. And remember here, the rush, it isn't a time thing. It's not like you're gonna wipe from taking a long time. The only thing is just making sure each of the phases you have enough damage. So they're taking their time, they're making sure to have all of their ammo ready, make sure swaps
and they're ready for
And
damage.
here we go. This could
This-
be world first watch.
Come on, ladies
Here
and
we
gentlemen,
go.
walk in.
Maybe the first repeat in dungeon history. It's a chance. We'll see.
Game on the line.
Pulse is
We are on the fulcrum of history. Come on.
Get your belts out if you have them in the emotes.
Get the emotes ready, ladies and
Tommy,
gentlemen.
Mario, Luigi, Biggs. Will they repeat? Will they go back to back? Oh, wait, what's happening? I don't know.
It's dead.
Wait.
That's it.
Mission
That's
complete.
it. That's it. Mission complete. End the timer. That's it. That's it.
Is it a repeat? Is it a repeat?
Fucking first!
Is it a repeat? It's just No way! Back to back! The team that in February came together on a whim. They had never even played together consistently before Thunder Doctrine. They take Thunder Doctrine. They take Equilibrium with the first back-to-back dungeon ever.
Ever.
Oh my god, back to back!
Let's go. That's the goal.
Back to back to back!
Back to back.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a team that just got together right before the Thunder Doctrine race. And look at what they've accomplished already.
That is absolutely insane.
Are we looking at possibly the birth of maybe the first
Dungeon Dynasty?
I was thinking the same thing. Maybe.
Dungeon Dynasty.
The first Dungeon Dynasty. We could be on the precipice of something crazy.
I'm with you. Because, again, we don't know until it is officially confirmed that they are world's first. But this is who we believe is the world's first POV. We believe Mario Bros. And Biggs are here again.
Oh my gosh.
We believe.
That
is
is
such a
crazy. All right, so we'll go ahead and get that instant replay ready to go. Oh my god.
We're definitely going to get the replay ready to go for you guys in case you missed the moment.
Holy cow.
Oh my god!
Dude.
Oh my fucking god!
Gotta let them enjoy their moment.
Right.
No way!
If you just focus that attempt, you clear, and that's what you do. Just go.
Oh my god, dude! Fucking thank you, Templar. You are crazy, man. Good fucking comms, boys. Good comms.
We can just hear the emotion. You can hear almost on the verge of tears, of happy tears. This is your moment, Mario, Luigi, and Biggs. Absolutely insane.
You know what's so crazy?
What's that?
I remember
my
it'll be something. Actually, you know, I'm gonna wait
Oh
until
my
the
God.
interview if it ends up getting confirmed to say it. I'm not gonna say
Yeah,
it.
that was a
yet.
good call. Very good
I'm
call.
actually gonna
Good
hold
call,
on and
good
not
call.
say it yet. Okay. Loyalty, thank you so much for that, Says. Congrats to the team, and thanks to you guys for the coverage. Definitely
Dude.
worth getting up at 3
Dude,
a.m.
Inspect
for.
Darksaber.
Much love.
I'll put
Thank
on the
you, Loyalty.
Darksaber,
Thank you
I'll
guys
put
for all
on
the kindness on both sides.
Oh, it's
Not yet found. He didn't get the dark saber drop, but I wanna say this: he didn't get the dark practical blade to
No
drop.
way.
But
Go to orbit, go to orbit, go to orbit, go to
I
orbit.
wanna stress.
Orbit. Put on the
now
emblem.
I'm hearing it. Now it's the first time I've heard orbit.
Orbit. It took a little bit.
Took a
that
little
might
bit.
be one of the first world's first we didn't see
Without an
a
orbit
complete
shot.
like orbit
Heirloom.
There it is.
Exotic.
Heirloom.
Exotic. Oh, he's checking the heavy.
It's
What-
an
oh, it's in the
energy.
special. There it is.
And there it
Heirloom
is.
exotic
Yes.
crossbow.
And so it's going to have Bolt Thrower as the exotic perk. This weapon fires high-powered explosive bolts, strong against unstoppable champions. That is their prize.
Wow.
That is their prize. And then for the
No
Praxic
fucking
Blade, Evan,
way.
as you mentioned, so this one, every time, this was
No
talked about in
fucking
This
way.
Week in Destiny, guys, but it has a low chance to drop on fully clearing all exotics in Equilibrium, in contest or normal. So every time you do a full clear, and I believe it can even be out of order, but every time you do a full clear, you get a chance at the Dark Matter Crystal. And so, yeah,
That was
this
minus
is your
40.
team.
That was minus 40.
That shit was so scary.
That healing was clutch, I agree.
This is your team that we believe is world's first. We will not know until we get an official confirmation. So sit tight and wait for that potential world's first confirmation.
Dumping the entire elements.
And with that being said, I'm hoping that we have a replay to clear. Let's go ahead and maybe unfold cam for a second just to see if there's any other teams that are close. Maybe we might be able to see a close kill if there's anybody close. If not, we'll go right back to full cam.
Put on the fucking emblem, bro.
So let's go ahead and get that up. Production will get that up in a moment here.
What a moment,
Let's
though.
fucking
I know.
go, dude.
What a moment.
Check quest. Check quest. Okay, hold on.
That is, you're seeing on the bottom right-hand corner of our screen, you see that timer. That is how long the entire dungeon duration went for what we believe is a world's first. Again, we're going to wait for the official confirmation, so please be patient with us. Please be patient with everybody. They're working their butts off to verify everything, so just, sit tight, get comfy. We're going to wait.
Yeah, and let's get a zoom out, please, if we can, just see if there's any other teams that are close, just to see if there's any close seconds. I'm just going to look at a few health bars here. But what, man, Evan, this might end up being like Vesper, though, where there was a big disparity between first and second. I'm not seeing anybody even close right now. Like, as of right now, not even seeing anyone close. I believe we do have the the replay almost ready to go. All right, so we are going to go ahead and show the world's first clear of the dungeon. Oh, and so here it is right here.
It is.
From Team Tommy, Mario, Luigi, Biggs.
Come on.
Let's see it again.
Let's see it. Let's see it, man. And there goes. Dredgen's here kind of had a little pop at the end. You saw the health just kind of exploded.
It really did.
Like, it just went from there to just gone. Whatever kind of chunk damage was going on there, it was noticeably large. That was impressive. It really was.
Are we first? Are we fucking first?
Listen to that pop off.
Are we first?
Oh, man. Dude, what a pop off there. And so the next thing we'll get queued up, guys, in a moment. We're working on the graphic as well to kind of show you guys the how long each of the different parts took. But man, and those bosses were cool.
Definitely cool. And I gotta say, like, I love seeing the Praxic Blade, the duo, and then I love seeing, honestly, is that our first, I'm not saying Guardian, but like humanoid kind of boss? Like, it's really hard to...
It felt like
is it
very
a
much
light
in the lens of
high?
almost like a Tekken, is what I would compare it to the closest to.
Tekken.
That's what it felt like.
That's fair.
But much scarier one, though.
But like, but a new design.
And I don't want to cut you off, but we also do have our times for each of the different ones, just so everybody can know. So that first encounter that you guys saw before that first boss got cleared in 19 minutes. Then the first boss, the Harrow Dredgen Apprentice, was cleared in 59 minutes. And then our world's first clear, if it ends up being confirmed, remember everything needs to get confirmed, from Dredgen Seer happened at 10:56 a.m., about an hour and 56 minutes in. And man.
Do you see what I see? Listen, guys. Also,
what do you say?
Dredgen Seer did die at this time, but also so did Dredgen Seer. Both happened at the same time.
And there you go. But
and you know what? I like that name, Dredgen Seer. That's perfect.
We'll get that.
That's perfect.
We'll get that swapped. But with that being said, here we go.
Whoa, I think that's actually perfect. Dredgen Seer is dead. Dredgen Seer. It just happened. Wow. Wow. Well, ladies and gentlemen, again, we're going to go ahead and make sure that we're doing our verification process, making sure that that was maybe world's first. And while we're at it, let's go full screen to Mario so you guys can see.
Yes, in the shooting
some
range.
heirloom here, some gameplay.
And guys, if it does get confirmed, this will be the second interview you hear from Team Tommy in the same day.
In the same day.
the same day.
Look at the bottom
The,
of my screen.
the
If you keep
third
holding
interview
down,
overall with them, because we did interview on the last.
True, yeah, this will be our third time.
But potentially this is, yeah, like CB said, the second interview of the day.
Yeah, and so this team is Mario Monkey. Make sure to follow Mario Monkey. Make sure to follow Luigi Style. Make sure to follow Biggs. Let's get all of their links in chat as well, so people can know all three of their channels. But yeah, guys, Mario Monkey, Luigi Style, Biggs and A. Those are your channels. Make sure to check them out because they are insanely talented gamers. Like I said, a few notable things they've done on top of now possibly going back-to-back, being Mario with the first ever solo Riven Legit that just happened very recently. You have Luigi Style, where when Evan and I casted the solo tournament earlier in the year, Luigi Style won the entire tournament and won the icebreaker that Banshee had made. And I mean, Biggs, I believe, just to double check, I know very high placement in Desert Perpetual. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's number 3, and it is number 3. So absolute goats between all 3 of them. So we're gonna get that in now.
And while they're kind of talking amongst themselves, let's go back out and let's see some other POVs just so we can see maybe a second clear. Looks like Salt is doing some big damage on the middle left. That looks like and Snazzy too on the top middle. So let's make sure that we can kind of see what they're up to. Maybe we can keep comms on Snazzy since he does have his full comms up. Although I believe now teams will probably open up their comms.
Well, I think the
based on the fact
open.
that a clear did happen.
Yep.
If it's first, we still don't know, but a clear did happen. So definitely going to keep those comms nice and open on Snazzy's side. And unfortunately, they did wipe on Snazzy's side.
This is one where, just to kind of go back just for a little bit of history, because I mean, Evan was talking about it a little bit before, but this is feeling like it might resemble Vespers a little bit now that, like, Evan, you really might hit the nail on the head. I mean, Indebted, it was 4 hours and 22 minutes. Number 2 was, speaking of like a Player's Plate was used to be before, but Han Han, and they were 5 hours and 6 minutes, so 40 minutes later. I mean, to go to Sundered, I mean, Sundered was very different than that, where the first clear was 5 hours and 17 minutes from who we just watched, and then number 2 was about 11 minutes after. So this is feeling like maybe it could be kind of like Vesper.
This definitely has a little bit more of a Vesper feel to it. I mean, that damage is probably going to be studied by a lot of teams because that damage was noticeably strong on Dredge and Seer. I mean, it felt like where we had seen teams optimize in the second encounter, it felt like they had already figured out what that optimization was pretty early on. And I mean, we're seeing T-Storm do some damage on the middle right as well. But T-Storm going to, looks like Parasite.
Yeah, we'll full screen T-Storm for a quick second. First damage we've seen in a little bit. I know Salt also, they did their first, so we'll come back to them in a little bit. We'll full screen T-Storm.
We're definitely going to have to see, but this goes to show that team composition is so important on these day ones. I mean, the Warlocks spamming Nova Bombs and throwing some, looked like Controverse, although who even knows with the ornaments, which one it was.
Yeah, it is kind of tough. But with that being said, I mean, what a just like complete domination from what it at least looks like. And it feels very, like I said, the way like with Sundered, where the second that they figured out what to do, Mario, Luigi, and Biggs, instantly completed. And once again, what happened? The second they knew what to do, it was instant. I mean, and there were so many small moments where everything could have gone wrong. I think about the one save that you highlighted. I think about if Mario wasn't constantly healing his team, it felt like there was times where he was fully prioritizing making sure his team was staying alive outside of, yes, I know there's objectives to do. Yes, I know there's things that need to get done to do damage. But Mario's like, no, I'm going to make sure everybody's alive. I'm going to make sure that we all make it there together. And so, I mean, just what a performance.
Absolutely, what a performance indeed. And I have to keep stressing that healing nade, the healing auto, the healing abilities as a whole are what really kept them in this fight. Because if you saw at the end of a damage phase with Dredge and Seer, you get trapped in this arc cage of evil, and there's a bunch of ads in there, and I thought it was a death trap room. I didn't think you could get out. Clearly, I was wrong.
Yeah.
You can get out of that room, and it's actually intended for that room to be that brutal. So what is the easiest way to get around that and keep yourselves alive in a dungeon scenario where playing your life is almost more important than damage sometimes, well, it's going to be healing.
I definitely agree. And with that being said, we are seeing T-Storm, they did get to the first third of damage, but it does look like Flarps went down. We'll see if they're able to get Flarps back up. This is the team of Flarps, Artsy, and T-Storm. Remember, T-Storm, he was a part of the world's first Aspire the Watcher, the fastest dungeon race in history. I mean, this is a formidable team here.
Definitely. And I just want to stress again how impressive that clear was. Because, look, I know we say it all the time, all these teams are cracked, these teams are insane. But to go in with a very unconventional, very against the grain to what the metas are at the moment build, and to just wear that confidently, and then to not only do well with damage, maybe come in third, fourth, but to get first, and to be commandingly first with a build that I don't see any other team using is so impressively fun.
Yeah, no, it was cool to see some of the things that got used today too. Let's talk about that a little bit too. I mean, we saw the axe get used a ton, which was really interesting. That wasn't anything that, when I know most of the teams, we got to talk to a lot of the different teams across the community and kind of seeing people get prepped. Not a lot of people were talking about going in and being ready to axe, all these different bosses. So it was interesting to see that involvement of it, especially so heavy. I thought that was pretty cool.
No, I agree. And I think all the different weapons that we saw today were just really fun. I wish we got to see more Praxic Blades get used. That would have been really fun. But I'm really happy that there was a lot of melee, a lot of in-your-face, up-close attacks in general. And seeing what I believe was Controverse that close, again, was making my heart sing, because Controverse was definitely one of my favorite exotics. If that's what it was, I believe it was. If not, it's Nothing Manacles. But it's hard to tell with everybody being able to change their ornaments, everything being blurred, so you don't necessarily get to see all the buffs at the same time.
And with that being said, we'll stay here for a moment, but then we'll check and see if, I believe, because was it Elysium that also had done a phase? We'll double check and see if there's any other teams that are getting close to a potential second. But what we're doing right now, guys, we're waiting for Bungie to verify before we do bring Mario, Luigi, and Biggs in. And if it does get confirmed, then we will be having another chat.
Yeah.
We'll be having another chat.
We will be having another chat. We'll say some nice things. And everybody, I hope that so far the stream has been fantastic across any channel that you've been watching. Thank you again for just joining us. We're obviously waiting on some more results. We're waiting on some words, but we really appreciate you guys being a part of today's cast. And thank you guys. Without you guys, this is nothing. So thank you.
For real. I mean, this has been so fun. Thank you guys for sticking with us. I know we started the show really, really early, and we appreciate you guys holding it down and hanging out. And man, this has been so fun. Just thank you guys for being a part of this. It's been a crazy day, and the first time we've ever seen a potential repeat of a dungeon.
Yeah, no, definitely.
And to my knowledge, let me even take this a step further. I just want to double check. This is going to take me a second because I don't want to misspeak. So I want to double check this. I'm not sure if anybody's ever won 2 dungeons before. Not even back to back.
Just 2?
I'm just talking about 2.
Just 2 dungeons.
So obviously Vespers, we had Pine Tides and Special Day. None have repeated. Warlord's Ruin was Forgiven, Mape, and Barbux. We saw Barbux actually today a little bit with a little bit earlier with Jackery. So he was world's first on Warlord's Ruin. Bagel, Substancer, and Ham on Ghost of the Deep. T-Storm, who we just were talking about. Rexus and Newell on Inspire the Watcher. Gubman, Obama Gaming, and Nico on Duality. We talked about Obama Gaming a little bit earlier.
Yep.
With obviously Epic Desert Perpetual, world's first. Grasp of Avarice, Blaze Spot, Flame, and Eyebox. Prophecy, Sweatsicle, our third roommate. Clyde and Sneak. Pit of Heresy, B. Jarder, AC and Granger. Shattered Throne, Fancy, FNX, and Victim XX. This is the first time that anybody's ever even won 2 dungeons. Forget about back-to-back.
If it's confirmed this way, I agree with you.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. If it's confirmed, it wouldn't even be a part of agreeing. It's just history agreeing. It's
True.
There's this. I just went through all of them, and there's no repeated names. This would actually be the first time that, let alone back-to-back, that anybody's ever held.
And here comes another damage phase, by the way, by T-Storm. So Artsy, Flarps, T-Storm. Let's see what you got here.
Man. Yeah, for real. This could be a historic day.
I mean, it's already felt pretty historic in a lot of ways.
Right.
Like, to be honest, seeing essentially what is a new, like, it's hard for me to understand fully with like new enemy type here because it is, but it's like, I don't know how to explain this. Like,
oh.
And it looks like
Oh, just a quick jump over to Dim real
I
quick,
think
or is it
his
a
game
crash?
crashed.
Please tell me it's just him jumping to
I think his
Dim.
game crashed. I don't see a
please
tab.
tell me he's jumping to Dim. Please.
No.
No.
I think that's a game crash, unfortunately.
No.
And that does happen.
It
That does happen time to time. Hopefully T-Storm can get back in there.
He's just throwing Dim around. Yeah, it's just Dim. I think he's showing there's no other tab.
Yeah. What we can also do in the meantime while we're kind of, thinking about this confirmation is show you guys a little bit of a recap of what happened today.
Yes.
Some splits, some clips of what's happened. So those are the splits, as you guys can see. Those are the times when all of the kills happen in Pacific Standard Time, US time, if you're watching here. But yeah, let's go ahead and show the first clip of what we believe was the first clear of the very first encounter.
And so this was the first one, just to add a little preface here, the first one that we got to track, but I do believe ATP was just slightly a little bit ahead on this. They were already a little bit ahead of Llama here, but this is the first one we saw on Dungeon Zone.
Which actually brings up another point. ATP beat first and second, was on to third, and unfortunately did not get first again, which has kind of been the trend for his run so far.
And the story on the second encounter, I'm glad you brought that up, Evan, that we'll have to check post Dungeon Zone here is, and then here we are, I guess, seeing is this possibly
this is Llama's clear, it looks like, but
no, this one I think was a heartbreaking wipe after they kind of pushed ahead.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, because that was one of the first times that we had saw, the push ahead, which definitely was
first final stand.
Yeah, and then they couldn't really get past that, which really hurt.
And then here was our first
ATP.
clear.
And so the interesting thing here, which I know you'll be checking because Evan's gonna be working on the dungeon video as he always does. Jackery was ahead.
Yes.
So I do wonder if Jackery actually was slightly ahead on this clear. That'll be something to check later as they were already a decent bit ahead on damage strats than ATP. So that'll be something to look at, but this was the first one that we watched in terms of on Dungeon Zone. This was ATP. And then, guys, the final boss. The final boss.
Here.
Team Tommy.
Team Tommy with Dredgen, Seer, Mario's POV, Luigi, and Biggs. Also a part of this, and here we go. Look at the burst at the end, and I believe we're gonna hear the pop-off of all pop-offs.
Oh my fucking god! Are we first? Are we fucking first?
Are we first?
No fucking way! No fucking way! No way!
Oh man, there's a way.
There's a way,
There was
Mario.
a way.
There is a way. So those are the moments of today's day one so far. Again, we'll have to see what ends up happening, but it's been awesome.
It has been awesome. 1 hour, 56 minutes, and 26 seconds on that first clear, at least in terms of our timer. Obviously subject to a little bit of change. But yeah, guys, what a dungeon. And with that being said, too, as we do continue, let's go back on the screen and see a couple of these teams as they are making some strides here. I'm going to go ahead and drop a few more winners in chat, just people that have been hanging and chatting to give out some more of those emblems as we continue to kind of look and see who might end up being second place and third place and all the different completions from then on out. So we'll get that back on the screen right now. And while production's working on that, I'll go ahead and have Nightbot announce a few different ones.
And it looks like...
And then let's get the screen back up just so we can see the teams. Okay.
And it looks like... Chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but is normal mode out right now?
I believe it did right after the Tommy clear.
I
believe it did.
Well, I think they're saying it's out potentially right now.
Well, I saw some people say it a little bit even earlier.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So normal mode is out for anybody who wants
Tommy clear.
So right around that Tommy clear, giving us further evidence that Team Tommy might be our world's first.
Yeah. Is anybody in the normal dungeon right now, or is there anybody in contest dungeon? Let us know while we are sitting here waiting too, and I am announcing some more of these teams. But let us know, where are you currently in terms of either in the normal dungeon, the contest dungeon. If you're in the contest dungeon where you may be stuck, you get the final boss, the first boss, maybe somewhere in between. Where are you at? Seeing a lot of normals. I'm seeing a few contests. Okay.
Looks like I'm on Encounter. I'm on World's First Solo Flawless. Badge is live. Normal is live. Happy hunting, everyone. Dungeon is called Work today. Contest, I'm on the first boss. I'm not on D2 yet. I haven't started yet. Solo normal contest, stuck on Haro Encounter. Waiting on our third to show up. Work is the toughest dungeon boss of them all. I got finals, unfortunately. Finals study time. It sounds like it's finals season.
It is December, so I mean there is a lot of finals around this time. If anybody is in college or high school and you got finals, good luck with your finals, and hopefully you kill them.
Definitely.
And I'll announce one more here. The YouTube mods are on top of everything, so definitely make sure to grab all those names to the YouTube side. We'll keep sprinkling those out. We'll also give out some renegades later, codes to some people that are just hanging out in chat as well. With that being said, it's crazy here. The biggest thing that I didn't foresee here is definitely two of our bottom right. It's I guess some teams, there's just some things that obviously can trip up certain teams that don't trip up other teams. Like ZCP, they're still really trying to get that first boss clear, which a little bit surprising, but you never know when something's going to trip you up. And it does look like Lum was also just now traversing there. So two teams that we do normally see really break out early had a little bit of just struggles with that first boss.
Definitely. And you never know what suits your encounter style better. Is it going to be something that is that long range boss where it's more of a crit based boss? Is it something that's close up in your face where it's more of a burst damage boss? What is that for them?
Right, and let's go Aegis on the screen so we can see the damage they're doing. Actually, they might have just ended damage. I might have called it a little bit too late. I'm seeing a couple people say, what was that giveaway for? It's just the same emblem that is being dropped on Twitch, just making sure we're giving those out on YouTube. We'll also later give out some Renegades codes as well. But right now, it's just the people that are just hanging out in chat, just giving out that same emblem, the Paranoia Pink. That's just all that's going on.
Zella,
I drew another.
Okay. And again, hands are the call.
That's a Galron call.
That is a Galron call.
I haven't heard that in a long time.
Nope. What do they know about Galron, CB?
Just run. They knew enough to shoot the hands quickly.
They knew enough to shoot the hands.
You saw that was a very, very, it was like everybody was focused hands and focused damage. It felt very reminiscent.
Absolutely.
And we're waiting to hear word, guys. So we'll keep you guys in the action, and when it does get tweeted, we'll let you know. Right now, these are the tweets that we've seen so far. One from Destiny the Game 17 minutes ago saying, we have received reports that Fire Team cleared Equilibrium Dungeon. Please stand by. And then the other being normal mode of the Equilibrium Dungeon is now available. All Guardians available are requested to halt the Brant Imperium's dredgens from pillaging Venus's Praxic Temple. And so those are the tweets. So we're still waiting on confirmation. And yeah, let's go ahead and go full cam on, let's do Snazzy for a moment.
Scared for hands, might be hands.
Yeah, we can get audio up on Snazzy as well, just so we can kind of hear into the huddle what they're talking about.
Yeah, because we are now seeing full unblurred, so probably the best way we're going to be able to kind of get some insight here.
We're good.
You got some water over there, by any chance?
I do.
Gotta stay hydrated on Dungeon Zone.
Oh.
Fantastic, man. Thank you.
Why does that happen?
Yeah, that was this was one where I guess the most heartbreaking moment was probably that first final stand from Llama, because it does make you wonder if they would have been able to push through on that first final stand, Evan. I wonder how they would have performed on Final Boss.
All right, swap to damage.
That's a great question.
Ready to shoot the
Yeah, like we'll never really get to know.
Like
that was something that they really couldn't push through on that first boss this time. But it does make you wonder.
It definitely does. I still feel like with just where we're at on this encounter,
Remember, arms and
I
head,
just
arms
feel
and
like
head.
Dredge and Seer required such
Arms
a
right now?
substantial
I
amount
just
of
gotta-
damage that I don't
There's a
think it would have
fucking
made
guy
too
next
much of
to
a
us,
difference.
bro.
I don't think so either, but it always is one of those things where sports and raids and dungeons and everything in general is all about the different
storylines.
scenarios and the storylines
Yeah,
and all
what
of that,
happens
right?
if-
Yeah, what happens
if momentum shifts
What
in
happens
one moment?
if? Exactly. And I do see Spabaska again about the Mario, Luigi, and Biggs socials. We'll put those in again to the mods in chat. If we could put Mario, Luigi, and Biggs Twitch channels in chat again, that would be fantastic. But yeah, we put them in a little bit early if you scroll up, and we'll put them in again as well.
The Twitch emblem still will drop, yes, as long as everybody is watching. The time is still going to be well and covered through the entire show, so no worries, guys. Just again, make sure that your Bungie account is linked to your Twitch account if you're watching on the Twitch side, and just make sure that, yeah, all that is all checked off. You should see the progress.
Hey, we may not be first, but we're gonna be winners.
I love Stacey. Even still, just in such good spirit.
Wait.
Like,
what is he doing?
I don't know, but I love him.
He's the captain of the ship.
No, this encounter is actually really simple, though. I like it. Like, it's actually kind of like, I actually like it a lot. I don't know.
It's a cool
I like
encounter.
it. The
Hey,
encounters
big
are
shout out to
pretty
Snazzy again. Let's
Big
go ahead
shout
and
out to
unzoom.
Snazzy.
So what
Like,
you're
you really
seeing, that
just-
is our
like, the
world's
goal of the
first Desert
encounter is
Perpetual
just
team.
compel the
We'll go ahead
guys
and
in the taken
unzoom
room
for a
to
little bit.
start. I'm just yapping.
And
compel
we'll
the
see
guy
if
in
there's
the
any
fucking
other
taken
teams
room,
making
and then
progress
you just
here. From what I'm seeing, though, it is still looking like. Let's go maybe T-Storm.
Yeah, it looks like
they're in it.
T-Storm is doing some damage.
Yes.
But all I was saying about the emblem drop, guys, again, if you're on Twitch and you're watching, make sure you watch for an hour. Make sure that your Bungie account is linked to your Twitch account. If you're on the YouTube side, CB is also going to be giving away some emblem codes over there. He's been doing it the entire stream. As long as you've been an active chatter, you've been entered to win on the YouTube side. So again, as long as you're chatting on CB's side, as long as you're watching on my side, Twitch account, linked to Bungie. There you go. All right, and one thing I want to stress, CB.
What's that?
If we were to run this, where are we at on contest right now? Are we able to? Are we hitting the little 3 phase? Are we doing that? No problem.
Of this?
Yeah.
I mean, eventually,
Yeah,
but not this time. Yeah.
You don't think so? You don't think we throw in the controversy and run it?
We're chasing after first boss.
I don't. Whoa.
Final. They're still, dude. ZCP's still on it. You're acting like that's some shade.
Well,
we have one of the best players in the world is on it right now.
But
all right,
but we have all the
time for you to jump back in.
But we have all the.
All right, we're
info,
holding you back.
We have all the info.
I've been here getting held back.
I'm getting ready. I'm getting antsy.
We'll go ahead and unzoom for a moment.
And they don't know anything about the ban list either, CB.
And so speaking of that, though, I'm glad that I did actually, I guess, reverse jinx it because it does look like ZCP. They did just clear, which is very, very good news. I'm curious to see how they handle the final boss.
Definitely. And I'm curious, like, I wonder what is stumping, or what was stumping ZCP in general, because I've always known them to be a high damage output team. And I know you could say, that first boss is insane, it's brutal, but I would also like to say there is a lot of teams that are through that are in this like tier of practicing every day, coaches, scouts, all those things. That's why I'm a little confused.
I would say this is going to be the biggest thing that I say is the answer to that, because you're right, we have seen ZCP perform considerably well, especially in raids, right? I mean, we've seen the insane solo performance. We've seen how he handles the Witness. We see how amazing they did on Epic Desert Perpetual being number 4. But if you notice, Evan, the team that cleared is a team that we haven't seen world's first for any of the raids. Like, now I know, don't get me wrong, I want to give Biggs his credit. They were number 3 on Desert Perpetual, but none of them have ever gotten world's first in a raid yet. But here they are dominating the dungeon scene. So it could just also slightly be just slightly different skill sets that lend themselves better to dungeons versus raids, and why maybe we're seeing different breakouts than what we see on the raid side. Obviously, everybody's insanely talented, but you know, skills lend themselves to maybe different facets of the game, and maybe that's just what we're seeing.
I agree with you. I think that it's, at least in this 3 stack, we're seeing that however we can keep this 3 together, this trio of Mario, Luigi, and Biggs, they got to stay together for the next raid. If it's up to me, if I'm thinking in my head, I'm going, well, we won Two of these in a row.
It is probably time that they
gotta
jump into the raid.
Jump into a raid together, and I mean, we'll see what that team can do.
Yeah.
Now, who are the other three in that scenario? What are the three from today that we saw are you putting together with them?
Oh man, because the thing that's kind of tough here is like some of the teams are obviously splitting their raid team. Like for example, obviously like there's two halves of Team Nuts or two halves of Elysium. But like, I mean, another breakout team that we saw got here considerably early. There was ATP, obviously, right, as well as on Pam as well,
and
Husk as well. And so maybe that was a breakout team. You never know. I mean, but
you never know. It's hard to tell. I would definitely say there was a few times where I felt like Elysium was like right there as well. At least on Salt's POV. I can't speak for the other Elysium trio, but Salt's POV, they were right there on the second encounter, and they were right there on the third, and obviously they just won the last raid, so never can count Elysium out. But in terms of building this team,
what I want to mention, Evan, too, is like,
yes,
like we are seeing damage phases, and let's go to ATP as we were just talking about them, but we really haven't seen like anybody get to even like the final phase of damage yet.
No.
The disparity between first and second right now, like,
is pretty.
It's pretty large as of right now, at least. How many clears, as we know?
Back?
Obviously, that could be wrong, but
or
as
we
we
need
know,
to do it like in the direct center of this room.
Definitely.
Yeah, right now it is a big race for
we
second.
need to do the well.
And I know
in the
everybody
puddle.
right now is actively
we are
refreshing.
taking way too much lightning damage
where's
from
the where's the
rim. We need to
results?
do the well in the
Guys,
puddle. Back to the middle.
let them verify. Make sure
I guess,
everything's
yeah,
all
on
good.
Parasite,
The last thing we
doesn't
would
matter.
want is for a cheater to be world's first and it be verified, and it's like, oh no, now we have to take all that away from them. We want to make sure that this is legit. We watched their whole entire run. Looked legit to me. There could be another team out there that we don't know about.
And so with that being said, it's hard to believe world second is still up for grabs. It's actually not that hard to believe, just being honest, only because if we just look at, what history would show us from the past,
Like, you
and
see
when we
where
look
the
at something like
bosses, like,
Vesper's
why don't
Host,
we just
which
put
we've
the
talked
well
about a good amount
on the taken
today,
slab, like
the
right
difference
in
between
front of the
first
taken
and second
slab.
was almost an hour.
Yeah, I could put it like here.
And so we're not even an hour in
exactly.
between first and second yet, in terms of if there was to be a clear right now.
Exactly.
So this is very much reminiscent of Vesper's Host. If we're looking back
Are
at
you
the
putting
past,
a rift? You're on boots,
we've
right,
seen
Alpha?
this before. This is not something.
Are you putting a rift in the well
new
as well?
in terms of at least how it could fall?
You don't need to do that.
For the ability gen?
Definitely. And
ability gen. I mean,
I'm very curious to see when the next team
it's only
crosses the
improved?
finish line as well.
The rift itself.
Who do you think is up next?
For abilities.
I mean, based on the teams that have been here the longest, it would either be like, I mean, the teams I've seen making it looks like really good strides. I mean, we've seen ATP make good strides. Let's unzoom for a quick second. I think early on we saw Jacare make some strides, but I don't know if we've seen much since. I'm not sure. T-Storm, they've been getting quite a few damage rotations so far. I haven't seen them get to final, but they definitely get there quite a bit. Maybe it could be T-Storm. It's honestly really still up for grabs, Evan. I haven't seen enough to be able to make that call.
And you know what's crazy, CB?
What's that?
So Mario, Luigi, and Biggs are running, or Mario and Luigi at least, I don't know about Biggs, is running this back with their scout.
Oh, yeah.
So is there a chance?
No.
I mean, he was watching the whole time.
That's true. That is
And they're
true.
already on to the second encounter.
That would be wild.
It's possible. Imagine.
What, getting lapped?
Yeah.
No,
Imagine getting lapped.
No, I'm going to call that, I think that the next clear, I'm going to say is within the hour. So by, I would say 30 after 12, at least Pacific. But we shall see. I mean, we're going to see if some of these teams can maybe make a breakthrough, which, as I'm saying it, we're going to go to T-Storm, who they are on possibly world's second watch here. They heard Evan say maybe they might get a second encounter. T-Storm said absolutely not.
Well, maybe, potentially said absolutely.
Potentially. And so this team right here, I've mentioned it, but if anybody's just now joining us, T-Storm was a part of the fastest dungeon race in history, Spire of the Watcher. That was the only dungeon to be cleared in sub 40 minutes. So T-Storm's been here before. I mean, they know how to to succeed, and so does the rest of their team as well. Artsy has so many top completions, just so you can get a little bit of info on some of the racers, just to give you guys a little bit of background. Starting with Artsy, I mean, Artsy has number 8 in Desert Perpetual, number 10 in Salvation's Edge, number 2 in Crota's Inn, numbers 4 in Ron, number 7 in Val, and number 7 in Epic Desert Perpetual, which is insane. And then Florps is 13 on Sundered. So, I mean, there you go. I mean, this is a team that very much has the potential to have another really, really high placement here if they can just bring this home.
Absolutely. And I think as long as they kind of keep everything ammo-wise in check,
yeah,
no silly deaths, I think they
That's the big one, I think, too. I almost think, like, it seems like they have the damage on lock now. I'm going to go on the silly death part, like making sure that you're keeping your team alive the way we saw with Mario. Make sure you're just double-checking your jumps, don't fall, maybe resort just in case. But I think the big thing is going to be the survival element. If they can get to that survival, I think they're going to bring this home.
I think so, too. I think they're about to be here, so we're gonna have to see what is kind of the process in their minds. Are they they're gonna do a break here? Yep. Make sure they don't wipe. I do like that mechanic a lot of having, I guess, what I call the bather come out, and you have to make sure that he's, I guess, the gladiator, but you have to make sure that he's taken out, or else you get wiped by him. Like, I think that's kind of cool.
Yeah, between having the smaller, almost like, and I'm just, for the sake of it, it just feels like, it reminds me of the OG days of Galron and having to break little Galrons before getting to do a big fight. Like, I do really like the feel of that. That was something I enjoyed in raid-like form, and it feels cool to see it kind of in dungeon form in a new kind of variation.
Yeah, I like that too. And I mean, obviously we saw in Duality the mini Gal, I guess same size, but a lot of Galrons.
Yeah, there are a lot
running
of them.
around.
There are a lot of Galrons.
A lot of Galrons are running around, but I do agree with you, kind of having to take out the mini Galrons in Crown and then the slam down.
Yeah,
Really
the
fun.
slam, baiting the slam, there was a lot of really cool elements to that.
A lot of really
I
cool
definitely agree, and with that being said, Evan, it does look like they are starting to get slightly close. They have the Lure of Dark. In terms of Shadow Novice, they have 37 seconds.
And
now you have potential world second here. Potential world second.
Potential. Big potential here. And the big potential here is getting a clear in general. This is T-Storm. This is Flarps. And
Artsy.
So wait, I need to fill that one. I was like doing a little thing. I was like, T-Storm, Arts, and
Artsy. And so we do have the channels in chat, guys. We'll put them in again. Yeah, this could be for potential world second, guys. And we'll do another recap here in a moment, too, so you guys can see all of those moments.
Definitely.
They have to be getting really, really close.
Okay, and it seems like you gotta, again, make sure that the gladiator's gone. What will you choose is up. Ammo is genned on the floor. There's so much ammo on the ground across the board. And now maybe looks like they're back in the Taken realm.
Yeah, and I think they're going about this in the right way, and it's the way that I saw. I think it's what lended itself well to Mario, Luigi, and Biggs, where the only real pressure and rush. I know there's a lot of pressure and rush. I don't want to discredit the pressure and rush, but in terms of at least the encounter wiping you, is really just making sure each of the phases you're doing enough damage. So making sure you take your time and you stay alive and you have your ammo, as you mentioned earlier, and all those different things is way more important than rushing to the fight. Like, rushing to the fight isn't going to reward you in any way. So, taking your time and making sure you're really ready for it is important.
Definitely. And I think, again, it's a dungeon scenario where we see timers, but if a timer is not present, then you're not rushed to begin a damage phase. That's how I've understood every single dungeon, contest or not.
Yeah, and so here, I'm thinking pretty soon, Evan,
might be that time.
See?
Looks like it's gonna be that time here soon, I agree. Getting everything set up and in position for a big damage phase. Gotta make sure that gladiator's all nice and in check, because if not, that's really bad. It's really scary. It looks like they're trying to gather Shadow. Oh, they might not.
Face your death.
Obviously, they got to shoot the hands, but they're going to have to either get that Shadow cleared out or begin damage. I don't know what their plan is here, but They got to make sure that this is all nice and in check. Okay. Shield's broken.
Yep.
Come on, he's dropping the rift.
And after this,
I think
this should be
go
should
time.
be. And if that's the case, guys, we might be on World's second watch. And here we
got to break all the orbs.
I know. I don't want to call it too early.
Shoot those hands. Looks like it might be on Flarps to shoot the orbs. I don't know who's shooting the orbs. Okay, good Icarus dash.
On the edge of my seat here.
Oh, RT almost just went down.
So we'll see if they're able to break that shield.
Seems like it
which
is,
they
yep,
did.
it was T-Storm's time that time. Okay,
And now
face your
face your
death. And now maybe I don't
See,
know.
That's the thing
what
about
the
we've
delay
watched
is.
so much of it being blurred that there is clearly one small thing here
True.
too that we're, as we are starting to not see it blurred anymore, we'll be able to put those pieces together a little bit more. But it does look like T-Storm is finally switching, which means I would assume, and I do see Parasite ready to go as well, and Well is out, guys. Here we go. We could be on potential world second here. Let's see.
Potential world
this would be
second. Come
an
on.
amazing performance
Come on.
here if the case. Let's see. Parasite out again. We've seen Pulses all day. Pulse out. Pulse. Okay, did get suspended there for a quick
Yeah,
second
it
there.
looks like this is kind of the meta, the Psy, the
Right.
Mint, the
Parasite
Parasite,
out.
the Well.
Another Parasite. Will they have the damage? Will they get the damage? Will they get the damage? Oh, almost misadventures himself on that little ledge right there.
Okay, looks like they're
Wells down on that
doing-
final tick.
Enraged,
and
enraged,
no,
enraged,
no,
enraged,
no.
enraged. They don't quite have the damage. And if this was Desert Perpetual, then this would mean the perpetual treadmill of damage phases. My suit just got caught. I'm now a part of the set. I cannot get out. I am caught in the set, ladies and gentlemen. It just doesn't even matter. No, you got to leave it in there. I'm a part of the set now. Listen.
We got my laptop.
Listen, I might pull a laptop off the table. It's fine. Okay, listen, ladies and gentlemen, we have still the race for what we believe is second place. This thing is actually worse than I thought. It is like it is double looped onto the desk, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just gonna walk over here, and it's just gonna be, it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. We're good. All right, let's go down to Snazzy's POV as he is having an electric damage phase on that first one. We're going to watch the second damage phase from Snazzy.
No, absolutely. Now I see how you treat trophies.
This is a level of tied up that I don't even think anybody could plan for. This is crazy.
I got it.
You got it?
Yeah.
How did that even happen? Okay. Anyway, we're good now.
Thank you, Loyalty, for the 5. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Loyalty, for the 5 and being loyal.
Hands?
That was absolutely insane. Here comes Snazzy on damage phase number 2, by the way. I want to stress that I think what happened with T-Storm there was that they didn't get quite enough damage, and there was an extra little cutoff at the end they had to make up for.
Get our supers! Ham, do you have your super?
No.
Let me know. You call it, Ham. I'm going.
Descent, 1 second.
Wait, enraged near. That was it.
They did
get there.
Okay, I think we're gonna go full screen to Snazzy just for a moment and listen into their audio.
He's blowing.
Just back up.
Putting the turret up, dog, and I'm just marking shit with it.
I can stun this guy. Oh, let me melee. No!
Where are you? You're dead? Oh.
I got fucking
Do you have a red
pissed off
token?
the map.
Yes, I do.
Okay, watch out. We gotta be careful.
My game crashed.
Don't res him. You can res him when he gets back.
Yep. Thank God that res didn't go through, by the way, because I definitely clicked it before you said that.
Oh, man.
So let's try and get 2 masters here. Yeah, let's try and get 2 masters here so when Ham's back, we're still like on pace to just finish next phase.
Oh my God.
Clear life.
Oh my God.
Don't worry, guys.
Fucking bitch sniped me down to 1 health from across the map. I'm not going that way, Debs. Fuck that. I got no abilities.
Yeah, me neither.
And
we are back.
Yes, we are. And those were just some comms from Team Nuts trying to go for potentially world
Okay, so we have
second.
3
Unfortunately,
seconds.
right
Dude,
as
we
we
need to
did
get those
come back
supers
there,
for
he
this
did
one.
look like
I'll
either
actually
someone that
cry
got
if we end up
disconnected.
on,
I
like,
did
1
see.
HP wipe, bro.
Unfortunately, it's somebody did disconnect. Was it Silken or
there's
was
like a
it?
small-
Looks like it was Ham.
No, it was Ham. It was Ham.
It still says light fading, so part of me thinks like, maybe
yeah,
Ham is just dead somewhere in the map.
Well, no, I saw it say the.
It said he left?
Yeah, it did
Yeah.
say he left. So I think it might be something where the game still thinks he's in for the moment. With that being said, this is definitely heartbreaking here, as this was another very close world second. Still, guys, for anybody just joining us, Bungie's still verifying. When things are verified, we will get an interview with Team Tommy if they are the ones that won, and we're really, really excited for that because
Please spawn Ham.
This would be a potential world's third interview with them.
This is wild. Says he crashed, just trying to join again. Gotcha. Okay.
He crashed. Okay. Well, if he can make it in time, then maybe.
He's here, Silken.
He's here, Silken.
Oh no, but Snazzy might not be here.
Is at 14 seconds.
Snazzy.
Oh my. We die anyways if
Snazzy, please.
Snazzy.
Please, Snazzy.
I lost my shadow.
Can't do this to my heart, please.
I have one. I'm getting that compel. If we get 2 compels, then it's fine. Please,
Oh,
like, not a big
my
deal.
goodness.
Oh, that's.
Oh,
Oh my gosh. Missing that first melee almost. ruined it.
I made it out. We're good.
Okay, Snazzy, please.
And Silken gonna live because Silken's 1 HP too. They just play on the edge. They scare me.
They do.
Don't go to the right. There's a fucking thing immediately right. I need to get a Finny. Boss.
Okay, boss. Shoot the hands. Shoot the hands. Stun the hands. They got Lure of the Dark still up. Still got to break the shield.
Did one of you guys have the thing to break him?
Yes.
Silken has the thing. They're ready to break
how's
the
your ammo
Nameless
looking?
Apprentice. The mechanics, I feel like I have a full grasp on now, or at least most of a grasp on.
No?
You feel like you don't really fully know until you
jump
play.
in. You got to
Until
jump
you
in
play.
for the full one. But
No
yeah,
matter how many Dado guides or Rick Cactus guides that you can watch out there, it's still going to take you actually getting into these experiences to fully understand everything.
And here we go, Cabal down. We are right now, if this was to be world's second, world's first happened about 50 minutes ago. So it's been quite the gap. I would have to do some fact checking to see if that's the largest gap in history, because we are now coming very close to, I believe, passing the gap between Vespers, which was, we passed that. That was 44 minutes. Okay, yeah, so this could potentially, I'd have to look at the older dungeons to confirm, but if that's the case, we could be looking at the longest gap between first and second, if there hasn't been a second that we just missed.
Genuinely.
Honestly, I like that.
I'm just very interested to see what the final time ends up being between first and second. Is this the run, potentially?
No, this one's already done.
And I also want to make sure everybody on the Twitch, and I've been seeing some people say that they're not getting the emblem. Progress isn't working. I've been seeing people say progress worked just great. Emblem is here. I'm going to go ahead and say that if you have a bunch of tabs open, if you're on mobile, if you have tab muted, do everything you can to kind of solidify that you will get progress. I don't know the exact qualifications of watching one stream, or if you have to have multiple streams. It's on Twitch's end on those things. But I can tell you, I've been hearing a lot of people say that they got their emblem just fine. So as long as your Bungie account is linked to your Twitch, and as long as you're watching the stream, and as long as you have the stream on, you should be fine.
Who was first? We'll see if it gets confirmed, but it's looking like Team Tommy. Thank you so much, Bobby, for being here. So do a Mario check after this. We definitely will. I'm going to also start doing a check between the gap on every single dungeon race, just to know, just to check my bases. Starting with Shattered, which was 2 minutes in between.
2 minutes is crazy.
Yeah, now I'm going to move on to Pit.
Okay, what was Pit's time in between?
6 minutes.
6 minutes?
Then I move on to Prophecy.
Okay, what was Prophecy?
12 minutes.
12 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm gonna go
what
to
was
Grasp.
Grasp?
When I kill this, I will not be ready.
5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Yeah. Now I'm going to go on to Duality.
What was Duality? Snazzy just died.
I did see that. Duality was 16 minutes.
That's actually fair.
That's a fair amount of time. That's a fair amount of time. Spire the Watcher.
I've never taken that much damage from the
a
attack.
minute and 20 seconds.
That's crazy.
Spire the Watcher, a minute and 20 seconds.
A minute and 20 seconds on
That's
Spire the
crazy,
Watcher?
bro.
Okay.
That's crazy.
And then next, Ghost of the Deep, 12 minutes.
12 minutes.
Awesome,
Yep. And then Warlord's Ruin,
Yeah.
2 minutes.
2 minutes?
I mean, like, that's just.
Yeah,
so
and then
fucking
Vesper's
stupid, bro.
Host, we know that was about to give you the exact time for
Jesus
Vesper's
Christ.
Host, just so we can have the comparison. Vesper's Host was 44 minutes.
Actually, a minute away from
44 minutes.
And then Sundered Doctrine, the difference was 11 minutes.
Not to be that guy again. But do you see Mario's POV?
Is that towards final?
They're headed towards final.
It's
Not to
fine,
be
it's
that
like,
guy
it just
again.
takes long to get the damage, that's all.
Yeah.
But that
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
it's
possible.
insane.
I would say it's actually
okay. Hands
possible.
game is gonna
Is he
crash,
doing
we're
a
just gonna have
solo
clean
run on
three
normal
phase where we
though?
just go
I thought you
smoothly
said,
through
oh,
this.
he.
I thought he was running with a scout, but I know that that's what Luigi had told me. I wonder if he's just doing solo flawless.
Or what if he's just pushing
I
through
started
because he
my
knows the
stream when
route
you
for
did
this.
ham. It's been
That's
3
also
hours,
possible.
Yeah, either can be true.
Well, let's see if there's
I
some
know.
swords. If there's swords, then we'll have our answer.
Yeah.
Me too.
So ain't no way Mario's gonna take world's first and second. Hey, that's possible. Maybe a Mario sweep. We'll see. Who knows? Either way, we'll confirm that when we do know. But for right now, it does look like we have Aegis damage on the bottom left. Looks like T-Storm is through with one phase. Yeah, guys, this is insane. So just to keep in mind, up to this point, the longest gap ever was 44 minutes on Vesper's Host. This is looking like, as long as there hasn't been a second that we missed, this is looking like it might be the biggest gap between first and second in Dungeon history.
Yep, and I also want to just stress that we didn't see a Praxic Blade Crystal drop for the world's first team, so it just seems like it's a random chance no matter what. You're not guaranteed one, either if you're first or if you're contest. It just seems like
each full clear is what
each
Bungie
full
said
clear.
in the this week of Bungie. So yeah, so every single full clear doesn't even have to be in order, but you have to do all the encounters. Gives a chance at the dark matter crystal. But if you do complete contest, to go back on that note, you will get the heirloom.
Yes.
So keep that in mind. Also on the YouTube side, we're gonna go ahead and name a few more names to the YouTube mods, just so you guys are ready to go. Here comes a few more.
Okay. I also want to point out that, chat, can we, let's see if we can get this verified from the mods. But I'm being told that there might be a team that is actually cleared second now, but I don't know if it's true.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and get that.
I'm definitely going to have the mods check that one, just to make sure.
Yep.
What is Mario doing right now? Mario is just vibing doing a solo flawless, it looks like, or a solo attempt at least. I don't know if it's flawless, but I think Mario is just vibing doing solo stuff right now, because, yeah.
Yeah, I think what would be a good thing to do while we do figure out what's going on there, let's go ahead and get a quick recap. We have all of the different encounters that got completed in order that we can show. So just to get a quick heads up, during Dungeon Zone, in the first 19 minutes, that first encounter got cleared. In 59 minutes, the first boss got cleared, and then in an hour and 56 minutes and 26 seconds, all of the dungeon got cleared. With that being said, let's take a look at some of these clips so you guys can get a recap of what the day looked like, starting off with the first POV that we saw of completing the first encounter. Remember, like I said a little earlier, we know ATP was just slightly ahead here, but this was the first one that we were tracking. And we're going to move on. They pushed ahead, and they were the first that we know to get to that final stand, and was heartbreaking, the moment here that you're going to see next.
It was, yeah. And I mean, like CB just said, ATP's squad was the first one through the first encounter. We just caught Llama's POV there, and then here is a very unfortunate moment, Enraged, and that's tough. That's a tough moment, and I know that team was feeling it in that time, but I also know that team to be one that will take it on the chin and keep running with it. So, and here we go. There was the first clear of Haro from ATP's POV, going into the third and final encounter. And coming up right after this,
Here it is. This is it.
World's, what we believe is world's first from Team Tommy of Mario, Luigi, and Biggs. So enjoy this clip because it is a tremendous one.
This is a cool one. The giveaway on the YouTube side is just people who are chatting are getting that Twitch emblem, the paranoia ping. Just making sure it's going out on the YouTube side as well. Just going out to people that are chatting and stream.
Are we first? Are we first is the question. It's the question on everybody's mind right now.
It
too.
is.
Are they first?
And let's go ahead and go to Elysium with Salt as they are. Oh, actually, no, I lied. We are going to go back to T-Storm because he's even made like they really, really want that placement. They're very, very close. We're still checking on second. I believe we haven't got confirmation yet on that second team.
It looks like we're being told that Novula has cleared on Twitch.
Right,
so it
maybe
seems
we
like
might
we
pull
do
up
have a
their
second.
yes, maybe we'll pull up their POV here on one of the 9 after this to see. Perfect. And then we'll get that confirmation for you guys. Don't know how long ago that was, but I would imagine it was probably close, since we're just now hearing about it, to maybe that same gap.
Definitely. I would have to think that it's got to be
very close or longer.
Yeah.
But we don't know, so I won't make a definitive statement on it.
And we're going to see Novula's POV, maybe the emblem, just as a... I don't know if Heirloom is on either. It's hard to tell. Oh, it looks like there's the emblem.
There is the emblem. So, yep.
Yep, Novula has
There
the clear.
it is.
So there is the emblem. So that is what we believe is the
World
second.
second, yeah. That would be
And
our
that would
world
be,
second.
how long would you guesstimate?
If I had to guess, in between 40 minutes and you're talking about the gap or what?
The gap.
The gap would be between, in my opinion, because 40 minutes would have us. Oh, also
That is an unfortunate
please, no,
error.
T-Storm. Hopefully
T-Storm.
he's okay.
I hope his
Hopefully
stream is
they're-
fine.
I pray. That just
T-Storm.
completely derailed me. But if I had to guess, Evan, I think somewhere in between like 35 minutes and 50 minutes.
Wow.
Would be the gap, I think. That'd be my guess.
35 to 50 minutes.
That's
and
my
what was
guess.
Indebted's gap again?
44.
44.
That's why I just don't know. It's
Okay.
too close until we see the dungeon report. But I'm just gonna say it's a possibility it was the biggest gap. If not, it was for sure the second.
Fair.
Yeah.
That's still crazy no matter what.
Yeah.
And
and
guys,
I think we are getting word, Evan. I think you're probably hearing it as well.
I am hearing it as
but
well.
Destiny 2, the game with the
Has-
tweet. The Praxic Guardians have eliminated the Dredge and Thread on Venus. Congratulations to the world's first fire team of the Equilibrium Dungeon on contest mode. Mario Monkey, Luigi Style, and Biggs. So we'll go ahead and get that tweet up on the screen as soon as we can.
Let's go. Mario, Luigi, Biggs. We're going to get them as soon as we can in the studio for an interview. Well, I know it'd be cool if they were actually here in the studio.
Yeah, they're actually gonna.
We'll get them on call in the studio so that you guys can hear some words from the world's first official team: Mario Monkey, Luigi Style, and Biggs NA.
Holy cow, Mug. We're gonna go ahead and start that process. What a race.
What a moment, what a race, what an entire day one. What an awesome, I mean, they crushed that. They did such a good job in that dungeon. So congrats to them for completing world's first Equilibrium.
I know. What a performance.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely insane. And yeah, there you go, guys. That is your world's first team. And we will get the tweet up as soon as we can, guys, just so you guys can see it in real time. We kind of also want to see
a
this
world's third
clear.
here. Yeah, we might see a world's third.
Kind of want to see this clear just to be sure, but that was absolutely impressive. Again, congrats to the Mario Brothers and Biggs. Again, Biggs, you know what? I'll give it to you. If you would have gone Donkey Kong, maybe today would have changed. Maybe it's like a butterfly effect. If Biggs would have changed his name to Donkey Kong today, we might have had a little bit of a different outcome. I don't know.
Oh, man. Dude, that is insane. And so let's see if they can clutch this up first. They do have a res token with T-Storm. So what we're going to do is we're going to first see if this ends up being world's third. Then we'll pull up the tweet. And then after that, we'll start working on an interview.
Absolutely.
Oh, man, what a day.
What a day. What a day, what a day, what a day.
Yeah, this would be an insanely impressive performance from this team T-Storm artsy. And Flarps as well. Absolute goated.
And here, I mean, we should be seeing a damage phase here really, really soon. Should be right now, actually. Here we go, T-Storm.
And we saw what happened last time. Will they have the damage this time? Evan, it is time for possible third.
I'm going to be honest, CB. I don't know what they've changed in their rotation
But it looks
here.
like they're already making more strides.
It's
What do you
hard
think,
to
Evan?
tell. I mean, that's the part that I was worried about, the boop right there. That takes away some time from
Last
the damage
time the
phase.
boop and T-Storm ended up way further that last time, though. Remember, he was behind one of those platforms
right
last
there,
time.
you saw T-Storm missed his parasite.
I did see that.
Which could be...
I think they paced this better, Evan, in my opinion.
I hope so.
Yeah, they oh, no! But then, wait.
CB.
But wait.
CB.
No.
CB.
Wait, did he blow himself up, though?
The well expired, he blew
Because that
himself
didn't
up.
look like that wasn't the white mechanic that did
The
that.
well expired at that exact moment. And that is the difference between one parasite. One parasite might have been the difference right there. Would have been close. All right, let's go ahead and pull up the tweet just so you guys can see the official world's first tweet. Practic Guardians have eliminated the Dredgen threat on Venus. Congratulations to the world's first team of the Equilibrium Dungeon on contest mode. Mario Monkey, Luigi Style, and Biggs NA. Congrats.
Holy
Congrats. Okay, guys, we are working on getting them into our Discord so that we can have a quick chat with them. I'm sure that you guys have some questions for them. If you guys have any questions, please let us know.
Yep, and with that being said, too, we'll go back to a 9-box just to see the different teams. So heartbreaking there. I feel so bad. Just really, really tough. We're actually going to go to Elysium here as another potential world's third as well. As you can take a look there at the damage there from Elysium is looking really, really good.
Yeah, that actually does look really good. I mean, it's so unfortunate what happened with T-Storm right there. I mean, I'm sure they're
Twice
watching
now,
it
too.
back.
I know.
And they're probably saying, like, what could we have done better? And is it really just one parasite, the difference? That's crazy. What do we even have to do at that point? That is absolutely bananas. And again, yeah. So far, we have 2 clears that we can confirm. World's first and what we believe is world's second, at least.
Right.
I guess I can't confirm the second one, but I can confirm the first one.
Yep, and let's go ahead and go to Elysium and Salt.
Yeah, let's go full screen on Salt for a moment while we work on getting the world's first team in for a quick chat. And again, you're going to see just, it's crazy to think that the difference between a world's first and a world's second would have been 40-something minutes, at least that we think.
Yeah.
It's hard to exactly tell, but
it's okay.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. Player
It is crazy, the disparity in this one.
Kill the red guy, please.
We do have a clip of the world's first clear. We've shown it a few different times now. I think we're going to refrain from showing it just right now. I think while we talk to them, we might play it one more time. But yeah, we're going to try to talk to the team as soon as we can.
Yes, we are.
This guy's gonna explode.
Almost that time.
And up to
Feeling like almost that time, Mr. CB.
I can do the pylons. I have a Prent as well.
And they've all been reached out to, so we'll, as soon as we have everything set up, guys, we'll let you know on that
hands
front.
on me, please.
Oh, I have to reload.
Okay. And we might even have the world's second clip
Look, this guy's
ready.
exploding. I broke the shield.
Okay.
I'm so
Potentially.
That'd be cool to see.
Yeah, I
the
think
middle
we
guy's
do have the
done.
world's second clip ready to go as well. So if we want to
There's
see
a guy
that
close
clip,
left.
we're gonna have to see it right after
I can do
this
close
attempt.
left. I can do close
think
left.
they're pretty close on the Elysium side, and we're seeing Mountaintop get used from Salt there. Oh,
I got one. Got one.
Oh! Keep yourself up. Keep yourself alive.
I think I see one, maybe. Not sure.
In the fucking Thunderdome vial. Thunderdome.
Yeah.
And so we'll see if they can bring this
He
home.
looks like he might be done.
No, I don't think he is.
And what we can do
shoot the thing.
is see, yes, exactly. See if they can bring this home.
I need to
we'll
get full
get the
special.
clip ready to go.
Like I need to like print
we'll
special
just go from there.
finishers.
Mario just solo flawless.
I think we did already. Yeah, I just
Oh,
need
he must
Prince
have maybe
special.
jumped into normal and maybe he.
He wanted to solo flawless. He just solo flawless.
So that's what he was doing.
That quickly?
That quickly.
That's got to be another world first.
Probably. Everybody else
I would
still
have to think that's another world first. What do you mean Mario gets a world's first on contest, then solo flawless?
Scoop some other ones while you're at it.
I guess if it's there, it's there. Why not? Have yourself a day, Mario Monkey. Oh my goodness.
One more.
It must have been normal. Yeah. But regardless.
Still very quick.
Guys. World's first solo flawless just done. So you're telling me that a world's first solo flawless happens.
Can you guys get in position?
No, hold on. We're getting pylons,
Okay,
right?
hold on. World's first solo flawless happens not
in case you need to, like, run
50
fast or something, might
minutes
as well, bro.
after they get world's first on contest.
Wait, who knows?
That's what Mario does. He does what he does.
That has not been done before. There's no way that's been done before.
We'd have to check this.
We'd have to ask him about Thunder. I'm gonna have to ask him about
Well, you have
Thunder.
to ask every single dungeon winner, to be honest. Because you'd have to check every single one. That's not one that I don't even know if is trackable. I don't know if they track times on flawless.
I know, bro. I know. Are we good?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm good. I'm good.
I don't know, City. I don't know.
No.
But it is very possible.
It looks like they're in the Discord, so we're gonna get them set up.
Yeah, so right now, though, I do want to turn your attention. We are on a possible world's third before we do move on.
It's not tracked.
I know.
And here we go.
Where's my armor, dude?
Looks like a little bit of a miss on damage there from Salt. We are possibly world's third here, though. Will they get enough, Evan?
7 seconds.
Tractor out.
Come on.
7 seconds.
Come on.
Heard. And can they
Okay.
bring it home, man? Please. Wait, no!
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Finalities, bro.
It's a game of atoms, ladies and gentlemen. And that right there might have been the smallest atom to ever atom in the world of atoms. We need the Lodi's to figure that one out. That was so small. What was that? What was that?
Whatever, not our best performance. All good, bro.
Oh no, guys. Oh no.
My last demonstration was terrible.
Okay.
I'm so sick of hearing that, bro.
I mean, I'm still doing way more than you guys.
With that said,
yeah,
with that said,
well.
All good. I'm just saying, like.
Okay, but if you're gonna choose to play bonk, bro, I don't want to fucking hear my damage trades is terrible every other video. Like,
that is on the cusp of.
What do you want me to do then?
Wow.
I didn't say I wanted you to do anything.
That's good
I just
space
said my
water.
damage was terrible.
All right. So, I believe we should be all good with the world's first team. Just doing some final checks-ins with them, and I think we're ready to talk to Team Tommy.
Team Tommy.
Team Tommy.
Yo, congrats guys.
Hello, hey guys.
Let's go.
Can you guys hear us?
Nice to see you again, Satsuya.
Yeah.
Yep.
Maybe.
If anyone has it here, they can turn around for Thunderdome.
Yes.
Can you hear us?
Potentially. Hello.
Yeah, I still hear a game.
I still hear the game as well.
I still hear Alicia. We'll get them out here in just a second.
We will. Team Tommy.
Team Tommy.
All right, can you guys hear us?
Congratulations. Can you guys hear us? Possibly? Maybe?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh,
There we
yeah.
go.
Yo.
Hey,
What's
guys,
up, guys?
Long time
Long
no
time
talk.
no talk about anything dungeon related,
I
right?
literally said when we got here, nice to see you again so soon.
It was crazy because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think at the end of the interview that we did last week, I think we said how crazy would have if we ended up talking again a week from now. And now, here
I
we are.
want to start with one question before we even get to anything that's
okay,
actually
perfect.
dungeon related. Luigi, how many cranberries?
Oh, everybody
How
talking
many?
about
How many cranberries?
Oh, I
You
forgot.
did this so quickly, I was still eating my croutons.
You were still eating your croutons? There's no time for cranberries?
Wait, croutons?
Wait, hold on. When did croutons get put in the mix?
So Luigi was holding out on everybody.
It's not even the cranberry time. Yeah, I was still on croutons. I have like a massive bowl of croutons. I only got through like 10% of it.
That is actually crazy.
Okay.
So before we dive too big into the questions, I did obviously huge congratulations to all of you guys. But one thing that I don't think we realized until you go like cross the finish line, and I don't know if you guys have even put that together yet, but two things. One, there's never been a back-to-back dungeon champion team ever. And then to take it a step further, there's never even been repeated winners of dungeons before. We went all the way back, all the way to Shattered Throne, all the way to now, and you all are the first three to hold 2 world's first in 2 dungeons ever. So how are you feeling?
That's so awesome. As well because it's contest dungeons as well. We're the only 2 to hold 2 contest dungeon wins now.
Yep.
I mean, you guys
I
played.
didn't even realize that.
Go
we're
ahead,
holding
Big.
that
Sorry.
title now until you just said that.
well, I made sure before I said it too quickly, Mario, I went back, I checked every single dungeon report all the way from Shattered all the way to this, because I was like, I really don't remember anybody winning 2. Like, I knew no one had won back-to-back, but I was like, I don't think I remember anybody winning 2. And so we just double-checked. You are the only 3 to hold 2 worlds first on 2 dungeons, and this is the first time we've ever seen a back-to-back, so this might be the beginning of a dungeon dynasty.
This could be
is what Evan
Dungeon
and I said.
Dynasty.
It might be a dynasty.
And Mario, I got one thing for you as well. Did you solo flawless the dungeon?
Maybe.
That's what we
Want to see the emblem?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, show us the emblem. Why not?
Let's go to a full cam on Mario.
Let's go to full cam on Mario just for a second. Let's see. Stand alone. There is the solo flawless emblem. CB and I were like, at first we thought you were just gonna lap as everybody that you could in the dungeon attempts. So.
And then they're like, you got a solo flawless. It's like, what? So, guys, seriously, let's like take it back now. What was the secret to going back to back? What worked well? Like, what challenges did you run into? What was the secret to making it look, at least on the outside end? Because I know it obviously, there was a lot that you guys put in, but you guys made it look so effortless. So, like, what was the secret today?
Probably the cranberries.
Besides the cranberries and
croutons. Clearly not the cranberries.
Besides cranberries and croutons inside the game, unless there's croutons in the game that I don't know about, what was the secret to performing so well? Because you guys seriously, like, I mean, one more stat, and then I'll turn it over to you to answer. And we're waiting for the confirmation on World Second, but there is a chance that this also, too, was the biggest gap between first and second. It would be rivaled by Vesper's host. We have to confirm, but it's very close.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know.
I mean,
I'm trying to think.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest difference here, was we had a lot more practice time, like at least a month and a half, maybe a month and 2 weeks.
Honestly, like a month.
Yeah, somewhere around there. But this time we tried to lock it down a bit better and do more practices, and I mean, clearly it paid off because I think every time we figured out the mechanics for each encounter, we just went and cleared first try. We came up with a strat and just cleared.
Yeah, I think it really boils down to the practice that we had specifically with Void Warlock, because this was something that we found like a long time ago, and we noticed like how hard the nades hit. And we're like, okay, let's practice around it and like build around it. So we have Luigi on Song of Flame popping rifts for us, staying alive while we're getting our nade back from Song.
Okay.
So we can just like face tank the boss.
It's crazy.
I mean, we definitely saw at the very end that damage was a huge difference maker in that encounter. Did you guys kind of have a conversation during those practices that you were just like, this is what we're gonna use. This is the loadout. We saw no other team using that build completely. So I guess take us through that.
Yeah. So what we basically did is Biggs Reggie came to us with this idea like, hey, there's this like crazy thing I found at like void chunking. And I was like, okay, maybe this could lead somewhere. I wasn't too big a fan of it at first, honestly, because I felt like it might be unreliable. But what we ended up doing is like before the dungeon, we just went into like every like raided dungeon encounter with a boss in it, and we just tried the nades on them. And almost every single boss that we tried, it was just chunking them, like no matter what. So that kind of changed my mind on how reliable it was. And we're like, yeah, let's just bring this to the dungeon then. Let's just try it.
I want to bring. Oh, sorry, Mario. Go on. I didn't mean to cut you off. What were you gonna say, Mario?
Oh, sorry. And another thing is like, I think it was obvious from the get-go, like this was gonna be a Cabal dungeon because the whole DLC is tied behind like Cabal basically turning into like Star Wars.
Right.
And just like the dungeon being centered behind it. So with all Cabal enemies, their hitboxes are always huge, and it just makes it easier to hit all your nades onto a target like that. So we figured like the Void Warlock thing would be like much better compared to anything else.
That totally makes sense. And to go back to the other thing you said too about the second that you guys know something, you're always able to clear it. I feel like that was the same theme with Sundered Doctrine. It did feel like the second you guys figured out Sundered final boss, it was world's first. It just, like the second you knew, you were able to clear. What's the secret to that part? To being able to, the second you guys find out something, being able to execute on a level that seems like, as of right now at least, nobody can keep up with on the dungeon front. Like, what is the secret to that side?
You want to go?
Sure, I'll go. I think it mainly stems from what we talked about in a previous interview before, is how all three of us are solo raids players and solo players. So we're each able to independently like make our own decisions and do stuff on our own without having to rely on each other. Because dungeons are designed to be solo flawless and stuff. So
well, clearly you proved that, Mario.
Play on our own. And then with the final boss specifically, I mean, obviously our comms were muted, like we just went off what the rules were. But whenever we upload the VOD and everything, you'll hear us communicate, and the way we communicate is like on a really high level because of the like the electric thing that we have to deal with the boss, and like me being able to heal them the entire time as they're getting electrocuted.
Really quickly, so you guys are 2 damage phases into Dredge and Seer. You know that you're in the lead. You can tell that you're in the lead. Take me through the mindset. Take me through that final damage phase. Take me through those final moments before it became reality that you could be first. Take me through that.
Honestly, I would have to give that to our scout Templar. He kept us like good under the pressure of the fact that like he made sure that we knew that nobody was anywhere close. We just needed to execute this last phase, and I mean, obviously the nerves were still there, but it was just a matter of us making sure that we don't mess up. And
Yeah, no, shout out Templar, because like obviously with a scout, he's like supposed to help out and like try to like scout out other streams and stuff and see what's going on. But since we were so far ahead, instead of him being a scout, he was a coach. He was telling us who needed healing and who needed help and like who was where, like location wise. And like we all just kept like a mental note the entire time of that.
Yeah, and the call he made as well on the last phase to kill one of the guys.
Oh yeah, that was his call for us to kill a Shadow Apprentice to extend
kill
damage
another
to the
one?
third.
At the very end, right? To kill
Yeah.
the final
Yeah,
Shadow
very end,
Apprentice?
the
Okay.
final phase.
Yeah, to extend the like threshold there. Yeah, Templar kept us grounded. He was awesome. Shout out Templar.
Yeah.
You know, we definitely noticed that too, Mario, like the healing auto and keeping like everybody alive with that. And then also that that moment with that save too. I don't know if that was like a big moment for you, like, and if that's
It
what you
was
even
crazy
remember,
for us.
but for us, like that moment where you were on the ledge and ended up like saving the fall. Do you remember that part too? Like we were.
Oh
all,
yeah, when
we
I got like
okay,
when I got
we-
teleported back,
yes,
I like
yeah,
got
we were
booped off
all
the map, and I had to eager back up.
yes, we all were on the edge of our seat when that happened.
was so scary. I completely scared myself from that.
Yeah. Oh, well, guys, I think the next question, and I asked this last time, but now I'm going to ask it in a little bit of a different way because it was cool hearing the story, and now we got to hear it multiple times, just so cool, but about how you all came together right before Sundered, and then we asked if you guys were going to run it back, and you guys said, of course, and now here we are, 8 months later, how many months later, and here we are talking about, the repeat victory. So 2 questions. One, and I think the first one's obvious, are you guys going to run it back? And now how much does the opportunity of a dungeon three-peat, like, even add more motivation? This is kind of uncharted waters we're in, guys. So, I mean, we're asking you questions that we've never really got to think about before.
Yeah, I mean, the expectations are definitely super high, and I mean, I think I speak for all of us, but I think we're definitely gonna stick around. It's very clear that we're like an insane team, and we can obviously produce some crazy results. So, I think there's no question about it. And obviously, we're gonna try and go for the three-peat, of course. We're trying to make our own little dynasty in the dungeon section.
Maybe a nice bowl of cranberries and croutons while you're at it. Well, CB,
Yes, dude.
that's pretty much all the questions that I had for today. If you have any more, by any means, ask. If you guys have,
I do definitely.
Yeah.
I would say, I mean, there's so many people at home that are watching this, and make sure to follow all of them. We'll make sure to provide all their links again. But to everybody that is watching that might want to also come together for a dungeon and so, and we asked in the early interview, but maybe for people who weren't here before, outside of croutons and cranberries, Luigi, are there anything else like to anybody that you guys could give, like either recommendations or just anything for like just being able to maybe not just teleport and be able to get a world's first, but just tips in general, just for dungeon racing and just for day ones in general? Luigi just like cranberries.
I would say the biggest thing is just continue going if you really want to make it a reality on winning or even coming just at least close to winning. You just gotta commit to it, put the time into it, and stick with teams that, and like find people that you enjoy playing with.
Yeah, like it's definitely a long road to get from like being new to the game to winning the world's first. Like for context, I started like actually putting true hours into the game around maybe the end of Season of the Lost, like season 15. And so it took until, like Sundered for me to get world's first. But I feel like I've started later than a lot of people when it comes to this game, like when it comes to starting to play it a lot.
Yeah, you gotta set goals for yourself as well. Like my first day one clear ever was Deepstone, and like whenever I cleared it, I thought like that was it. I peaked, and then like I started setting goals, being like, okay, I want to go for a placement. Okay, I want to top 50, maybe top 20, and you gotta keep practicing and dedicating the time into it, and eventually you get first.
That makes total sense. And I think then just the final one that I had too, and it's just I mean, you guys have done so many cool things even outside of dungeons and raids too, whether it's been tournaments, whether it's been solos. Like, are there any other fun things you guys can be working on from here that, people, could be looking out for you on? Is there a next solo goal? Mario, you speak about goals. Is there, what's after Solo Riven? Like, what is that like? Solo Riven legit, I should say.
Man.
Putting you on the spot.
I'm not sure. Well, first off, shout out the Snazzy Rock, shout out Debs. An idea me and him come up together is doing like a solo raid gauntlet, being able to solo like most of the raid encounters back to back without messing up.
Mm-hmm.
And that was I originally ran that in I forgot what season it was, but it was about almost a year ago when I started putting serious intent to it, and I got pretty far in. But I kind of want to revisit it now and get it done.
Nice.
There you go. I mean, we just saw you do a solo flawless right after getting a contest world's first, so I feel like, I always, every single time I tune into you on Twitch, you're always doing solos and whatnot, so like, I mean, I think I've tuned into you getting pretty far into that solo raid encounter, like Gauntlet. I'm pretty sure I was watching you do that for a while, so definitely something that we'll be checking out.
Yeah, for sure. Appreciate it.
For sure. Luigi, Biggs, anything else on your guys' front? Anything you want to say? Just anything in general?
Yeah, I mean, regarding the solo thing, I definitely do want to get back into doing solos for the game. I've really just been taking a bit of a break this last couple of months because university is hell on me. It's been tough. It's been tough trying to put time into this game, but I definitely want to get back into it.
Our schedules are so messed up when it came to the practice as well. Like with me working and Luigi
so
was
impossible.
school, like it's so hard. Working a 9 to 5 to come home to practice for another 9 to 5.
You guys have clearly made it work. Anything on your end, Biggs?
No, I don't think so.
Well, GG's, guys, and seriously, congrats. It's so cool to get to talk to you guys again so soon. And now, I mean, the big story is going to be three-peat, question mark.
Three-peat, question mark, guys.
Let's see it.
You gotta get the three-peat.
All right.
Go for it.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you,
Yes,
guys.
thank you, guys.
Congratulations again.
Congrats. Again, Mario Monkey, Luigi Style, and Biggs NA are your world's first Equilibrium Dungeon champions, and they're going to go home with not that trophy, but the trophy that you just saw.
Yeah, we'll definitely show the trophy again if we get a moment. I know it was spinning on the screen, too. We'll show it one final time, but man, what a performance from them in our first repeat ever. And there it is.
There it is. There is your world's first trophy going to Mario Monkey, Luigi Style, and Biggs NA. Congratulations to all three of them.
I know. I mean, it's crazy how there's always like a new storyline with every single dungeon, and like it's cool how, I mean, obviously raids didn't become raid racing wise. It took more and more raids being iterated and iterated to get, you know, to the crazy history that we've had with all of the raid racing. And it's interesting now, like seeing the dungeon history continue to grow and build, and now we're seeing teams turn into possible dynasties, and it's just cool to see.
Definitely. No, I feel the exact same way, and the progression of racing as a whole has definitely, it's superseded what I even thought was possible in Destiny, and now you're seeing teams absolutely run over dungeons and raids. So the question becomes, Bungie, are we going to make the next one a 10-hour experience? You know, I'm just saying, for a dungeon. Be like, look, all right, 20-hour experience, that's fine.
Well,
We'll go 200 hours, why
I
not?
have to talk to my feet before that one.
And this is another cool graphic that we had made in the background while you were talking about the times in between.
There it is,
So
all of them.
Shattered Throne, 2 minutes. Pit of Heresy, 6. Prophecy, 12. Grasshabbers, 5. Duality, 16. Spire of the Watcher, 1 minute and 20 seconds. Ghost of the Deep, 12 minutes. Warlords Ruin, 2 minutes. Vespers, 44. Sundered, 11. And Equilibrium, 54 minutes.
Right, and we'll double check on the 54 just to make sure, because I know until we see the API in the the dungeon report, we won't know 100% on Equilibrium. But this is super cool to see. Like, either way, Equilibrium is somewhere right around that Vespers point. So what a gap between first and second, which just means what a performance.
What a performance. From
Team Tommy, just coming in and just so clutch. It's just, their performance is just, it's so impressive every time.
It was insane. And again, that pretty much, as far as I know,
I think what we should do, and if production hasn't already, we should show one more recap just for anybody who's just joined, kind of that last little
run through of all the different clips. The first time. One more time.
Let's see all those clips.
Before we say our thank yous one more time, let's run it back from the beginning.
Let's see all those moments. And that's the final boss.
Final one.
Maybe we'll go in reverse.
We'll go in reverse. Why not? We'll do reverse order. So here comes Team Tommy's world's first clear. And then we're... Oh, wait.
Oh.
No.
Okay, so here we are. We are seeing world's first, and there it is.
And there is world's first for Mario, Biggs, and Luigi. And... Oh, my God.
There it is.
And here comes
first that we saw, the first encounter.
The first clear that we saw, but ATP, we want to stress, was the first one that we know about that was through this encounter. So again, we want to stress that. And then soon, right after this, you're going to see Llama hop into a ship and blast off into outer space. And here comes.
We are, the heartbreaking moment here.
No.
The first time we were seeing the final part. And it was just heartbreaking.
No.
There was still we didn't really know what the final stand looked like.
No, we didn't know.
I mean, and
now we saw it in Rage, and that water sip is of, okay, we know that we were in the lead.
Here it was when we were watching ATP.
Yes, and this is ATP coming in and getting the first clear of the second encounter against Haro. Against the Praxic Blade Wielder, the dual Praxic Blade Wielder.
And now finally, one more time for the world's first clear. Mario Monkey, Luigi style, and Biggs NA. And there are our three back-to-back
and this is
champions.
What's crazy here is that just the chunk of health. You're going to see the health bar flash. Like, boom! One nade just chunked at the very end. And now we're going to show you world's second clear.
So keeping you guys in it.
Second clear,
just in case you just woke up or just here.
Yeah, if you're just now waking up, world's first already happened. We got the interview. Navula is on this POV for world's second clear. And between all of this, there's been a lot of storylines today, a lot of cool ones, a lot of fantastic dungeoning all around the world. And I can tell you, I want to know if Navula does get the
the blade?
The blade. And here comes the
solo.
Oh my solo.
Mario.
Oh, look at the damage from those Whoa!
Bro.
Whoa!
Okay, I didn't see that. I didn't see that.
I didn't know that.
I didn't see that.
I didn't know the damage was like that.
And that's solo flawless.
Solo flawless.
It's casual. He's
got
solo flawless.
He's got no
solo
reaction.
flawless. No, he said so. Keeping it casual. He said solo flawless.
Solo flawless.
Oh
Solo
my
flawless.
god.
Those are your splits. Oh, I kind of miss Dej and Seer. I miss Dej and Seer so much.
An hour, 56 minutes, and 26 seconds is your world's first clear. That first boss took about 59 minutes, and the first encounter took about 19 minutes.
Insane.
Oh. Evan?
CB?
I think that
pretty much wraps up our show for the day, CB.
Man, it's honestly, I mean, it's always crazy, you know.
We were here not that long today. We showed up late, so we were.
True, I mean, the Lodi was here. And there's lots of Lodis.
I know.
I still don't really fully
I don't know
grasp
what happened,
how
but
it happened.
I got like possessed at some point, or like something reached out to me for like some answers for you, I guess. I don't know. It's talking about my favorite dungeon at some point. I don't know why.
I have no clue. But what I can say is, guys, it's been such an honor and a pleasure to get to do this with you all every single time. This was Evan and I's first time doing Dungeon Zone from Bungie HQ, and we appreciate them for allowing us to go all out with
look at the set.
And with the cosplays that you saw earlier, all of the Lodis. Shout out to our cosplay team, shout out to the production team, shout out to the mod team, shout out to you all for making this possible, because really without the support, this is just me and Evan just being two dudes in our room, just, you know, yelling at our microphone and our camera and being excited. And you guys have turned it into something more, and I really, really appreciate that. So I just want to say thank you all for sticking with us and watching, I guess, this show just evolve and grow over time, whether it's been the dungeons, whether it's been the raids, whether it's been zombies and the different tournaments that we've been able to cast as well. We really appreciate you guys for letting us be a part of this. If you do want to continue to follow along with our journey as we go into more zone events in 2026, you can type !Discord on both sides. You can join the Discord. Another big thing too, I'm going to give away a few renegades, just some people who have been chatting. Those will be listed on the YouTube chat side as well, and I'll have the mods kind of handle that as we go ahead and wrap up.
And like CB said, again, a big thank you to everybody for supporting this show. We really appreciate it. We started off as two guys just in our own home, just casting, just wanting to show light to the community. This is a grassroots show from the ground up, and to see where it's come now is really cool. So again, thank you everybody. We really appreciate it, and just you guys being here and showing love to Dungeon Zone, to raid zones, to zombie zones, to all these other zones that we've been doing. Genuinely, thank you. It doesn't get said enough, but thank you guys for being the heart and the life and the blood of the entire show. So thank you guys.
I really do appreciate it. Again, as Evan said, I mean, he put it perfectly, so there's not really much to add on that front, but I do just want to say just another thank you to everybody for making this possible, and we're excited to see what the zone events look like in 2026, and where we continue to go with that.
Got a lot of plans.
We do have a lot of plans, so thank you. I mean, and now there's going to be even more storylines when it comes to the next dungeon. Three-peat, new team, maybe a team that we've seen before. I mean, there's going to be so much in terms of the narrative for next time. So very, very, very excited for that, guys. Thank you so much for bringing the energy. I know it started off early today, too. It was an early show. So we are very, very much grateful, and to everybody working behind the scenes in the production room and all of the different Discord channels, all the different VCs that kept up with the action, that made all the graphics, that made the replays, everything in general. Just thank you guys so, so much for all of the hard work and for making today happen.
And yeah, one last thank you across the board. CB said it really well, but yeah, thank you to Bungie for bringing us here again for another zone event and our first Dungeon Zone on the set. Thank you to Lucasfilms for giving us the opportunity to do some really cool stuff here as well. Thank you to our mods behind the scenes, working their butts off, getting all the information, all the updates. Thank you to the production team for putting this all together as well. Thank you to our Lodis. Thank you to Set. Thank you to everybody. And again, thank you to CB. Thank you for being my co-host.
Thank you to Evan. Thank you for being my co-host. Thank you to all our Lodis that showed up as well.
And thank you to you watching watching at home.
And lastly, too, another thing, too, just to bring up at the end, we did, I hope it was something that you guys enjoyed, but we made sure that there were no, at least on our part, that we can control ads running. There shouldn't have been any mid-rolls. I know that there might have been a few pre-rolls that we can't really control on the Twitch side, but we didn't click the button one time, didn't have anything set, and we're going to try to make sure we keep it that way so that you guys aren't being interrupted through the action. So we do hope that for at least the most part, you're able to have a very uninterrupted experience, and that's something that Evan and I really want to continue to just iterate with, evolve in, and we just want to keep making the show better and better and better.
We want to keep pushing for the best show possible. So thank you guys again. It's the last time I'm going to say thank you, because or else it's going to be a thank you attack off. And yeah, with that being said, we appreciate you guys watching Dungeon Zone.
Until the next one, we'll see you guys soon.
We'll see you soon.